Xianxia grabbed the bell and smiled. A moment before, he had seen Lin Feng's terrifying strength and considered that his strength at the first Tianqi layer wasn't enough. He was scared to end up like the others. However, now that he was using the treasure of Tianshu, Lin Feng was definitely going to lose. Lin Feng was not happy with Tianshu Z as he jumped forwards. He used his agility technique to appear in front of Xianxia almost instantly. He condensed some terrifying strength in his fist and punched the air in his direction. Xianxia smiled as he condensed pure qi into the magical bell. It resonated loudly and made Lin Feng shake with pain. Ding ding dong dong. The bell resonated in Lin Feng's brain, giving him hallucinations. He used his broken soul technique and protected his awareness with his ancient bell. However, it seemed like the sound waves contained an evil strength which assaulted both his intent and oppressed his soul. Lin Feng ran away and put his hands on his ears. The magic item of Tianshu was as expected, extremely powerful. Use the bell to oppress his soul and stop him in his tracks. Listen to my advice, said someone to Xianxia. Surprisingly, it was Tianshu Z giving more precious pieces of advice. Xianxia started making the item resonate as golden lights appeared and shot at Lin Feng. The sounds were so loud that they hurt people's eardrums as well. Even though Xianxia wasn't attacking them, the sound waves were still hurting them. Boom! Lin Feng's brain was shaking as many of his broken souls were dying by the sound waves. At the same time, his intent was being crushed. The golden lights around the bell were becoming more intense. The sounds were getting louder and louder. Bright, golden lights were surrounding Lin Feng's body. The bell could grab people's soul and constrict them. Without a soul, a cultivator became an empty shell. If the soul of a cultivator was constricted, the cultivator couldn't maintain awareness anymore and couldn't do anything. Lin Feng released some terrifying fire and an oppressive strength which both cracked around him. Lin Feng then took out his stone with the word seal inscribed on it. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The stone targeted the bell and turned into a gigantic stone. The gigantic seal seemed like it could contain most of the pressure. The ancient demon seal stone dated back to the antiquity and its sealing power was vast. Even though Lin Feng only possessed a small piece, it was enough. A buzzing sound spread in the air as the demon seal stone sealed the bell. At the same time, Lin Feng raised the Tianshan meteorite and it looked like a mountain was falling from the atmosphere. You seem to have forgotten that we, Tianshan's people, also have a treasure, said Lin Feng. He then ran forwards and landed in front of Xianxia. In a flash, it seemed like the earth turned dark. At that moment, Lin Feng was holding a gigantic meteorite, the size of a mountain. Die! Lin Feng threw the gigantic meteorite at Xianxia. Rumbling sounds and star lights were twinkling in the atmosphere. At the same time, a terrifying strength oppressed Xianxia's body. The demon seal stone was oppressing the bell, making Xianxia become desperate. At that moment, he could sense the power of the Tianshan item. A terrifying qi emerged out of Xianxia's body. His pure qi flowed with an incredible speed, and he was no longer restraining his cultivation level anymore. His strength was back to that of the second Tianqi layer. Bombarding handprint! Shouted Xianxia furiously. Both his hands turned into bombarding handprints and attacked the Tianshan item. However, while punching the meteorite, Xianxia was propelled backwards. Lin Feng smiled coldly as he raised his meteorite again. A terrifyingly oppressive power fell from the sky. Boom! A terrifying strength crashed onto Xianxia's body, making his blood start boiling. The crowd was speechless. Xianxia was using the strength of the second Tianqi layer, but Lin Feng still had the advantage. No wonder the old Snow Zune cultivator trusted Lin Feng and had put the future of Tianshan in his hands. He had incredible natural abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The Tianshan meteorite was oppressing Xianxia, whose mouth was now dripping blood. His entire body had been crushed into the ground and many of his bones were broken. The incense had almost finished burning by now. Cling ling ling! A strange ringing sound suddenly could be heard. The soul bell had surprisingly broken free from the demon seal stone and appeared above Lin Feng. It suddenly turned into a gigantic golden bell and 7 rays of light appeared around Lin Feng. They turned into terrifying rays of physical strength and attacked Lin Feng, again making his soul shake violently. He had lost a few broken souls already. At that moment, he couldn't move and couldn't use his powers anymore. "How shameless!" shouted Jian Fengzi furiously. His sword chi dashed to the skies and he jumped forwards. Obviously, Ziyunqing hadn't done that. Ziyunqi was being oppressed by Lin Feng's energies. Tianshu Zi could only have done that. "Wait!" said the Snow Zune cultivator while preventing Jian Fengzi from attacking, surprising the latter. With that, he stopped moving. He knew that the Snow Zune cultivator wouldn't do anything, so Lin Feng was still in danger. The bell was still ringing and Lin Feng could sense that his soul kept crying. His 9 dragons' celestial spirit appeared and was roaring furiously as it dashed to the skies. However, it too was oppressed by the bell and quickly fell back down again. The Tianshan meteorite turned back into a stone and moved back to Lin Feng. An incredible strength emerged out of it and Lin Feng sensed it. It was a great feeling. The strength of the earth and the sky was pleasantly radiating from it. It seemed like that stone was a bridge between him and the universe. Lin Feng could understand the mystical powers of the universe thanks to the stone. Around him, everything became more distinct and he could sense the smallest details. The leaves floating, grains of sand moving, the snowflakes falling. He could also sense vitality. With this sudden understanding, strength started flowing in his body. It was as if he was one with the earth and sky, a true fusion. It was similar to his world of darkness. However, it was even more mystical and marvelous than those two feelings. Cling ling ling. The bell was still ringing in Lin Feng's brain. His other spirit moved as well. It was his book spirit. The 7 rays of light were becoming more dazzling now. 1 page of the book spirit started moving each time the bell rang. That page wanted to turn over even more. It seemed like it was going to turn. Cling! Finally, the bell rang once more and the page started to turn. Lin Feng's book spirit was finally taking action. Each time it turned a page, Lin Feng would be pleasantly surprised. The first time, he ended up with his world of darkness and was able to sense everything very clearly in his surroundings and enabled him to understand skills much faster than before. The second time, he obtained a sword which was perfect for him, a black sword, his so-called killer sword. The third time his book spirit came into play, the all-conquering Black Lotus was born. It contained a terrifying power and enabled him to challenge cultivators much stronger than him. Lin Feng inspected his book spirit and found nothing. A black hole. It was a vast, black and desolate world seemingly without anything interesting. "What's going on?" thought Lin Feng surprised. What was that blackness? Ding! The bell resonated in his brain again and Lin Feng shook violently. His face was deathly pale at this rate. Fortunately, the Tianshan meteorite contained an incredible strength which was protecting his soul. "Brother!" Jian Fengzi saw that Lin Feng's face had turned deathly pale, so he wanted to help him. However, the Snow Zune cultivator shook his head. The Tianshan meteorite is an incredible treasure with more than enough physical strength. It is so mysterious that even I can't understand it very well. But in any case, it can help Lin Feng obtain what he wants. Just wait. Jian Fengzi was surprised and looked back at Lin Feng. He had heard about the mysterious powers of the stone in the past. However, even some Zune cultivators were not able to take full advantage of it because of its mysteriousness. Surely Lin Feng was less capable of using it than them, and now the situation was getting even more dangerous. Without Tianshu Zi, that battle would have finished much earlier and Lin Feng would have defeated the other cultivators. Lin Feng was extremely talented. Now, even though Ziyunqing had recovered his power of the second Tianqi layer, Lin Feng still had the advantage. He jumped up in the air and threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying qi. Eh! Lin Feng moved away. He was still inspecting his mysterious spirit and using the power of the Tianshan meteorite to protect himself. When Lin Feng sensed that Ziyunqing was throwing himself at him, he raised the meteorite to block his opponent's advance. A terrifying oppressive strength was directed towards Ziyunqing. Rumbling sounds were still sounding. Ziyunqing's body was hit and blown away by Lin Feng's fist. "What's going on?" The crowd was astonished. How was that possible? How could Lin Feng use the strength of the earth and sky to overpower Ziyunqing only by punching him? Even Ziyunqing, who had broken through to the second Tianqi layer, couldn't use the strength of the earth to such an extent. Lin Feng was just as surprised with the exchange. Lin Feng guessed that he wasn't using his own strength a moment before. He used that of the earth and the sky. It was as if he fused together with his surroundings, with the earth. It's the power of the Tianxian stone. Lin Feng was convinced that it was thanks to the meteorite. Lin Feng suddenly had another bizarre yet marvelous feeling. His book moved again, and it seemed to be attracting qi as if his spirit was absorbing the power of the meteorite. The feeling became even more intense as the mysterious strength contained in the stone was flowing into Lin Feng's spirit. From the blackness which had appeared on the new page of his spirit, a light suddenly appeared. Boom! The soul bell was still assaulting Lin Feng's soul, but the meteorite was still releasing its incredible powers to soften the blows. At the same time, its incredible strength was flowing into Lin Feng's spirit. From that blackness, more and more lights were appearing. A snowy mountain appeared and stars were twinkling. There were many different patterns appearing. It looked like the world around him, and they kept changing in an unfathomable way. Everything was appearing clearly now. Is that the power of the meteorite? Thought Lin Feng. Was the meteorite so powerful that it could make a world appear in his book? In the past, Lin Feng would appear in a specific world of his own and could understand his surroundings. At that moment, Lin Feng remembered what the Snow Zune cultivator said. It was an incredible treasure. Even Zune cultivators were unable to understand all of its mysteries. However, the meteorite made the world around him appear in his book, giving Lin Feng a feeling of superiority, like he was reigning over the region. It's time for the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng concentrated as his entire body fused together with his surroundings. With the earth and sky, Lin Feng became an authentic part of his surroundings. He was an element of nature. His soul and the earth were in symbiosis. Lin Feng's awareness had become extremely calm and peaceful. In fusion with the earth, he also possessed godly awareness. He rose up in the air and looked like he was standing aloof from worldly affairs, as if he hadn't existed at all. In the air around him, pure qi was whistling and penetrating into his body. His body was sucking it all in from the air. That qi quickly became a vortex. His pure qi wasn't enough, so he had to borrow the strength of the earth and the sky. Suddenly, Lin Feng broke through to the Tianqi layer. People were astonished and shaking. Not only had Lin Feng surprised everybody with his incredible strength, now he had broken through to the Tianqi layer as well. The bell was still ringing, and surprisingly, Lin Feng was becoming stronger. Cling ling ling. The bell kept resonating. The Snow Zune cultivator's long hair was fluttering in the wind. He was furious as he was releasing some qi. Lin Feng was about to break through to the Tianqi layer, and Tianshuzi, that bastard, wanted to attack him. The Snow Zune cultivator jumped and appeared in front of the soul bell. Then he began attacking it. How audacious! You even dare attack the precious item of Tianshu! Shouted Tianshuzi furiously, but inside he was smiling. He then released his awareness, which fused together with the bell, and he attacked the Snow Zune cultivator. Tianshuzi, I don't like causing trouble, but do you really think that I am not as strong as you? You're just a loser, said the Snow Zune cultivator, smiling coldly. Then his awareness turned into a terrifying kind of snow which enveloped the bell. Tianshuzi couldn't react fast enough. It seemed like his awareness was frozen, as he immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Tianshuzi couldn't believe what was happening. How could the Snow Zune cultivator's awareness be so strong? Even though the snow cultivator held an inferior cultivation level, he possessed a stronger awareness and had frozen the soul bell. Now, the amount of awareness which Tianshuzi put inside the bell was frozen along with it, and his soul was injured because of that. Break! Shouted Tianshuzi furiously. Some of his awareness turned into golden bells and made the air around the soul bell shake. Kacha! The sword Zune cultivator appeared in front of him. His awareness turned into a sharp sword and cut through the golden bells. At the same time, in the air, a terrifyingly sharp sword fell down. Dazzling lights were twinkling everywhere now. You really think that our meteorite is so useless? Even though my brother's attacks aren't as powerful as mine, his awareness is incredibly powerful. Even with your soul bell, you can't do anything, said Jian Fengzi while his sword was still falling from the sky. Tianshu Zi abruptly moved backwards. That soul could really kill him. Tianshu Zi yelled furiously and released chi which dashed to the skies. Around him, snowflakes flew away as he raised his 5 fingers and a gigantic hand appeared in the AI. It was supposed to catch Jian Fengzi's sword. Break! The sword released a myriad of lights that seemed like it wanted to tear through anything in its way. That powerful hand was destroyed and the sword continued falling. Piss off! Shouted Tianshu Zi while pulling a long face. He released another attack as a vortex appeared which absorbed everything around it like a black hole. The crowd couldn't stand it, it was unbearable. They all moved backwards to stay safe. Finally, the sword disappeared. The Zune cultivator's attacks were incredible. They had to use their full strength just to watch. But even a superficial look at the sword was enough to understand Jian Fengzi's power. If Tianshu Zi attacked again, Jian Fengzi would probably lose control of himself. The Snow Zune cultivator and the Fire Zune cultivator appeared in front of the group of people from Tianshu and looked at them coldly. The other Zune cultivators of Tianshu rose up in the air. It seemed like a war was about to start. Stop fighting, said the Star Zune cultivator in the sky. He looked furious. He glanced at them and everybody calmed down. Tianqi has always been peaceful and prosperous. Don't forget your beliefs and your purpose, said the Star Zune cultivator furiously. Brother, Tianxian keeps bullying us. They stole my bell and they truly despise us, said Tianshu Zi. Now they don't want to give back my bell. I will seal the bell for a year. If Tianshu continues to act this way, then there is no need to give it back, said the Snow Zune cultivator. Tianshu Zi remained silent, but he pulled a long face and looked at the Star Zune cultivator saying, Brother, you see? Tianxian wants a war. They want to destroy Tianshu. What a shameless dog, cursed the Snow Zune cultivator. Tianshu Zi was too shameless. Brother, you keep lying all the time. Tianxian has been patient enough. Surprisingly, you're a leader and you keep acting so shamelessly. You even attacked my disciple when he was about to break through to the Tianqi layer. You shouldn't even be a leader for Tianshu anymore, said the Snow Zune cultivator. This time, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Tianshu Zi had gone too far. The old star cultivator said indifferently, Tianxian can take care of the soul bell for a year. The calm voice of the old man made many people's hearts shudder. It meant that the Star Zune cultivator was on Tianxian's side. Everybody knew that Tianshu Zi had gone too far. Back everybody, said the Star Zune cultivator. The Snow Zune cultivator and the Fire Zune cultivator smiled and moved back while still protecting Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's soul started changing. His perceptions were particularly acute. Incredible amounts of pure qi from the sky and earth was penetrating into his body, and he was bathing in incredible lights. Leaving the Xianxia layer and breaking through to the Tianqi layer was something marvelous to behold. After a short while, the terrifying pure qi became calm again, but the crowd could still sense that things were changing inside of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled resplendently. He had finally broken through to the Tianqi layer. In the end, he could thank Tianshu Zi. Because he attacked him with the soul bell, it had awakened his book spirit and the power of the meteorite. The meteorite fused with his spirit and enabled him to break through to the Tianqi layer. Of course, without the Tianxian meteorite, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to do anything. He broke through to the Tianqi layer. The Snow Zune cultivator was smiling just as resplendently as Lin Feng. Tang Yu and Lin Feng's other friends were all smiling as well. Besides, Lin Feng was instructed with the secrets of Tianxian. He had received the Tianxian meteorite and had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Everything was happening so smoothly and Lin Feng was very happy. Lin Feng, show us your strength. Show us that Tianshu's people are pieces of trash, said Huang Fulong, who was still upset with Zi Yunqing. Zi Yunqing was instructed with the secrets of Tianshu and had received the soul bell, but he was being humiliated. In front of Lin Feng, when he still possessed the power of the Xianxia layer, he couldn't do anything. So now that he had broken through to the Tianxia layer, he was going to be even more terrifying. Great minds think alike, brother, said Lin Feng. He turned around and looked at Zi Yunqing. Lin Feng had to exact revenge. While breaking through to the Tianxia layer, Lin Feng had forgotten about everything. Now that he could think clearly again, he knew what to do. Tianshu's people despised him. Zi Yunqing had to use his strength of the second Tianxia layer again because Lin Feng was going to be merciless. Lin Feng took back his demon seal stone and said slowly, "Now, the incense is done burning and I was lucky that everyone was so merciful to me. On top of that, I acquired some incredible treasures in the mysterious world, which is why I survived for so long." Lin Feng's politeness surprised many people. He was saying that his opponents were playing nice with him and that he wouldn't have survived if he didn't possess such incredible treasures. He was giving face to everyone, and in that way he was also giving all the leaders of the Snowy Peaks face. Tianxia was a united country, and that was why Tianxia was so strong. Lin Feng had become a successor of Tianxian. As a new leader, he couldn't afford to act too aggressive or arrogant. You definitely all deserve to be leaders in the different Snowy Peaks. You constricted your strength to fight against me to protect me and are thus too generous. I admire your strength and feel grateful. In the future, we will have the opportunity to fight together again and learn from each other. We will become stronger together and make Tianxia even stronger," continued Lin Feng. That was enough anymore, and people would think he was making fun of them. If the Star Zune cultivator hadn't told them to constrict their cultivation level, they wouldn't have done so, but Lin Feng was saying that they were generous. Those leaders even believed him, otherwise how could they have lost? With a few sentences, everybody suddenly liked Lin Feng. The three Zune cultivators glanced at each other and smiled. Lin Feng remained calm and peaceful. They felt like they made the right decision. Even the Star Zune cultivator was pleasantly surprised. Yu Tianji had told him about a genius in Tianxian whose name was Lin Feng, whose abilities were incredible. The old Zune cultivator could already guess that it was him. However, at that moment, Lin Feng turned to Zi Yunqing. In every group of influence, there are losers. Maybe it's due to their education, but no matter, they can act shamelessly. If you had constricted your own cultivation level, then I could have learned from you. But in the end, you used your full strength and benefited from the help of your teacher. I don't see why you should have to belong to the same group as us. It's humiliating. Lin Feng's tone of speech had changed. He was accusing Tianshu's people of acting shamelessly. They had joined hands to fight him, so the relationship between the two was definitely ruined and there were no way for reconciliation. Lin Feng could not easily forgive his enemies. Zi Yunqing felt furious and humiliated. However, Lin Feng spoke the truth. Tianshu Zi had really turned Zi Yunqing into scum. A hopeless case. Since you really want to fight against me, I will fulfill your wish. Now that you don't have the soul bell, I will not use the Tianxian meteorite. You are a successor of Tianshu and I am a successor of Tianxian. Let's have a fair battle. Your cultivation level is still higher than mine, so you can keep it," said Lin Feng, challenging Zi Yunqing. Zi Yunqing's eyes were twinkling. He didn't feel like fighting Lin Feng, who had just broken through to the Tianxia layer. Zi Yunqing was convinced that he had no chance to win, and he wasn't in the mood to fight a losing battle. However, he had no choice, he had no reason to refuse. If Lin Feng was right, they were both successors of their respective groups. Even his cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, so why would he refuse? If he refused to fight Lin Feng, what would it mean? Zi Yunqing opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Lin Feng didn't intend to give him any opportunity to refuse anyways, as he said coldly, "Let's start. Show me what a shameless successor like you can do. Show me your real strength." Lin Feng then jumped forwards and threw himself at Zi Yunqing while releasing a terrifying qi. Since Xianxia couldn't avoid the battle anymore, he released his terrifying battle energy. He released oppressive energies as Lin Feng took out a gigantic stone which contained sealing energies. The word seal was carved into that stone, and it contained an incredible strength. He was constricting the oppressive energies with the stone. The demon seal stone! How shameless! Shouted Xianxia furiously when he saw the stone. Shut the hell up! He's just doing the same as you. Lin Feng is extremely far from being as shameless as you guys, said the Fire Zune cultivator mockingly. Lin Feng hated Xianxia. Xianxia sensed the strength and his face turned deathly pale. The demon seal stone could oppress the soul bell, so it was an incredible treasure. Lin Feng was in the sky and could sense everything clearly now. He had just bullied Lin Feng with his soul bell, and now the situation was reversed. Go! Said Lin Feng while releasing pure qi into the stone. The word seal then started shining. It was dazzling to the eyes. Rumbling sounds were heard as the stone became gigantic and shot straight towards Xianxia. He couldn't even see the sky anymore. Boom, boom, boom! The stone fell down from the sky and oppressed Xianxia's body. The crowd couldn't see him anymore as the power of the stone was too great. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Xianxia's strength was at the top of the second Tianqi layer. He was extremely strong, so he should be able to resist. Lin Feng used his agility technique and quickly landed on the stone. Lin Feng punched the stone violently like a hammer. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer so his punches could make the entire area shake. The stone ended up deeper in the ground. Xianxia emitted a horrible shriek. He had sensed Lin Feng's punch through the stone and the pain was unbearable. What perseverance! Lin Feng was surprised but was still smiling coldly. He jumped up in the air again and kicked the stone again. A terrifying strength spread in the stone again. Xianxia gave a horrible shriek again as the ground shook. How tragic! Thought the crowd. If Xianxia was buried in the ground, it meant that he had used all his strength already and couldn't put up any more of a fight. He might even die. Lin Feng smiled as he pulled back his seal stone and guarded the hole which Xianxia was in. He wanted to kill. Lin Feng released a terrifying and dazzling fire which burned the ground and then started to punch the ground as well. Ah! A horrible shriek came from under the ground as a silhouette rose up in the air. It was a black burnt silhouette without any hair. You dared come out again? Said Lin Feng smiling. In a flash, he landed in front of Xianxia and punched him with a fist containing a terrifying physical strength. Cracking sounds were heard as Xianxia's bones were breaking. After receiving the blow, his body was blown away in Tianxia's direction. Tianxia rolled up his sleeves and caught Xianxia's body. He checked Xianxia's injuries and found that all of his bones were broken. It would be very difficult to recover. He might not ever be as strong as he was again. Lin Feng had ruined Xianxia's future. He's a successor of Tianxia and possesses the same social status as you. Yet you dared act so cruelly. Very good. Okay, great, said Tianxia while handing Xianxia over to some people behind him. He was glaring at Lin Feng with a most concentrated coldness. You really are shameless. You attacked me while I was breaking through to the Tianqi layer and you still talk about ideals? We know about your sly and cruel methods already, said Lin Feng mockingly. He then glanced at Xianxia, whose cultivation had been crippled, and said, You're too weak to be a successor of Tianxia. You couldn't even withstand a single attack. On top of that, you're a coward. Tianxia's people can thank me for crippling his cultivation. At least if he comes out now, you won't lose face anymore. Humiliate Tianxia? Asked Xianxia as he looked up at the Star Zune cultivator and continued, Brother, Tianxia's people are insane. They bully others and now they even crippled my successor's cultivation. They took our Tianxia soul bell and I don't even feel like staying here anymore. So I'm leaving. Tianxia finished talking, took Tianxia with him and left. The old star cultivator remained silent, cool-headed and detached. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Tianxia was witnessing the rise of a monstrous genius. After a while, he would probably become stronger than the other Tianqi successors as well. Besides, Lin Feng had already become the successor of Tianxian. If he became stronger than the other successors, he could even become the leader of Tianqi. Besides, something else had surprised the crowd. The Snow Zune cultivator was hiding his strength until now. He could even seal the soul bell. Tianshu Zi was feeling bad. He had understood that Tianxian would rise now. Tianshu's people were humiliated though. Would they give up so easily? Tianqi's people, don't forget our purpose and our beliefs, said the old Star Zune cultivator slowly while glancing at the crowd. He sounded solemn and serious. Immediately after, he raised his hand and condensed some energy. His hand was as sharp as a blade as he cut some of his hair off. His white hair floated in the wind and everybody followed it with their eyes. Nothing like that has ever happened in Tianqi. I cut my hair to tell you that it is my fault. I should have prevented this, said the old man slowly. He wanted to bear the responsibility for what had happened. I hope that nothing like this will ever happen again. From today on, Lin Feng is a leader and successor in Tianqi. No matter what, you can't offend him. Instead, you should support him. If outsiders attack him, you must help him. If you act selfishly and let pollution invade your heart, please tell me what your purpose is and I will help guide you through it, shouted the Star Zune cultivator so that everybody could hear. He then put his hand on his heart in a solemn way. Everybody did the same as him and put their hands on their heart as well. Everything for the Empire. Their voices resonated in unison and made their hearts shook harmoniously. Many people felt bewitched in a positive way. No matter what, they had to support Lin Feng and prevent him from losing his treasures. They would make Tianqi glorious and powerful. Okay, now everybody can disperse, said the star cultivator while waving. He then jumped into the star again and disappeared. Everybody slowly dispersed and left the Tianxian snowy peak. The Snow Zune cultivator looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, what happened today made Tianshu Zi furious. He will never forgive you. Although it's a disservice for Tianqi to have such people among us, he will never let you off. You must be careful from now on. I understand, said Lin Feng nodding, though he still thought Tianshu Zi was a loser. Why didn't our brothers punish Tianshu Zi? It stinks so much here, said Jian Fengzi. He was furious. We should have attacked him, but I think that our star brother only has good reasons, so we resisted, said the Snow Zune cultivator. Lin Feng was already very satisfied. He felt proud. 3 Zune cultivators were protecting him now. Without them, the situation would have ended differently. Lin Feng, you're doing a great job. I really wanted to crush them, said Huang Fulong while Lin Feng was walking towards him and the others. Huang Fulong wanted to slaughter Zi Yunqing. He would have crushed you if you tried, said Yun Fei Yang laughing. Huang Fulong just scratched his head looking silly. Lin Feng, I thought that you weren't as strong as me. It seems like I was wrong, said Huang Fulong while giggling in a silly way. Everybody was speechless. Was he just realizing that? All right, you all obtained some great treasures in the mysterious world, and before Lin Feng came back, you all had no time to practice. Now that Lin Feng's back, you should all practice for a while as well. You should all try to break through to the Tianqi layer as well, said the Snow Zune cultivator while looking at those talented young people in a warm and gentle way. Lin Feng brought his friends along with him to Tianqi. They would all be a great benefit to Tianqi. Besides, this time they had all obtained incredible treasures and they had all broken through to the 8th or 9th Xianqi layer. With proper teachings, they would break through to the Tianqi layer. I understand. Lin Feng broke through to the Tianqi layer. I'm almost as strong as him, so I shouldn't waste time and should catch up quickly, said Huang Fulong smiling. The others smiled back. That guy was so funny. But joking aside, it was true that they all needed to practice. And you Lin Feng, you broke through to the Tianqi layer, so you need to get used to it and stabilize your cultivation level. Now, you must try to understand the universe. It's a completely different dimension from the Xianqi layer, said the Snow Zune cultivator to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The Tianqi layer was related to the earth and the sky. Now that he could use their power, he needed to understand its mechanisms and potential. After cultivating for a while, It would be time for him to go back to Shuezhou and to the Black Wind Mountain. He had already broken through to the Tianqi layer, and the middle-aged woman told him he would be able to get Meng Qing back if he managed to do so. The Snow Zune cultivator prepared some special places in the mountains for Jun Emoshi and the others to practice cultivation. Not far from Tianxian, there was a nice place to practice in peace. At the same time, Jian Fengzi and the Fire Zune cultivator stayed there. Lin Feng would practice in a special place at the top of another snowy mountain where nobody would disturb him. At the top of that snowy mountain, the 7 snow eagles came and transformed into people. They landed behind the Snow Zune cultivator and said, "Master, from today on, you are not in charge of the affairs of Tianxian. Instead, you are Lin Feng's protectors. Protect him until he becomes stronger than you," said the Snow Zune cultivator slowly. The 7 eagles nodded and said, "We understand." The Snow Zune cultivator turned his head towards the eagles and smiled. "When Lin Feng is here, you can stay in Tianxian, and there is no need to follow me. If he goes somewhere else, you can follow him and you will benefit from great treasures because of him." After that, the Snow Zune cultivator left and the 7 eagles as well. They all flew in different directions, protecting the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi, keeping the peace and tranquility of the empire. There was a glacier on a mountain in Tianqi, and there was somebody practicing cultivation in borrowing the strength of the stars. At the top of that glacier were 2 old people. They weren't releasing qi and they looked like ordinary people. However, that freezing atmosphere couldn't influence them at all. Yu Tianji has incredible natural abilities. He is a good guy and possesses great principles. In the future, he will surely replace you, said one of the old men while looking at the younger cultivator in the glacier. I think so too. Initially, I used to think that he would become the leader of Tianqi, but now there is another genius. I admire you for having such good eyes and for immediately handing Tianxian over to him. This also means you're willing to leave, said the other old man who was almost bald. It was the dignified leader of Tianqi, the old star man. On his side, there was the leader of Tianxian, the Snow Zune cultivator, willing to leave? Not yet, but even with me nothing incredible will happen in Tianxian anymore. And letting Lin Feng reign over Tianxian alone now is not the right time. I have to wait until he becomes stronger. Then, I'll be able to enjoy a break without worrying about Tianxian, said the Snow Zune cultivator. He was smiling just thinking about it. Don't pretend to be someone else in front of me. If anyone can defeat me in Tianqi, it must be you. The Tianxian meteorite is incredible, probably the most precious item in all of Tianqi, but it's the most mysterious one as well. You've been practicing cultivation for a long time, but it seems like you haven't made any progress for so many years. Do you think I believe that? We're old men. Tell me your real cultivation level, said the old star cultivator. Back then, when they had become leaders, they used to be the 2 strongest cultivators of Tianqi. They respected each other and considered one another as the best cultivators of Tianqi. Of course, they were also best friends. Therefore, the Star Man wanted to understand the Snow Zune cultivator, but he was so mysterious. It's not important anymore. I just want to see our young disciples become stronger and reign over Tianqi. Our future is limited, and I don't think we can become stronger anymore, said the Snow Zune cultivator, sounding a bit melancholic. He knew that sooner or later Lin Feng would replace him. They all wanted to become stronger and reach the cultivation level of Emperor. However, talent was a mysterious thing. After having broken through a specific cultivation layer, some cultivators felt like they hit a brick wall. The old star man raised his head and looked at the sky. I know that you haven't given up. Like our masters, you also want to find somebody to pass on our traditions, principles, and beliefs. When you are free from these concerns, you will untie those chains which prevent you from progressing to that cultivation level which you and I have always dreamt of. The Snow Zune cultivator smiled in a resplendent way. Don't you think the same way as me? After our masters passed on all those responsibilities to us, they left and never contacted us again. I don't know where they are or what they are doing now. I wonder if they are still practicing to become stronger. If you don't abandon everything, you'll always be worried, and then it'll be too difficult to practice cultivation. Wait until they are mature and strong enough. We will do the same, said the old star man, sounding nostalgic. They felt sad about what their masters did, but they could understand for they would have to do the same someday. "Shouldn't we clean Xianxia a little before?" asked the Snow Zune cultivator. Xianxia's behavior had exasperated him, and it would be difficult to forgive him. They do not feel safe and instead feel like they're in danger. Isn't it better to leave them sweating? We can give them a chance to cling obstinately to their course. They are acting willfully, let's see what the future will look like for them," said the old star man as if he could already see the whole situation. Ordinary disciples couldn't see as far as those old and wise men. After half a month in a mountain, Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged near a precipice. His eyes were closed and he was calmly inspecting his new powers of the Tianqi layer. At that moment, Lin Feng was condensing his godly awareness into ancient bells. His myriad of broken souls were now surrounded by dazzling golden lights. Lin Feng's godly awareness was now thicker and more powerful. His ancient bells were also more solid, not looking like illusions anymore. The godly awareness skill was incredibly precious, especially because he could use them to attack and protect himself at the same time. Ordinary cultivators of the Tianqi layer could barely learn that skill. A powerful soul was required as well. Lin Feng was different. His soul was so much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. When his awareness stopped improving, Lin Feng stopped practicing. His awareness could turn into an ancient bell that could leave his brain. People who watched Lin Feng break through to the Tianqi layer would be flabbergasted seeing him now. They would be speechless. Lin Feng's natural abilities were too incredible. Lin Feng took out the Tianxian meteorite again and held it firmly. His book spirit appeared and 7 rays of light illuminated it. The new page was still empty. However, Lin Feng was attracting energies to strengthen the blank page. Lin Feng felt nostalgic when he saw that landscape again. He could see his entire surroundings. He could see the mountains and vitality floating through the earth and sky. Everything was perfectly distinct and it was constantly enlightening. Lin Feng raised his hands up and flew into the air, fusing together with the earth and sky. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng punched the air and explosions sounded. The air in front of Lin Feng was shaking violently and unceasingly. Then, Lin Feng's attack disappeared, but the thick qi remained. How scary! Lin Feng looked at his hands and was surprised by the strength. The Tianxian meteorite provided him such explosive power. Besides, Lin Feng was convinced that he hadn't understood all the mysteries of the stone yet. It was probably even more incredible. Lin Feng didn't spend too much time trying to understand it though. Even though he had broken through to the Tianqi layer, it was just the beginning. He still had a lot to do. He had to keep fighting and striving for higher cultivation levels, and one day, he would become a Zune cultivator. Maybe then, he would consider himself as a truly strong cultivator. Of course, even with Lin Feng's low cultivation level, an ordinary country such as Shui would consider Lin Feng as a warlord. The page turned, and the power of the meteorite can strengthen me through my spirit. Can other things affect it as well? Lin Feng seemed to realize something. As he thought about it, he sat down cross-legged and put the meteorite away. He pulled out the demon seal stone and set it in front of him. My spirit can absorb the explosive power of the meteorite. Can it do the same with the demon seal stone? Lin Feng put his hand on the demon seal stone and shook it, trying to absorb its energies. He examined his book spirit in his head. Lights started twinkling on the empty page. There was a strange strength which slowly penetrated his spirit. As I thought, it's possible. Lin Feng was now extremely happy. That also meant that the new page could absorb all sorts of strengths and energies from precious treasures. What a terrifying power. A gigantic word seal appeared in the dark emptiness. It was twinkling as it was slowly carved with great energies flowing through it. It contained a terrifying oppressive power capable of sealing demons' energies. The word looked very distinct as it appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense the power of the word and he was trying to better understand it. If he used that power, he wouldn't need to use the demon seal stone anymore. Lin Feng calmly inspected and studied his spirit for a long time and then opened his eyes. He shook his hand in a random direction and a terrifying sealing strength emerged. Lin Feng smiled resplendently. As expected, his spirit had recorded how the stone worked and enabled Lin Feng to use that power without the stone. That book had, once again, pleasantly surprised Lin Feng. How mysterious! Lin Feng never knew what the book had offered to him, but each time it was incredible. Can I put the strength and energies of the Jade Emperor's palace in the book as well? Thought Lin Feng. He immediately tried, but this time, nothing happened. Lin Feng looked at the heart. There were many strong cultivators inside, but there were also many incredible treasures. Back when he was in the palace, he had seen many closed doors. Incredible treasures were certainly behind them, but he couldn't open them. What annoyed Lin Feng the most was that there were strong cultivators inside the palace, so he couldn't go inside. Many of them were a lot stronger than him. But Lin Feng wasn't in a rush. Those people were his cattle. He just had to wait until he was strong enough, and then he could deal with them. If I could learn a skill to control other people's bodies using my godly awareness, that would be incredible. I would be able to make them my slaves, so there wouldn't be a need to kill them. Thought Lin Feng. There were strong cultivators inside the palace, and killing them would be a waste. Lin Feng then threw the heart on the ground, and it started shaking unceasingly. The people in the palace were shouting furiously because Lin Feng was making everything shake again. Lin Feng. I will definitely kill you, Lin Feng. Those people were all shouting furiously. They were prisoners that couldn't escape. Even as they found treasures, they couldn't use them unless they escaped the palace. However, Lin Feng, that bastard, wasn't giving them any chance to do so. They couldn't even practice cultivation peacefully because each time Lin Feng threw the heart, it made the whole palace shake, and it was disturbing them in their practice. This way, they would all stay weaker. However, they had no solution. 7 days passed, and some people gathered to enjoy some tea and food at the top of a snowy mountain. There were 4 people with unfathomable and mysterious chi. Those 4 were the leaders of the snowy peaks. Brothers, Xianxia is starting to recruit more disciples in Tianqi. They are becoming stronger and insufferably arrogant, especially Lin Feng. You saw it right after breaking through to the Tianqi layer. He not only acted with arrogance but also violence. In front of me, he even dared to cripple Zi Yunqing's cultivation. I'm sure he will continue to act in an even more insane way in the future if he becomes stronger. Tianshu Zi was attempting to convince the 3 others leaders. Every day they would gather and drink tea together, enjoying some food while chatting. They liked to rest and talk about cultivation. Sometimes they would talk about their disciples. This time, they had been invited by Tianshu Zi to come over and talk about Lin Feng. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's play some chess. The 3 others smiled and ignored Tianshu Zi's words. They didn't feel like getting involved. They didn't want tensions to escalate. Someone was approaching in the distance. Slowly. That person then stopped in front of the leader of Yao Guang and shouted, "Master, what's going on?" asked the leader of Yao Guang. That person remained silent and talked to the Yao Guang leader via their consciousness. After the mental conversation, the leader stood up and smiled. "Brothers, sorry, but I have to go. I will be back later." Then, he left with the person who just came. It seemed like something strange was happening. The other leaders were also called by some people and left saying that they would be back soon. Tianshu Zi was the only one left, and he was feeling annoyed, but he had to remain patient. The leader of Yao Guang went back to Yao Guang and approached one of the snow eagles. "Why did you come here?" asked the leader of Yao Guang. "Sir, my master asked me to bring you something," said the snow eagle while handing over a ring to the leader of Yao Guang. The leader of Yao Guang was surprised and curious. He put his consciousness inside the ring and was pleasantly surprised. He looked back at the snow eagle's sharp lights in his eyes. "Sir, my master sent me. He told me that if we were all strong, then the entire empire would become stronger," said the snow eagle. The leader thought about it and then became gentle, even warm. "Please tell him how grateful I am. I appreciate his gesture and I accept it too. I can understand what he means. Tianqi is becoming stronger each day, it seems," said the leader of Yao Guang while smiling. "All right, I will tell him," said the snow eagle while bowing before leaving. When the snow eagle left, the Yao Guang leader remained standing there with his eyes twinkling. Xianxia had a new genius. Not only was he strong, he also cared about the future. The same thing happened on the other peaks except Tianshu. Tianshu waited for a long time but nobody came back. His mood was extremely poor. Were those people making fun of him? After a while, he lost his patience and stood up. Then he left Tianshu and went to Yaoguang. On the way, he came across a snow eagle that surprised him. "Brother, why did you come?" said the leader of Yaoguang politely, smiling at Tianshu. "Brother, as I didn't see you come back, I just came to check if everything was all right." "Indeed, there have been some things I needed to manage. I only went to Tianshu to drink tea and play chess. I hope that you are not too disappointed," said the leader of Yaoguang, still smiling. "Okay, well, I won't force you. I just want to know what is going on," asked Tianshu. "What's going on?" Tianshu wasn't saying everything he was thinking. He didn't want to show how he was annoyed. He then added, "Tianxian is dangerously ambitious. Lin Feng is not a righteous person. Brother, stop saying such things. Even though there are tensions between Tianxian and Tianshu, nobody cares about it anymore. We only want to make Tianqi a better place and a more powerful empire. Besides, Lin Feng is a righteous person and has undeniable natural abilities. He's truly a rare genius. He will definitely make Tianxian stronger and Tianqi stronger. How is this a bad thing?" said the leader of Yaoguang. Tianshu remained silent. Then he groaned and said, "Since you think that way, I'm leaving." Then, Tianshu turned around and rose up in the air. "Brother, take care," said the leader of Yaoguang politely. Then Tianshu left to Yuheng. "Brother Yuheng," said Tianshu politely. He then talked about the same topic again. The leader of Yuheng remained silent and said, unwilling to talk, "Brother, you are bringing this up too much. Just forget about it. If you talk about Tianxian again, it will mean that you have forgotten about our principles and goals. We all want Tianqi to become stronger, not for us to fight against each other. I see that Tianxian is progressing quickly because they have found the genius Lin Feng. He is a talented successor and will only benefit Tianxian. I hope that you can understand this and share their happiness. Remember to think about Tianqi." Tianshu pulled a long face. He then turned around and said, "Goodbye." He disappeared in the distance and went to Tianquan. He didn't see the leader though, but one of the disciples told him that the leader was practicing cultivation and had no time to see him. Tianshu was surprised. What was happening? Why were the snow eagles traveling around Tianqi? Had the other leaders left Tianshu because of the eagles? Tianshu didn't understand why he was left alone. Yaoguang, Yuheng, Tianquan. All those leaders were good friends with Tianshu, but now they were defending Lin Feng. Back in Tianxian, Lin Feng was at the top of the main peak. He was observing the snow and in a white robe. Some silhouettes landed behind him. The snow eagles had all come back. They remained silently standing behind Lin Feng. "Are you done?" asked Lin Feng, turning around. "Master, we're done and they're all satisfied," said the snow eagles. Lin Feng nodded. No matter whether it was in his previous life or in this life, contacts were important. Lin Feng didn't know the other leaders well, but because they belonged to the same group, they had harmonious relations. This time, Lin Feng offered them intent and abstruse crystals, hoping that they would all become strong so Tianqi could become stronger. He wasn't acting selfishly. He was solely acting for Tianqi. Nobody could refuse such good intentions because they all belonged to Tianqi. At the same time, they also gained more esteem for Lin Feng. It was rare for a cultivator to share his precious treasures with other cultivators. Many were jealous to see other cultivators becoming stronger. Abstruse crystals were extremely rare and contained abstruse significance energies. For Tian-level cultivators, those were even more incredible treasures. Back then in Tianxian, who was it that thought of stealing Lin Feng's treasures? Lin Feng was young, but apart from Tianshu, nobody dared to violate the rules of Tianqi now. Lin Feng was offering them presents as if he had forgotten what happened the other day. "Let's go." Lin Feng jumped up in the air and started flying. Lin Feng was feeling great. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer and didn't need pure qi to fly anymore. He could borrow the strength of the earth and the sky instead. That feeling was incredible. Lin Feng arrived on the mountain where Junemo Shi and the others were practicing. The 3 Zun cultivators were there as well. They glanced at each other when they saw Lin Feng approaching. They could see that Lin Feng's qi was powerful, that he was in symbiosis with the earth and sky. They couldn't help but nod with admiration. In such a short time, Lin Feng had already made great progress. "Teachers, how are their cultivation levels now?" asked Lin Feng to his teachers. The 3 teachers looked surprised and then smiled. Lin Feng was concerned about his friends. Lin Feng became a young leader in Tianxian, and in the future, he would become a real leader. Therefore, they didn't want to be called master or anything like that. They wanted to be called teachers at most. Very good. Junemo, she can start breaking through to the Tianqi layer. Huang Fulong and Tang Yu, you have already reached the very top of the 9th Xianqi layer. In a short time, they'll also be able to start trying to break through to the Tianqi layer, especially Huang Fulong. Even though he's a bit strange, his natural abilities are rare and he has a pure heart. He practices mindful meditation and might break through to the Tianqi layer before Junemo Shi. Tang Yu, you must make more efforts to progress. And Yunfei Yang is still at the beginning or maybe the middle of the 9th Xianqi layer, however. His cultivation basics are so solid that he is constantly making progress. Slowly but surely, his cultivation basics are even more solid than Junemo Shi's. After reaching the top of the Xianqi layer, it will be extremely easy for him to break through to the Tianqi layer, said the Snow Zun cultivator, explaining the situation to Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood everything. Junemo, she was a go steady and strike hard kind of cultivator with his qi of righteousness. He also had an indestructible spirit, a crazy strength and solid natural abilities. Huang Fulong, however, had mental problems. He was simple-minded, but his heart was pure. He could solely focus on his cultivation. Yu Yu was also talented, but in her heart, she was a woman before a cultivator sometimes. Concerning Yunfei Yang, back then the Prince of Mou was already famous in Shuiyu. After he displayed his incredible talent, he could understand the force of the earth and sky already. He might be slower than everyone else, but his cultivation was still the most solid. "Teachers, I want to leave the region for a while. I want to go back to Shuiyu to check on things," said Lin Feng suddenly. The Snow Zun cultivator remained silent for a few seconds before replying. "Shuiyu is extremely far from our region. You have to be very careful. Now anything could happen. Powerful groups of influence are all interested in you." "I understand," said Lin Feng. After what happened in the Death Valley, Lin Feng had miraculously made it back to Tianqi alive. By now the news had probably spread. Some other powerful groups of influence wouldn't abandon him, namely the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, even if Lin Feng was alone in Tianqi, nobody would dare cause trouble unless every single cultivator of the group came there. But the results would be tragic, and the East Sea Dragon Palace wouldn't do that. Lin Feng left some things behind for Tianxian and then left, crossing the Snowy Empire. Lin Feng had broken through to the first Tianqi layer, so he had to make it back to Shuiyu. The previous time, he had turned into a demon and left Shuiyu. His parents were probably very worried. Bzzz. Bzzz. The snow eagles were following Lin Feng. They passed in front of him and turned into humans. "Master," said the snow eagles, "we're coming with you." Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and then nodded. "All right, just be discreet." The snow eagles nodded and they rose up in the air, flying through the clouds. Lin Feng put on his mask again and turned into another person, that yellowish, sick person. His qi became very weak and nobody could recognize him. Even while crossing Tianqi, he had to be careful. Many people were looking for him. Without the mask, it would be difficult to travel. In fact, Lin Feng had anticipated all of this when he left the region of the snowy peaks and arrived in the Tianqi countryside. He could sense how many people were looking at him. Besides, those people were from all sorts of powerful groups. Even his teachers had warned him. If Lin Feng hadn't put on his mask, he would have died right after leaving Tianqi, but Lin Feng wasn't worried or nervous because he looked like an ordinary disciple of Tianqi. He didn't even fly in the air to avoid drawing people's attention. In the capital city, Lin Feng bought a snow-cold horse and galloped through the town. Against all expectations, Nothing slowed him down as he galloped on the huge road at full speed. A few silhouettes flickered in the air. They were extremely fast, especially their leader. He was in fusion with the earth and sky. It was seemingly a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. "Stop!" shouted one of them furiously. Lin Feng stopped immediately on his horse. Lin Feng appeared weak and fragile as he looked up at the three people and said, "How may I help you, gentlemen?" Lin Feng analyzed their cultivation levels discreetly. One of them had broken through to the second Xianxia layer and the two others were at the top of the Xianxia layer. "You probably come from Xianxia," said the leader, coldly while glancing at Lin Feng. "Indeed," said Lin Feng while nodding. Lin Feng released his awareness and checked the neighboring regions to see if there were others there. There was nobody in the region, only these three. "Is Lin Feng in Xianxia?" asked the leader coldly. "He isn't," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Where is he then?" asked the leader coldly. Lin Feng took a small step forwards. This made the leader look at him in an even colder way. He was getting closer as he shouted, "Speak! Lin Feng is. He's here." When Lin Feng finished talking, he immediately jumped. He had already prepared his bronze bells before that, and in a flash he attacked his opponent's soul. "Die!" Lin Feng had changed back so suddenly. His bronze bells penetrated his opponent's head. Golden lights were seen as he killed his opponent in that second. His awareness moved back to his body and then he slowly fell back down. The other two were not ready for that. They were shaking with fear. That's Lin Feng. Lin Feng could use his awareness to attack people and kill a cultivator of the second Xianxia layer with ease. How astonishing. "Where are you from?" asked Lin Feng. The two ignored Lin Feng and started running. What did they think? That Lin Feng was going to let them off? "Die!" Lin Feng jumped towards them using his Xiao Yao agility technique and released some fire. One of them burnt and vanished into ashes. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the other one by the throat and stretched out his hand so that the opponent couldn't resist anymore. Cultivators of the Xianxia layer were nobodies, tiny insects before him. "Speak," said Lin Feng while glaring at his opponent. It seemed like a sword was piercing through that person's soul. He looked weak and terrified. "Jade Heaven," said the opponent. Then Lin Feng released his fire and killed him. "Jade Heaven Empire. You're quite impatient, aren't you?" thought Lin Feng. People from Jade Heaven were the Jade Emperor's offspring. They were supposed to be his successors. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor appeared and the situation changed. Those who wanted to capture Lin Feng the most were the people from Jade Heaven and from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Feng turned around and burnt the Tian-level cultivator's body. Then he left. He had already left the Empire now, so he had to hurry. Yangzhou City had become resplendent and magnificent. It had also become the new capital city of Shuiyu. There were many people walking around inside the city. It had become a lively and populated city. It wasn't like the past when Shen-level cultivators were rarely found there. In Shuiyu, many people were still talking about the Great War, especially in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng's hometown. Before the war, Shuiyu's people didn't even think about cultivators of the Xianxia layer. In the vast country of Shuiyu, people knew that Duan Renhuang had broken through to the Xianxia layer. They had later learnt that another cultivator, who back then used to be one of the four greatest cultivators of Shuiyu, Lin Hai. He had also broken through to the Xianxia layer and astonished everybody. Duan Wuya and Duan Wudao had also brought some Tian-level cultivators to Shuiyu and attempted to kill everyone during Lin Feng's wedding. Then, Lin Feng's woman turned into a celestial animal, Shueling Long. What a crazy time that was. Unfortunately, when she turned into an animal, she was unable to stop those strong cultivators. Then, because of his love for Meng Qing, Lin Feng turned into a demon and killed Duan Renhuang and the king of Shuiyu. The other Tian-level cultivators left with Lin Feng when he had turned into a demon. Since then, Lin Feng had made great progress and became a true killer. It was as if he had completely changed. The people from Shuiyu couldn't help but be moved and amazed by Lin Feng's story and romanticism. He turned into a demon for his loved one. Not far from the gate of Yangzhou, outside was a silhouette flying through the air. It was a handsome man who had done a lot for Xueyu. But at that moment, he had changed and looked more mature. His eyes seemed to have gained maturity. Xueyu was extremely far from Tianqi, so he no longer needed his mask. He looked at his hometown with tender feelings. Yangzhou looked so much better than in the past. There were skyscrapers now, but for Lin Feng it was the same. "Yangzhou, I'm back," whispered Lin Feng while heading towards the town. "Stop." When Lin Feng passed above the gate, a silhouette rose up in the air and prevented him from going ahead. "This is the Imperial City. It's forbidden to fly and enter," said the Xianxia guard. It was a cultivator of the second Xianxia layer. He had probably joined the Xianxia forces later on. Otherwise, he would recognize Lin Feng. The guard was feeling very nervous. Even though the young man he was facing was the same age as him, he wasn't using pure qi to travel by air. He was simply standing in the emptiness, and the guard could sense that. The guard was looking deep in Lin Feng's eyes and could see that he was extremely strong. Was he going to kill him? But he was a member of the Xianxia forces and had sworn an oath to protect the country even if he had to lose his life. All of this for the splendor of the nation. Yangzhou was the new capital city of Xueyu and the hometown of the monarch. Nobody was allowed to enter the city from the sky. Lin Feng was, of course, not going to blame him. He smiled but looked firm and said, "You cannot rival me, just move aside, or I could kill you in a second." While saying that, Lin Feng condensed some pure qi in his hand and oppressed the entire area. As the young man had thought, Lin Feng was extremely strong. Yangzhou City is the capital city of the country and King Lin Feng's hometown. Nobody can enter from the sky. "If you want to go inside, you will have to kill me first," said the guard, looking more and more worried. He sounded like he had faith, though. He believed in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had become a god in Yangzhou City. The guard had heard many stories about Lin Feng. He was famous in Yangzhou back when he was 16 years old. King Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't think that his parents would make him a king. After Lin Feng turned into a demon and left, he might have died. Why would he be qualified to be called a king? Whispered Lin Feng. However, the guard looked at him coldly. That person was humiliating his religion, his monarch. "Even if you're strong, I will attack you for what you just said," threatened the guard. He jumped forwards and threw his spear at Lin Feng while condensing some pure qi. Lin Feng slightly smiled and stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. The guard kept fighting unceasingly with his full strength. He looked surprised. The guard was glaring at Lin Feng. His strength was too incredible. Lin Feng shook his hand and the guard's spear fell down. The guard dropped down and grabbed the spear, looking at Lin Feng ferociously. He felt humiliated. He was a member of the Xianxia forces and was losing. "I will teach you how to use your spear," said Lin Feng, still smiling. He then made it fall down again and moved towards the guard. A terrifying light appeared with the speed of lightning. Bzzzzz. A buzzing sound spread in the air as the spear was filled with force. It hadn't reached the guard yet, but the atmosphere was already extremely oppressive. The guard already felt da. In front of that spear, he had no chance to survive, so he just closed his eyes. After that, the forces disappeared. The guard opened his eyes and saw that the spear had stopped. Kacha! The guard's helmet broke and he was covered with ice-cold sweat. He had never seen such a terrifying spear. "Did you see and understand that?" asked Lin Feng. The guard nodded and then shook his head. He understood yet didn't. Of course he had seen that spear, but on the other hand he hadn't seen it that clearly. "What kind of spear skill is that?" asked the guard. "It's not a spear skill. I don't understand spears and have never studied them," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "You have never studied spears, but you—" The guard didn't believe Lin Feng. "A spear skill is fixed, it only gives you a way of doing things. If you don't understand spears, then you can't use a skill. Once you understand spears, you can use skills in an extraordinary way. Even if you don't use skills, you can actually carry out powerful attacks if you borrow the force of the earth and sky," explained Lin Feng. The guard still didn't understand. His cultivation level was too low to be compared with Lin Feng's. However, what Lin Feng had just told him was still useful. He would be able to adapt his future practice in accordance. Qi Yun, said some people, joining him in the air. They were looking at Lin Feng in a not-so-friendly way. Qi Yun. The guard suddenly regained his senses and asked Lin Feng, "Wait, why did you teach me things about spears? And on top of that, you humiliated King Lin Feng." The others were astonished while looking at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, that guy had humiliated King Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the king of Shuiyu and his people admired him. For the Xianxia forces, it was even more than that. He was their god, their religion. He was the core of all the legends the Xianxia forces told each other. Stubborn guy. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. That guy reminded him of him back then. "What's going on?" someone else said in the distance. Several people wearing Xianxia armors appeared in the distance. The guy turned around and said, "Officer, someone insulted King Lin Feng." Boom! When that person heard the guard, they condensed their pure qi to kill the offender. People in front of him opened the way as he then saw the one who humiliated King Lin Feng. He looked just as handsome as before, just older. His eyes looked deep and profound. His qi was unfathomable. He even had some silver hair. The officer was astonished. He was recalling all that had happened in the past. Lin Feng had brought the Xianxia forces to Duanren City. He had set the city on fire and had killed many people from Mou, hundreds of thousands in fact. Lin Feng had brought them to Imperial City as well and saved General Lu. Lin Feng had protected General Lu and killed the Imperial guards. He had then gone back to the Imperial City and turned into a demon. The officer could remember everything like a video. The former officers weren't there anymore, only General Lei remained, but he was getting drunk every day, all day. Therefore, that officer who used to be a sergeant had been promoted to the rank of officer. Time passed quickly. Things hadn't changed much, but people came and went. Lin Feng had come back and he was alive. Qi Yun looked at his officer and was surprised. The officer almost had tears in his eyes, he even started crying. They all looked at him seriously. He looked like a kid now. They hadn't gone through such incredible things together. Real nightmares, great wars. They couldn't understand what their officer was thinking. The officer fell down on his knees and cried loudly, "General! General!" Qi Yun and the others were all astonished. General! Their officer was calling that man general. He was so young. And in Shuiyu, there was only one general, the king of Shuiyu, Lin Feng. This young man who was disrespecting their leader was surprisingly Lin Feng. Qi Yun didn't know what to say, so he just stared at him. The one who had taught him about spears was Lin Feng, the young man he admired most. His god. "Stand up," said Lin Feng to the officer. Lin Feng then gave a friendly tap to the officer. He could see memories and nostalgia in the officer's eyes. "General, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," said the officer while lowering his head. He looked extremely sad. "No need to be like that," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "But—" The officer still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng interrupted him. "Continue what you were doing. No need to change your routine because of me." Then Lin Feng disappeared with the blink of an eye. The officer watched as Lin Feng disappeared in the horizon. His eyes were twinkling. Our general has gone through such terrifying hardships. His cultivation level must be unfathomable now. But the officer looked even more preoccupied and sad. Qi Yun looked at Lin Feng and remembered what he had taught him with the spear. Before, he hadn't realized that his dear king was teaching him something. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the Imperial Palace, the governmental building. It had expanded since before and was now incredibly large. Inside, there was a very thick pure qi. Back then, Lin Feng had created 9 palaces with condensed pure qi and then used some great skills to make them even more suitable for cultivation. Of course, there were also gigantic gardens filled with valuable and rare plants. The guards put down their spears when they saw Lin Feng approaching. That was General Lin Feng. They all knelt down and shouted, "General!" Lin Feng had come back. He had survived the demon episode. "Stand up," said Lin Feng while lifting his hand. They all sensed a strength which made them stand back up. "No need to exaggerate," said Lin Feng while smiling. His silhouette flickered and he immediately entered the palace. The palace was different from the old imperial palace of Shuiyu. The new palace was composed of several buildings which looked quite simple. Lin Feng walked slowly while enjoying the peace and tranquility of the atmosphere. At the same time, he released his awareness and enjoyed the familiar surroundings. After a short while, Lin Feng came across a simple courtyard. There were many peculiar flowers and herbs. The courtyard looked extremely peaceful, but outside the courtyard were the many outstanding Xianxia guards. Lin Feng had his awareness enter the garden and saw a beautiful woman. She looked more mature than before and had lost some weight. Now her breasts were more plentiful than before. She was wearing a white robe and appeared to be sad while standing there. The general's tomb. The young woman there was Lu Tsonglan's daughter, Lu Fei. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered without producing any wind or noise. He entered the courtyard and appeared not far behind Lu Fei. Her chi wasn't as incredible as in the past, and now she just looked sad. Maybe hurt. Lin Feng slowly walked towards her. After the general died, he had rushed back to Shuiyu and turned into a demon. He wasn't able to say goodbye to Lu Tsonglan. Lu Fei hadn't even noticed Lin Feng arriving. Pisses. A sound spread in the air that surprised Lu Fei. "Who's there?" said Lu Fei, turning around and releasing some cold chi while grabbing her blade. However, when she saw that face, she froze and remained motionless. "You lost so much weight," said Lin Feng. It was a simple sentence, but it seemed like he was trying to seduce the Lu Fei of his memories. That sentence even made her blush. "You're back," said Lu Fei, trying to control herself. She just wiped her face, trying not to let tears flow down her face. Lin Feng walked forwards and knelt down in front of the general's tomb. He then kowtowed 3 times and continued the same process in front of all the tombs. He remained silent for a long time. The general was an incredible man, but he had died in the hands of despicable people. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Ren, Uncle Feng, I killed Duan Wuya and captured Duan Wudao. Sooner or later I will kill him too. If there is another world, I hope that you are resting in peace there," said Lin Feng in a solemn way. Lin Feng had come from an azure blue celestial body. Sometimes he wondered what it was like back in that world. Were emperors even stronger there? Between that world and the cultivation world, were there links? In the cultivation world, there were emperors and ferocious beasts, but were there real ghosts as well? When Lu Fei heard that Lin Feng had already killed Duan Wuya, she was speechless and knelt down next to Lin Feng. She lowered her head. It seemed like she was trying not to cry. "It's okay to cry," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lu Fei couldn't control herself anymore and started crying. She then put her head on Lin Feng's shoulders, onto which her tears were flowing. They remained silent while she was crying. After a long time, Lu Fei calmed down and raised her head. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How have you been?" "Fine," said Lin Feng while smiling slightly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and opened Lu Fei's white cloth. Very quickly, Lin Feng took off her clothes as her beautiful and perfect body appeared. She looked very slim. The clothes she was wearing were mourning clothes, so Lin Feng lit them on fire in front of General Lu's tomb. Lu Fei's mouth was wide open as Lin Feng said, "Uncle Lu wouldn't want to see you like that. Here is his tomb, not a place where people should be living. Put other clothes on and come with me." Lu Fei didn't know what to say. Then Lin Feng said, "When Uncle Lu was at war, he was mostly worried about you and nobody else. Now that you're alive, he would be very happy about that." Lu Fei was surprised and then nodded. She went into a sepulchre and put on a bright fire-red dress again. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled in a gentle way. Even though she was sad, she looked very beautiful. Lin Feng looked Lu Fei and rose up in the air while shouting, "From now on, the entombment must be closed, and it is a forbidden area of the imperial palace. Nobody can come here." "Who's this?" thought the guards when they heard that voice. They all rose up in the air and saw 2 silhouettes in the horizon. One of them was Lu Fei. The other one was Lin Feng. They recognized him when he turned his head around. It was General Lin Feng. "General, you're back." Lin Feng's voice had been so loud that many people had heard him in the surroundings. People were extremely happy. Back in the days, Lin Feng had left as a demon and now he had come back. That was a great surprise to them. However, their happiness was being hindered by something else. Something Lin Feng didn't know. The news that Lin Feng had come back was spreading everywhere in the Imperial Palace and the Yangzhou city. There were two girls in the king's palace. One of them was the one Lin Feng had planned on marrying back during Xueyu's fall, Duan Xianxia. She was the one who had suffered the most from the war. On the day of her wedding, which was supposed to be the most beautiful day of her life, a tragic war had claimed so many lives. Everything happened because of her evil family members who wanted to kill her lover, Lin Feng, Duan Wuya, Duan Wu Dao, her father and her uncle. The results had been tragic. A sea of blood had spilled in Xueyu when Lin Feng turned into a demon, and ever since, Xianxia has wondered where her lover left to. She had even thought about killing herself, however. She hadn't given up and held hope that her man would come back. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai never blamed her either. They even treated her as their own. They allowed her to live in the palace as she was the king's wife. However, Duan Xianxia was sitting next to a lake and staring at the water. While remembering those times she had spent with Lin Feng, including when they made love, she was giggling. Those times were the best memories of her life. She could also remember when Lin Feng wasn't on her side. She used to draw his portrait. She had the feeling that it had all been a dream. Dong! A stone crashed onto the surface of the water, making it undulate all around. Sister, Lin Feng will come back. You should trust me, Xiaoya said, looking excited. Xiaoya looked more mature than before, and now she could even cheer people up. I know he will, whispered Duan Xianxia. She sounded like she was trying to put on a brave face. Not far behind them, Lin Feng saw Duan Xianxia's beautiful silhouette. He felt guilty about so many things. After he had turned into a demon, he left and Duan Xianxia alone, and up until now she had been waiting for him. Lin Feng slowly walked towards them, and Xiaoya seemed to sense him. She turned her head around and was astonished. Her mouth was wide open and Lin Feng was smiling at her, but at the same time he put his finger on his mouth to tell her to remain silent. Xiaoya nodded and turned around again. Lin Feng walked towards Duan Xianxia and sat down next to her. She was still blankly staring at the water, lost in thought. I know he will come back. Lin Feng slowly stretched his hand and put his arm around Duan Xianxia's waist. She turned her head and froze. She just stared at him blankly. She exhaled twice. It felt like 1,000 years had passed. Lin Feng even had wrinkles under his eyes, of which his eyes looked so deep. She blankly stared at him for a while. She couldn't handle it anymore. She just threw herself in his arms. She was stroking his back with her small hand. At that moment, she didn't look like an aristocrat. She started crying like a baby. Lin Feng held her tightly and caressed her hand. Lin Feng, I knew that you would come back, said Xiaoya, still smiling. She looked pure and innocent. Her smile was magnificent and resplendent. Yes, I came back. Everything will be fine from now on, said Lin Feng. Duan Xianxia moved back and looked at Lin Feng in a beautiful way. All right, Xianxia, let's go and see my parents, said Lin Feng. However, she started shaking when she heard him. What's wrong? Said Lin Feng when he saw the way she was reacting. It didn't look good. Nothing. Your parents went away to look for you, so they won't come back for a while, said Duan Xianxia, holding her smile. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Duan Xianxia. Xianxia, you're lying. I'm not really, they really left to look for you, said Duan Xianxia while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a while. Lin Feng came back? At that moment, Lin Feng turned his head around and saw a silhouette. It was a white-haired old man who he looked very old and weak. His qi was particularly weak, as if he had been sick. Lin Feng was astonished as he stared at him. He then asked, What's going on? What on earth is going on? The old man used to be the head of the Yu clan in the past. He used to be the head of one of the strongest clans in Xueyu. Now he was old and weak. He didn't even have the qi of a cultivator anymore. His cultivation was crippled. Surprisingly, Yu Qingshan's cultivation had been crippled. Nothing. It's good that you came back. It's good, said Yu Qingshan, who didn't sound arrogant nor strong like in the past. He had become an ordinary old man and an ordinary grandfather. Lin Feng was shocked and felt sad. His lips moved as he said, "Grandpa." Yu Qingshan suddenly looked very happy when Lin Feng said that. It was almost as if he had become younger by several years. Good, good. It almost seemed like tears were going to appear in his eyes. Back on that day, Yu Qingshan had seen his beloved daughter get attacked and became furious. He had even participated in the war as well. He had spent so many years raising Yu Tianming hoping to prove to his daughter that he had done the right thing. However, in the end, no matter what, Duan Renhuang was unwilling to let them off. Nobody knew about Yu Tianming. However, many people knew about Lin Feng and his extraordinary achievements. He was proud of Lin Feng, but he felt guilty as well. Because of what had happened in the past, he was never able to acknowledge Lin Feng as his grandson. But now, Lin Feng had already surpassed his father and his grandfather. "Grandpa, where are Mom and Dad?" asked Lin Feng. Suddenly, Duan Xianxia looked extremely nervous as her entire body was covered with an ice-cold sweat. Yu Qingshan also looked to be hiding something. That question seemed very difficult to answer. Your mom's cultivation level is at the top of the Xianxia layer, but she reached a bottleneck. Therefore your dad took her away for a while, to see if he can't help her break through to the Tianqi layer. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng was feeling more and more uncomfortable. You're all lying. Tell me where my parents went. And who crippled your cultivation? Lin Feng was releasing some ice-cold energies now. Xianxia, tell me now, said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Xianxia. Her eyes were tearing as she kept shaking her head. Lin Feng, don't be too hard on Xianxia. She's suffered enough, said Yu Qingshan. Lin Feng turned his head. Okay, Grandpa. Then you tell me what has happened. We cannot tell you, said Yu Qingshan, whose heart was pounding. Lin Feng, stop asking. They're not telling you because they care about you, said Xiaoya. Lin Feng glanced at them as terrifying energies of the Tianqi layer washed over them all. A terrifying energy of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. He was so young and had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. Back then, the 4 amazing cultivators of Xueyu were already astonishing and worshipped in Xueyu, but now Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. For a country like Xueyu, Lin Feng was already considered a strong cultivator. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer like the strongest cultivator of Xueyu, Duan Renhuang. His talent and natural abilities were just incredible. I can't, he has to be even stronger than that. Then someday he will reach the clouds and I will tell him, thought Yu Qingshan while clenching his fists. He had to do this for Lin Feng's future. Yu Meng, he would not blame her father. Meng he herself didn't want Lin Feng to know. Tell me now, said Lin Feng, whose qi was becoming more and more frightening. Yu Qingshan felt like he was going to fall down from the qi. Stop asking. Practice cultivation and forget about it for now, Lin Feng, said Yu Qingshan. Yangzhou City is a big city. There are many people in the palace. You're probably not the only ones who know, the army probably knows, the Xianxia forces and so on, and they won't lie to me, said Lin Feng. Indeed, Yangzhou City was so big and had so many inhabitants. Everybody knew about this. Lin Feng just had to ask and he would know in a few seconds. It wasn't a secret, so could they hide the truth from him? Lin Feng, promise me that if I tell you, you won't attack anyone and won't act carelessly? Asked Yu Qingshan. Okay, I promise, replied Lin Feng without hesitating. Back then, when you turned into a demon, you brought the Xianxia troops to Duanren border and killed an incredible number of people. The people from the country of Liyun hate you. Then, people from the country of Tianfeng also hate you because of what happened at the great competition of Xueyu. After you turned into a demon, they came to Xueyu, said Yu Qingshan slowly. Lin Feng was even more furious. As expected, each action a person took had consequences. And then what happened? Said Lin Feng, nervous. They sent some strong cultivators to the former imperial city and invaded the palace. Then they attacked Yangzhou City and wanted to capture Xianxia. They threatened to rape her, saying the widow couldn't stay single forever and many more horrible things. Said Yu Qingshan. Your parents couldn't agree to let them act that way, so they attacked the strong cultivators of both countries, including some Tian-level cultivators. Even if your parents had broken through to the Xianxia layer as well, they couldn't recover completely, so they were defeated by the last two cultivators. It is also at that moment that my cultivation was crippled. How are my parents now? Asked Lin Feng, feeling extremely worried. The cultivators of the two countries kept your parents in the ancient palace of Shuiyu and then took them away. They said that your parents would never come back to Shuiyu unless we brought Xianxia and all your concubines to them. Otherwise, they would kill your parents. They did that to humiliate Shuiyu and to humiliate you, said Yu Qingshan, who sounded furious as well. Lin Feng, everything is my fault. I am a bad wife, said Duan Xianxia, who felt guilty. She had the feeling that she kept hurting the people around her. Lin Feng took Duan Xianxia's hand, shook his head and said, "You're only an excuse for them. Without you, they would have found another excuse to humiliate Shuiyu and me." Indeed, they all knew that. When they said that they wanted us to bring Xianxia there, it was just to humiliate Shuiyu even more, said Yu Qingshan. His heart felt painful. He felt powerless. He had witnessed everything without being able to do anything. How are my parents now? Are they safe? Asked Lin Feng. He was extremely worried about his parents. Nothing happened to them. The enemies put them on the gate outside of the former imperial city of Shuiyu. They used them as totems to humiliate Shuiyu, said Yu Qingshan. His face was red with anger. At that moment, a terrifying qi was emerging out Lin Feng's body. Yu Qingshan was shaking. That qi was making him suffocate, but he found the strength to shout, "Lin Feng, you promised me you wouldn't go and attack them. You are our only hope. All of us see you as our only hope." "I know. I will not attack. But I will make them pay, and it will be unbearable for them," shouted Lin Feng coldly. "Snow eagles." A terrifying voice shook the entire palace. Immediately, 7 terrifying Tian-level beasts appeared in the sky and peeked down. They appeared around Lin Feng and turned into human beings. Boom, boom, boom! The ground was shaking and fissures were appearing. The 7 snow eagles looked terrifying, and Yu Qingshan kept shaking. Those terrifying wild beasts were all Tian-level beasts. "Master," said the 7 snow eagles while bowing in front of Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan's chest pounded harder. He was absolutely stunned. Astonished. He was about to faint. "Master, Tian-level beasts," those beasts were calling Lin Feng master. What was going on? After Lin Feng had turned into a demon, what had happened? Yu Qingshan couldn't think anymore. His vision was even blurry, and he was shivering from head to foot. Those Tian-level beasts were bowing in front of Lin Feng and calling him master. Many Qixia forces rushed over as well and saw Lin Feng, that young man from Shuiyu who used to be so arrogant. Their general had seemingly gained a certain reputation outside of the country as well. Those 7 Tian-level beasts were calling him master. Lu Fei was astonished as well and shaking. Incredible things always happened to Lin Feng. She was astonished each time she saw him after they were apart. "One of you can turn into a beast, that'll be enough," said Lin Feng. One snow eagle immediately dashed to the sky and turned into a gigantic snow eagle again. His chi was absolutely terrifying and oppressive. Besides, the 6 others dashed to the skies as well and disappeared, as if they had never appeared. "Wait for me," said Lin Feng, jumping up onto the back of the snow eagle. It then opened its gigantic wings and began flying with incredible speed. Yu Qingshan watched as Lin Feng and the eagle disappeared. For a very long time he stood there, speechless. Then some tears appeared in his eyes. He felt proud. Lin Feng would be redoubtable later in life. It seemed like Yu Qingshan had been too worried. A terrifying qi streaked across the sky above Yangzhou City, surprising its people. They had never seen Tian-level beasts which could turn into human beings. However, they could recognize Lin Feng, the young and outstanding man from Yangzhou City. Lin Feng was riding a Tian-level beast, but he didn't know what the former imperial city had become. At that moment, many people were watching Lin Feng fly in the direction of the former imperial city. At the same time, the news that Lin Feng had come back was heard everywhere. According to the legends, he had turned into a demon back then and had almost died. Now, the king came back and he would reign over Shuiyu. And this time, he had already broken through to the Xianxia layer. Duan Huang was already a middle-aged man by the time he hit the Tianqi layer. Besides, so many people of the same age as Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Xianxia layer yet. Lin Feng was riding a Tian-level beast. A terrifying Tian-level beast. Those beasts could turn into human beings. And Lin Feng was their master. Lin Feng had become the master of such powerful creatures. Did they belong to an empire of low quality like Dragon Mountain? In a palace of the former imperial city of Shuiyu, there was a young man riding a ferocious beast. His qi was particularly dark. What can they do? He's just a cultivator of the Xianqi layer, nothing more. We can just go and capture him without taking any effort. Why join hands when you can capture his parents and make an alliance with another country? Said a young man coldly. He seemed angry. He had already broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer and was about to break through to the Tianqi layer. But the environment there wasn't good enough for his cultivation, which annoyed him. Jie, your son is not an ordinary young man. Many people are looking for him. His parents are in our hands. If he comes back, we'll threaten him with them. That depressing voice came from a coffin. Apart from that coffin, there was another coffin filled with extremely thick gloomy qi. So what? Even if he's strong, he has only broken through to the Xianqi layer. Back then, he finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. Xuesha and the dead tree were just pieces of trash. Said the young man despisingly. I think that we should kill them both and then capture his wife and show him. Then we can put her on the main gate. Isn't that the same? I understand you are bored. When we were in Yangzhou City, we captured a maid and she's really fresh. If you want to have some fun. Said a voice coming from another coffin. All right, where is she? Asked the young master seemingly excited. He was in a small and boring country. It was not as exciting as being in his own country, the Black Feather Empire. There was also no access to the cultivation facilities of the Tiansha sect. He didn't understand why the sect wasn't capturing Lin Feng. Okay, we'll get her ready for you, said a voice coming from another coffin. The coffin then rose up in the air and left the palace. In the courtyard was a beautiful woman. She looked pure and innocent. It was the young woman whom Lin Feng had saved in the past, Yishui. Afterwards, she had spent some time with Lin Feng's mother, Yu Menghe. Not bad, thought the young evil master when he saw her. His eyes were twinkling with excitement. That girl looked so pure. She was probably a virgin, perfect for the young master. He walked towards Yishui and tried to put his fingers on her lips, but she avoided him. She was looking at that gloomy young man in an ice-cold way. Kacha! At that moment, an evil voice could be heard as a silhouette crawled out of the coffin. He held a broken jade in his hand. Gloomy Master Lin Feng came back. It won't be long until he comes here, said the young master. He had been waiting for Lin Feng for too long. Finally, it was time. Eh? The gloomy young man looked at Yishui in an evil way and said, I'm still in the mood to play with you though. He then grabbed Yishui and brought her to the main gate. Many people had gathered at the gate. This was normal every day. Many people looked at the two people on the gate. Two geniuses from Shuiyu and their son. They were so unlucky. Shuiyu had been invaded by two powerful countries and some strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer had appeared. Shuiyu couldn't do anything. Lin Feng had only one solution, to turn into a demon again. The two people hanging on the gate were Lin Feng's parents, his father Lin Hai and his mother Yu Menghe. They were both injured and their cultivations crippled. Their qi was extremely weak. They looked so old and tired already. Their lips and skin were extremely dry. Their hair was messy. They were barely breathing. They looked like they were about to die. Many local people from Shuiyu felt incredibly sad each time they saw them. Menghe, I have been useless my entire life, said Lin Hai, feeling extremely guilty. Yu Menghe had chosen him and they had never enjoyed a happy life. What are you talking about? We have a wonderful son and two beautiful daughters-in-law. I just want them to live on. I just hope that Lin Feng never comes, said Yu Menghe. Because her mouth was so dry, it was difficult to talk. Your son has come back. He's in Yangzhou City and will probably be heading this way now, someone said. It was a young man at the top of the gate. He looked evil, and next to him was a beautiful girl. They knew that there were many strong cultivators there. Both of them already comprised 2 of the 4 geniuses of Xueyu, and they were defeated by these people. Therefore, if Lin Feng came to fight and didn't turn into a demon again, he would die for sure, and if he turned into a demon, he would never recover again. Your son is such a piece of trash. That girl is so fresh and your son has never fucked her. Good for me, said the gloomy master in an absolutely and disgusting way. He then put his hand on Yi Shue's mouth while she was trying to shout. You animal! Let her off! Shouted Lin Hai furiously. Why would I? She's rejecting me. The gloomy master. How could I let her off? Said Jie while smiling. He shook his hand and a coffin appeared in front of him. You've probably never been fucked in a coffin. I will show you what it feels like, said Jie while grabbing Yi Shue and stuffing her into the coffin. He then sat down on her. He looked monstrously evil. After making love with her, he would absorb her feminine qi. What a pleasure that would be. You dirty animal, shouted Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. Shouting was useless though. The coffin was slowly closing itself while the gloomy master was about to start raping her. One could almost see him already. In the distance, the crowd didn't dare say anything, but the scene was really disgusting and tragic. Lin Hai was speechless and devastated. Boom! At that moment, the coffin broke open and Yi Shue's was propelled out. The master then appeared with blood on his mouth and he was looking at Yi Shue coldly. You bastard, said Jie while spitting out some blood. You humiliated me, a master. You don't deserve to receive my attention. Good, very good. The master's voice was becoming colder and colder. Now I will kill you and then I will suck your qi. This doesn't seem to be a bad idea either. Bzzz. Bzzz. At that moment, a strong wind started to blow. The gloomy master was surprised when he gazed into the distance. What a powerful bestial qi, thought the gloomy master. He then shouted, Who are you? At the same time, people rose up in the air and released a powerful qi. Those people were from Lai Yun and Tianfeng. The Tianxia sect had invaded Xueyu and the people who had joined in later were following their orders. All in all, they had the same goal, kill Lin Feng. Master, shouted Yi Shue. The silhouette in the distance was getting nearer. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng. At that moment, the crowd in the former imperial city was astonished. It was Lin Feng. Oh! Lin Hai and Yu Menghe sighed. Even though they were grateful, they were sad. Lin Feng couldn't rival with those people. The master was delighted when he saw Lin Feng. He started releasing some deadly energies. It seems like you fancy your master. Well, you will be together forever, buried 6 feet under, said Master Jie while smiling. He then started condensing gloomy qi in his fist to attack her. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice was so loud that it made Master Jie's eardrums shake. At the same time, Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique to run towards Yi Shue. Where are you going? Many people appeared in front of Lin Feng and released terrifying energies. But at that moment, a sword qi dashed to the skies and cut through those people. Their bodies then fell from the sky. Boom! A terrifying punch crashed onto Yi Shue's body and gloomy qi penetrated her body. Yi Shue obviously couldn't stand it. The qi flowed into her veins. Her vital organs were hurt, and her vitality was being drained away. She was still looking at Lin Feng and smiling. Initially, she was a slave and she had never enjoyed the beauty of life. Later on, Lin Feng saved her from the auction market and people finally started respecting her. Unfortunately, she would never be on Lin Feng's side again, and she would never be able to take care of him ever again. While her smile was still on her face, her body slowly fell down. She had turned into a limp body and didn't know what was happening anymore. Lin Feng grabbed Yi Shue and condensed pure qi around her body to protect her. At the same time, he took out a pill and shoved it into her mouth. He then tapped on her body to stimulate her body and hasten the pill's effect. His silhouette flickered as he put Yi Shue on the back of the snow eagle. Then he turned around and looked at the 2 silhouettes on the gate. Lin Feng, finally, you came to die. said the people from Lai Yun and Tianfeng. My son, said Yu Menghe and Lin Hai while looking at Lin Feng. They looked proud of their son. You didn't need to come. Dad, Mom. Those who tortured you are all going to die, said Lin Feng looking furious. He then jumped forwards and released a monumental amount of deadly energies. The crowd felt oppressed as people from both countries were astonished as well. How could Lin Feng's energies be so powerful? Slash! An invisible sword appeared and pierced through someone's forehead, instantly killing them. Eh? The others were astonished and they looked terrified. Slash! 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 Terrifying swords were appearing and whistling. All those who were in front of Lin Feng were being stabbed in the forehead. They didn't even have time to see those swords. The crowd who was outside of the imperial city felt oppressed by those energies. Lin Feng had become so strong. Lin Feng could easily kill those people in the blink of an eye and nobody could stop him. Unfortunately, there were cultivators of the Tianqi layer who had come from the two countries. Lin Feng was a genius, but against them, his talent was useless. Oh no! People who were behind saw how strong Lin Feng was. So they grabbed his parents and put a blade on their throat. Initially, they wanted to save that if Lin Feng turned into a demon, they wouldn't have thought that they would need to do so early. Lin Feng, stop! Shouted those two people furiously. Lin Feng stopped killing those in front of him and looked at those two coldly. However, he didn't continue attacking. Lin Feng knew one of them. It was the imperial tutor from Tianfeng who had gone to Micheng City. I didn't think that you would get stronger again. You came here to die and I will help you achieve your goal, said the imperial tutor, glancing at the corpses. He was surprised at how Lin Feng had killed more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th Xianxia layer. Those people were core disciples of the country of Tianfeng, but Lin Feng had easily slaughtered them. I didn't kill you back then, but now your people from Tianfeng will regret it. You will pay the price for your actions, said Lin Feng coldly. His interlocutor just laughed. Ridiculous. You can barely protect yourself and you're threatening us? Wait until the cultivators of the Tianqi layer from Tianfeng arrive and you'll see. Is that so? Said Lin Feng coldly. He then took a few more steps forward and got closer to the man. Stop! Shouted someone. One more step and your parents will die. Master Jie was surprised by Lin Feng's strength. He was much stronger than what he had believed him to be. Who are you? Said Lin Feng while glancing at him. Xianxia sect, the gloomy master, said the young man. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Xianxia sect is also participating. Seems like the situation is complex. Lin Feng, you finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. As expected, you are an extraordinary cultivator. But today you will die, said the master while releasing ice-cold gloomy qi. I hate that kind of qi the most, so you will have to die first, said Lin Feng while running towards him using the Xiao Yao agility technique. He arrived in front of the gloomy master who wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng immediately grabbed him by the throat. Do you want your parents to die? Said the gloomy master when he saw that Lin Feng wanted to kill him. His heart was pounding. What a cold energy. If I kill you, will they actually kill my parents? Said Lin Feng. Those two were relying on Lin Feng's parents to protect themselves. I am a master of the Tianxia sect. Try if you dare, said the gloomy master when he sensed that Lin Feng's murderous intentions were quickly escalating. He was scared, he actually feared for his life. The Xianxia sect is nothing before me. I killed people from East Sea Dragon Palace, so if you want me to try, I will. I will not only kill you, everybody who came to Shuiyu will die, said Lin Feng menacingly. He then raised the young master in the air and released an infinite amount of sword qi towards the young master. Don't. If you kill me, you will all die here too, said the gloomy master. However, Lin Feng couldn't control himself anymore and his qi continued on. No! Shouted the gloomy master. He was terrified, petrified. However, he wouldn't be able to think any more after that, because the sword qi had already surrounded him and had started to pierce his skin. His entire body was being shredded piece by piece. Besides, The two who had taken Lin Feng's parents as hostages were shaking from head to foot. They looked desperate. Lin Feng said he would kill him, and he did. Lin Feng was insane, like a death god. He didn't care about the consequences of killing other people. The whole crowd was shaking in the distance. Their hearts were pounding, and they couldn't take their eyes off of what was happening. Looking at Lin Feng made them feel excited and full of vitality. Their blood was almost boiling. Lin Feng had turned into a death god that nobody could stop. Those people had invaded Xueyu and had humiliated his parents. He had to get his revenge and kill them. The imperial tutor from the country of Tianfeng and another strong cultivator from the country of Laiyun were both stunned and shaking. They were staring at Lin Feng, looking scared. Their blades were firmly pressed against Lin Hai and Yu Menghe's throats. If Lin Feng moved any further, they would kill them. They couldn't give Lin Feng any chances here. Lin Feng took a few more steps forward, which forced the imperial tutor to shout furiously, "Stop! If you make another step, don't blame me for being merciless." His sword forced a bead of blood to appear on Lin Hai's throat. Lin Feng's facial expression looked even colder. "If you hurt my father again, I will slaughter you even if my parents have to die with you." That sentence resonated in the imperial tutor's brain, forcing him to take back his sword a little. He didn't dare hurt Lin Hai anymore. Lin Feng was becoming even more frightening, almost like a monster. Back then, he had chased Lin Feng to kill him, and he was strong already. He had always known that letting Lin Feng off would be a mistake and regretted not killing him back then. Now things were different now. Lin Feng had become monstrously powerful and was a threat. He didn't want to piss off Lin Feng further. Otherwise, the same thing that happened to Master Jie would happen to him as well. The strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer from Tianfeng are about to arrive. Even if you're extremely strong, you will not be able to rival their strength, thought the imperial tutor. "My son, leave now," shouted Lin Hai to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was a surprising already, but Lin Feng couldn't fight against cultivators of the Tianqi layer. He had no chance. If Lin Hai hadn't had his cultivation crippled, he would have sensed Lin Feng's qi and noticed that he possessed the strength of the Tianqi layer. Unfortunately, he was too weak now. "Dad, I've said it already, I will kill everyone," said Lin Feng. Then, in the distance, a terrifying qi appeared. There were several coffins surrounded by gloomy qi and heading towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was laughing coldly in his thoughts. A terrifying fire appeared in his hand and flew towards the coffins. Explosion sounds could be heard as the coffins started to burn arduously. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounds continued to go off. All the bodies started burning and the fire was burning their innards. Gloomy qi was flowing powerfully, but it was useless against that fire. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, Lin Feng's fire started containing pure sun qi. It was a lot more complicated to extinguish it. Those cultivators burnt and gave horrible shrieks until their last breath. "What a terrifying fire," thought the crowd while watching the fire in the sky. It kept burning, and those cultivators at the top of the Xianxia layer couldn't even stop it. More people were arriving from the distance. Lin Feng groaned coldly as his sword qi dashed to the skies and rolled in waves in the air. Bodies kept falling from the sky as cultivators of the Xianxia layer couldn't rival Lin Feng. At that moment, a vast and terrifying qi invaded the atmosphere. The imperial tutor and the other cultivator looked delighted. Finally, the cultivators of the Tianqi layer had arrived. Lin Feng was doomed. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe turned deathly pale as they sensed those energies. They were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die. The qi was rolling in waves towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw two silhouettes in front of him. Behind Lin Feng was a wall, the wall next to the gate where his parents were hanging. "Lin Feng, you finally arrived," said one of the cultivators of the Tianqi layer to Lin Feng. "In Xueyu and on the way to the great competition of Xueyu, you killed many of my fellow cultivators. I would have never thought that you would be brave enough to show yourself here. Lin Feng, hundreds of thousands of my troops died in your hands. Now I will kill you and your entire family," said the other Tian-level cultivator who was from the country of Laiyun. "Killing them was the right thing to do," said Lin Feng coldly. "You really want to die?" shouted the strong cultivator from the country of Tianfeng. He then punched the air in front of him. His punch contained some terrifying strength borrowed from the earth and sky. Lin Feng tried to block it, but it didn't work. He was immediately propelled backwards and crashed against the wall, breaking some pieces of it. My son! Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were furious. However, the imperial tutor was grinning in a disgusting way. Lin Feng, let me look at you while you're dying. The crowd in the distance was sighing. Lin Feng couldn't escape, he was doomed. He couldn't rival against the cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Now you're regretting, right? Said the strong Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng. He then condensed more strength. Die, shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing a terrifying energy. Dull and stupid, said the Tian-level cultivator while releasing another punch which headed in Lin Feng's direction. An explosion sound resonated and dust rose up in the air. Lin Feng had disappeared in the cloud of dust. My son! Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were desperate. The imperial tutor and the other one were feeling more relaxed. Lin Feng was injured. How could he continue fighting? However, at that moment, a golden light illuminated the atmosphere and two metallic sounds spread in the air. The swords which were pressing against Yu Menghe and Lin Hai's throats broke, and at the same time, blood appeared on the foreheads of the two cultivators who took them as hostages. The imperial tutor seemed to sense something. He wanted to move away, but in a flash of light a sharp sword had already pierced him. Oh no! The imperial tutor's back was covered with cold sweat. He then saw a silhouette emerge out of the dust. It was Lin Feng, and he was using his agility technique. He appeared in front of Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. He grabbed them both and rose up in the air. He then put them on the back of the snow eagle. Eh? The crowd didn't realize what was going on. Lin Feng hadn't been injured at all. Lin Feng, you did everything to save Lin Hai and Yu Menghe, said the imperial tutor looking upset. Mom, Dad, wait for me here. Then, Lin Feng jumped again. He had been patient to save his parents and hadn't revealed his strength of the Tianqi layer. My son, shouted Lin Hai. Don't worry, he'll be fine, said a voice at that moment. Lin Hai couldn't see who just talked. He then looked at the snow eagle which he was riding. The beast was a Tian-level beast. For our master, killing 2 pieces of trash at the Tianqi layer should take only a second only, said the snow eagle. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were astonished. That Tian-level beast was calling their son Master. At the same time as Lin Hai was figuring that out, Lin Feng released a terrifying qi which kept exploding. Ow! What was going on? Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had been hiding his real strength. The imperial tutor was astonished. Lin Feng had endured the Tian-level cultivator's attack only to hide his strength and save his parents. Should I regret? Do I want to die? Mocked Lin Feng as he released his full strength. He looked at the Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng and said, Your 2 countries will regret. He then jumped forwards and released an incredible amount of energy. The earth and sky were shaking as he punched air in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded as the Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng became terrified. He also released energies to block Lin Feng's attack. Boom! Lin Feng's punch crushed his soul and he died in the blink of an eye. While the body was falling down from the sky, the crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had killed a Tian-level cultivator in 1 punch. Lin Feng looked at the other Tian-level cultivator from Liyun who started shaking. How? Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer and was this strong? I must go and inform the cultivators of the Tianxia sect, thought the cultivator. He turned around to leave, but a golden light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows which turned into a bronze bell that crashed into the back of the opponent's head. Buzzing sounds spread in the air and the crowd's souls were shaking. Then, the bell went back into Lin Feng's body. Meanwhile, the other Tian-level cultivator's body fell down from the sky. He was dead. The 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer had died in seconds. One had been killed by Lin Feng's punch, the other by his awareness. Now the imperial tutor was quaking in fear. He had never thought that Lin Feng would progress so quickly. I want to die? I will tell you something. I will slaughter the Emperor of Tianfeng after I kill you, said Lin Feng. He released sword energy and attacked the Imperial tutor, without any possibility to escape or counter. He died as well. Lin Feng had annihilated all those people, one after the other. He even killed some of them without moving. Lin Feng, king of Shuiyu. Citizens of Shuiyu were astonished. Lin Feng had just killed 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Not only had Lin Feng broken through to the Tianqi layer, but he was also much stronger than Duan Renhuang. With only 2 attacks, he had been able to slaughter 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer. That golden bell was something that they had never seen before. In the end, the crowd didn't understand how Lin Feng had killed the Tian-level cultivator from Liyun, but both Tian-level cultivators from Tianfeng and Liyun had died. They could only guess that Lin Feng may have just crushed his opponent's soul. At that moment, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were astonished as well. Tianqi layer. After turning into a demon and leaving Shuiyu, Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Now he came back as a king and could crush other cultivators of the Tianqi layer so very easily. They were incredibly proud. Lin Feng had told them, he said that he would them even if they were Tian-level cultivators. Mom, Dad, the eagle will protect you. Just stay on his back and don't worry, said Lin Feng to his parents, who nodded. Without spending time talking to them, he rushed over to the former imperial palace of Shuiyu. He wanted to see who had organized all of this. How many people were still there? They all had to die. The snow eagle flapped its wings and followed Lin Feng inside the palace. Lin Feng was glancing around. For him, cultivators at the same level were nobodies, like tiny insects. He was flying around the palace like a madman searching. The crowd outside of the palace followed him as well. They wanted to keep watching him. Many people rose into the air to follow him more closely. Nobody wanted to miss Lin Feng's revenge. They wanted to see if anybody was able to contend against their king. That massive group of people looked like a tidal wave gushing into the former imperial city. Many strong cultivators inside the palace seemed to be aware that Lin Feng had come back. Very quickly, some people appeared on Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng released some terrifying sword energy. Those who had just came close to Lin Feng could sense his qi and wanted to escape, but they couldn't move fast enough. Lin Feng released golden lights and killed them. It was raining bodies. The ancient city turned into an ocean of blood. After that, many people decided not to watch from the sky anymore. They were too terrified of Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng moved towards the center of the palace. Many of the people from Tianfeng and Liyun had settled there. There was even an army. They knew that Lin Feng had turned into a demon, so the 2 countries brought backup. They wanted to conquer the former capital city of Shuiyu and then conquer the entire country. Unfortunately, they had had no choice but to change their plan after the Tianxia sect came to Shuiyu. They had to take Lin Feng's parents as hostages and wait for him to come, but they both came to kill Lin Feng. In the main palace, many people sensed the terrifying qi and raised their heads. There was a handsome young man whose energies were terrifying. It seemed like nobody could stop him. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly and released some energies. He shook his hand and the crowd couldn't see anything but golden lights which streaked across the sky and murdered Lin Feng's enemies. Die, said Lin Feng coldly. Blood splashed everywhere. The walls of the palace were covered everywhere with blood. Not only had those people invaded Shuiyu, but they had also captured his parents. They had almost killed them. Lin Feng had to get his revenge. He had to kill them. Otherwise, what would they do if he wasn't in Shuiyu? You animal! Jie jie! Said gloomy voices coming from coffins. Then 2 coffins then started flying. Those 2 pieces of trash were unsurprisingly unable to stop you, said a voice coming from one of the coffins. Then, a terrifying gloomy qi surrounded Lin Feng. In a flash, the gloomy qi crashed onto Lin Feng's body. However, he had already ignited a fire and the gloomy qi disappeared whenever it touched that fire. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards and released a terrifyingly oppressive punch which contained an inextinguishable fire. Boom! The fire made short work of the coffin. Ah! The cultivator inside gave a horrible shriek which echoed far off in the distance. The Tian-level cultivator inside the coffin wanted to come out and attack. But at that moment, Lin Feng's hand crashed into the coffin. That punch possessed the power of the demon seal stone, so the entire coffin was sealed. The person inside couldn't escape. The fire was becoming more intense. The coffin was already surrounded by flames to the extent that it wasn't visible anymore. Inside, the cultivator was crying with pain. The crowd was astonished, especially the cultivators of the Xianxia sect who came later. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't look like the other Tian-level cultivators of the same level. He had surpassed them. The other cultivator came out of his coffin when he saw that Lin Feng had imprisoned his fellow inside his coffin. He didn't want to stay inside the coffin anymore. Instead, he immediately attacked. Die! That released a monstrous amount of gloomy qi. You filthy bastard! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A black lotus appeared in his hand that contained some corrosive energy. Boom! The terrifying gloomy qi was destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng used the Xiaoyao agility technique and immediately punched his opponent, not giving him any chance to escape. The black lotus then made contact with his opponent, who then exploded and disappeared. Lin Feng's qi was still hanging around in the atmosphere after killing the Tian-level cultivator. He then released some sword qi and attacked people from both Lai Yun and Tian Feng. Nobody was able to stop Lin Feng. All they could do was wait and die. Nobody thought that the situation would turn out this way. Lin Feng didn't fear any of them and nobody could challenge him. Each time he attacked, blood spilled. He could kill Tian-level cultivators in one punch. The worst part is that they used his parents to attract him, but that seemingly pissed him off more. Finally, Lin Feng made his way to the original palace of the former imperial city. A myriad of black chains containing terrifying gloomy qi appeared and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he released his awareness to block the chains. A few buildings were destroyed by his sword qi as more coffins appeared. The black chains were precisely coming from those coffins. A bunch of undead pieces of trash, said Lin Feng coldly. Kacha! Boom boom boom! The coffins moved in every direction, and their chains continued to target Lin Feng. Very quickly, the coffins stopped and the chains were about to trap Lin Feng, but he didn't look like he was scared. At that moment, Lin Feng turned into a majestic mountain standing aloof. Lin Feng became enchained when two coffins decided to attack him head-on. Lin Feng then moved and the chains moved along with him. It seemed like his body contained an extraordinary strength. It wasn't long before the two coffins arrived in front of Lin Feng. He punched the two coffins and an explosion sounded. The bronze coffins broke into pieces. At the same time, the corpses they contained vanished as well without even having the time to shout. Boom boom boom! The other coffins moved away and landed on a building. From there, they were observing Lin Feng with terrified expressions. Lin Feng's physical strength was terrific. Some silhouettes descended from the sky and Lin Feng ended up surrounded by many people, of which many of them also had chains. In front of Lin Feng, there was a huge palace filled with a large group of people. They were in fusion with the earth sand sky, especially the one at the very front. He was wearing an ordinary gray robe. He had at least broken through to the third Tian Qi layer, and his qi contained intent. What a big army, thought Lin Feng. There were a dozen of them who had all broken through to the Tian Qi layer. Lai Yun and Tian Feng are such small countries. Having two cultivators of the Tian Qi layer is already something exceptional. Those Tian-level cultivators can't be from those two countries, thought Lin Feng. Those Tian Qi layer cultivators had participated to the Great War back then, and it seemed like they had all been waiting for him to come back. The leader of the group smiled coldly and said, Lin Feng, you are extremely strong and your natural abilities are breathtaking. But no matter how talented you are, your cultivation level is limited. You can't contend against us. Now, if you decide to join us, listen to my orders and only to my orders, maybe I will let you live. Perhaps I won't harm your family members or friends either. You want me to accept defeat without fighting back? Said Lin Feng mockingly before adding, Tell me, to which group of influence do you belong to? The East Sea Dragon Palace or the Jade Heaven Empire? I am asking you something you should accept. If you refuse, accepting later will be too late and will be left with regrets," said the cultivator wearing the gray robe. Lin Feng then replied, "Too late for regrets? How ridiculous. Because of me, you wasted time and energy. You've surprisingly been waiting for me all this time and captured my parents as hostages. You knew that sooner or later I would leave Tianqi and would come back home for a while. Therefore, I know that you've been waiting here for a long while." His interlocutor understood him. He even seemed to know a lot about Lin Feng. They had brought so many cultivators of the Tianqi layer to ensure that they would win. "Even if you know all those things, so what? I will repeat myself one more time. If you listen to my orders, maybe I will let you live. At least, I will let all your friends and family members off," said his interlocutor calmly. He seemed to think he had already won. Lin Feng was strong but had just broken through to the first Tianqi layer. He could kill cultivators of the same level, but no matter what, he couldn't kill a dozen cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Amongst them, there were cultivators of the second Tianqi layer and a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. Lin Feng couldn't resist. "Is that so? There are so many of you, you all should at least show me what you can do," said Lin Feng. A storm appeared and a terrifying hurricane started blowing. Some white silhouettes appeared with incredible speed and exuded powerful bestial qi. Boom, boom, boom! The silhouettes landed on the ground and surrounded those Tian-level cultivators. Tian-level beasts. Those cultivators were astonished and puzzled. Where did those beasts come from? Surprisingly, there were some people up in the clouds. They couldn't even sense the qi of the beasts, which meant that those beasts were stronger than them. "Is that enough?" said Lin Feng while looking at the cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. That person was too stunned to reply. The crowd in the palace was astonished as well. How could Lin Feng have so many strong allies? "If that's not enough, I can call more people," said Lin Feng indifferently. He then raised his hand and his snow tower appeared. Immediately, some gigantic beasts appeared. Ruahar! Arg! Boom, boom, boom! Those beasts were roaring furiously and punching their chests. The atmosphere was filled with a terrifying bestial qi. Those new beasts were also Tian-level beasts, and they were all surrounding the enemies. They were scared to death. If they had foreseen this outcome, they would have let Lin Feng off. But now it was too late. Lin Feng was ready able to kill them. If that group of ferocious wild beasts attacked, they would all get slaughtered. "Now, do you still want me to listen to your orders?" said Lin Feng mockingly. How could it be? Where were all those beasts from? How had Lin Feng obtained so many wild beasts? Their plan was ruined. In fact, the complete opposite was happening. They had guessed right about luring Lin Feng to them in the beginning, but not about the outcome. Lin Feng had come with the intention of saving his parents, but in the end, he had also brought a dozen terrifyingly strong beasts with him. They had all at least broken through to the third Tianqi layer and above. The weakest beast there was able to kill the strongest cultivator of the group. How was this a fight? "Now we should talk. Where are you from?" asked Lin Feng while releasing some more terrifying qi. Nobody replied. Even if they talked, Lin Feng would probably order his beasts to kill them. Lin Feng waited for a moment and saw that they were speechless. He smiled and said, "You can remain silent, but I will show you what it's like to be really scared." He needed to know who made his parents suffer so much. He had to get his revenge. "Slaughter him," said Lin Feng while pointing at someone with his left hand. In a flash, a beast roared and the ground shook. The great rock flapped its wings and attacked the enemy with its sharp claws. That person sensed the bestial qi and he was terrified. He wanted to escape, but the rock was extremely fast. It was only a moment before the claws of the rock pierced through the enemy's skin. The rock lifted him up in the air and threw him away. Slash, slash! A snake spat some poison at him and the violent bear smashed his chest. Blood kept spilling. That cultivator of the Tianqi layer was a plaything to these beasts. The others were shaking. Their souls were even shaking. It was so easy for those beasts to torture a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. It had been so hard to break through to the Tianqi layer. But they looked so weak when compared to those beasts. If they didn't listen to Lin Feng, they would all end up in the same boat. "Who sent you?" said Lin Feng again. As before, nobody talked. "It seems like this is not enough." Lin Feng's evil voice was terrifying. Was he insane? They watched as Lin Feng pointed at another person. "Wait," said that person suddenly. "I will tell you, but will you let me live? You can decide to talk or not. I can decide to let you live or not," replied Lin Feng. "There are many people back in the palace. I need to know now, otherwise those people might learn that I told you," said the person. If he didn't tell Lin Feng, he would get killed. But if he told him, someone might learn about it and would kill him anyways. "It seems like you're not ready to talk," said Lin Feng while slowly raising his hand. "It's Xingong," shouted that person suddenly. He then looked at the man in the gray robe and said "You're a bunch of bastards. If you hadn't joined, we could have killed some people and left already. It's Xingong's fault. They sent us." Xingong. Lin Feng wasn't prepared for that answer. He hadn't heard about them for so long. Now he was feeling a bit better. He had completely forgotten about them actually. There had been some tensions between Lin Feng and Xingong. Xingong was a powerful group of influence in Xueyu and they could, if they wished, invade the entire region and control some of the other influential groups. It looks like they had given orders to Tianfeng and Lai Yun this time. They had even used a powerful group from Tianfeng, the Tiansha sect. "Xingong," repeated Lin Feng. He thought that it was either the East Sea Dragon Palace or Jade Heaven. But surprisingly, it was Xingong. But Lin Feng had never really done anything to Xingong. He thought about going to the mysterious world in the name of Xingong. But he never thought of joining them to practice cultivation. However, when Lin Feng had turned into a demon, Xingong didn't help him, so Lin Feng had given up on them. But was that a catastrophe? Lin Feng had never thought that Xingong would resort to such means to capture him. It was as if they hated him more than the Jade Heaven Empire and the East Sea Dragon Palace. They had captured his parents, crippled their cultivation, and hung them onto a wall to lure him in. "So you're from Xingong," said Lin Feng to the man wearing a gray robe. "Who ordered you to come? Does it matter? Lin Feng, you're a genius, and Xingong also thinks that you're a genius. If you had joined Xingong and became a disciple there, you would be even stronger. Unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity and chose to walk on a path which will lead to your own death. You betrayed Xingong. Now, when Xingong knows that I'm dead, they will send even stronger people to kill you and you'll be doomed. It's just bad luck." "I've never believed in luck. I control my own life," said Lin Feng coldly. He then raised his hands to signal their deaths. Roar! The violent bear stomped the ground, making it shake. Then jumped. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer turned deathly pale. They were going to die. Nobody could escape. Those beasts were stronger than them and could easily kill them. They were going to die in Xueyu. The former imperial city of Xueyu was going to be covered with the blood of so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng looked expressionless. Xingong had resorted to such pathetic means. He was never going to forget that. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were on the back of the snow eagle and could see everything. They were so proud of their son. They thought that there were at most 5 to 6 strong cultivators, but it turned out that there were so many more. Even then, they weren't enough. Tian-level beasts were calling their son master, and Lin Feng's own strength was terrifying. He could kill cultivators of the first Tianqi layer with a single punch. "Lin Feng, you're an adult now," thought Lin Hai, whose heart was filled with emotions. It was so painful. He had had to raise his son alone, preferring to protect him and keep him away from cultivation. He had to bear the responsibility for so many things. He had done his best to protect his son, and now his son was protecting him. His son was a grown-up. "Yes, he can't be a child forever," said Yu Menghe. She looked much younger all of a sudden. Her son had broken through to the Tianqi layer and had killed Tian-level cultivators. "Lin Hai, it's thanks to you," said Yu Menghe while smiling. Lin Hai had raised Lin Feng alone. She, as a mother, had done nothing. "Menghe, what are you talking about? Could I give birth to a child on my own?" said Lin Hai, making Yu Menghe laugh and blush. "Lin Hai, he mentioned Xingong a moment ago. Xingong is the influential group that started the great competition of Shuiyu. I would have never thought that they would harbor evil intentions towards Lin Feng. Even if he is strong now, he won't be able to rival them just yet," said Yu Menghe. She looked worried again. "If he's not strong enough, we have to take our close ones away from Shuiyu, very far away. That way Lin Feng won't have to deal with them. I don't think that Xingong would be able to find us that way. The world is big, so it's not easy to find somebody," said Lin Hai. "Why go far away? If you agree, we can all go back to the Tianqi," said one of the snow eagles. "The Tianqi Empire," Lin Hai's whispered. "I've heard about that empire. It's in the Ganyu region. They're very strong and their cultivators adhere to religion-like principles." Lin Hai looked at the snow eagle and asked him, "Master, did you meet our son in Tianqi?" "Don't call me master. Your son is my master. Call me brother, that'll be enough," said the snow eagle before adding, "Indeed, we know each other from Tianqi and we are from Tianqi." "Tianqi? You are Tian-level beasts from Tianqi," thought Lin Hai surprised. What did it all mean? What was Lin Feng's social status in the Tianqi Empire? "In Tianqi, there are 7 snowy peaks and we listen to the orders given by one of them, Tianxian. After our master joined Tianqi with his incredible talent and strength, he became the young master and offspring of Tianxian. He is the future real leader of Tianxian. Therefore, if you want, you can stay at Tianqi anytime," said the eagle as if it had guessed what Lin Hai was thinking. Lin Feng had become the young leader and offspring of one of the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi. He was the future leader of the group. Were they dreaming? Tianqi was a powerful empire in the Ganyu region. Lin Feng had exceeded their expectations. He had become far stronger than what they would have ever thought. No wonder those strong Tian-level beasts were following Lin Feng and were calling him master. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with pride. Lin Feng was so talented. They had never thought that Lin Feng would actually become so strong. And now the snow eagle was explaining to them that their son was going to become the leader of a snowy peak in Tianqi. Not only had he broken through to the Tianqi layer, but on top of that, he was surely going to become a Zun cultivator someday. For Shuiyu, that would be incredible. A Zun cultivator could destroy an empire of lower quality easily. Zun cultivators could also create a blood spirit and transmit it from generation to generation. Yu Menghe had the blood of a Zun cultivator in her veins. But in Shuiyu, Zun cultivators were legends and ancestors. And now her son was walking on a path which would maybe make him become a Zun cultivator. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe felt relieved all of a sudden. As a future genuine leader in Tianqi and as a current young master, it would be difficult for Xingong to threaten Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was also sought by 2 powerful groups of influence. If they had known about that, they would have handled the situation in Shuiyu in a very different way. It had started to get dark in Shuiyu. The sun was red like blood, and it was shining upon the city covered with actual blood. It was the former imperial city, but it had been the center of an unceasing war for a long time now. Bzzz. Bzzz. The snow eagles returned in front of Lin Feng, who had just finished killing the remaining survivors. "Brothers, you can separate now. One goes to Laiyun, one goes to Tianfeng. We're going to destroy the imperial families from those countries. We also have to destroy the Wanxiang sect in Tianfeng." Lin Feng directed the snow eagles. He knew how strong the snow eagles were. One of them alone could easily destroy a sect. He had said it before, he would make Laiyun and Tianfeng regret everything. They were going to pay the price for what they had done in Shuiyu and to his parents. "Roger, master," said the 2 snow eagles while rising up in the air. They then opened their wings and started flapping them into the distance. The 2 countries were quite far from Shuiyu, but with their speed, the snow eagles didn't need much time to get there. Lin Feng made the ferocious beasts come back into the snow tower and then went back to his parents. He felt guilty and said, "Dad, Mom, you were hurt because of me." "Lin Feng, what are you talking about? You came back, that's what we should focus on," said Lin Hai while looking at his son. Lin Feng had become an adult, so much more mature. "Lin Feng, come here," said Yu Menghe while opening her arms. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he immediately appeared next to his mother. Lin Feng, you went through lots of hardships, said Yu Menghe while caressing her son's face. She felt sad for her son. Lin Feng's face resembled that of someone who had gone through many hardships. He looked older than he really was. Many people of the same age as Lin Feng had never experienced so many hardships. Lin Feng had almost died so many times, he was already starting to have some wrinkles. Look at you. You've become so strong because of all your adventures, said Lin Hai while shaking his head. Even though he felt sad for Lin Feng and had compassion as a father, he had to talk as a man. They hoped that Lin Feng would continue becoming stronger. Of course, the cultivation world was cruel. And in the world, Lin Feng was obviously still not strong enough, but he was strong enough to save them in Xueyu. Dad, Mom, let's go back to Yangzhou City. Grandpa is waiting for us there, said Lin Feng while smiling. All right, let's go back. My dad is probably worried sick, said Yu Menghe while nodding. Lin Feng raised his hand and the snow eagle flew back towards Yangzhou City. Lin Feng checked Yishue's injuries. She was severely injured, but he would be able to save her. Local people from the former imperial city watched as the beast flew back, feeling reassured. Lin Feng had come back. Blood may have been spilled, but what an honor and a glory it was for them to have Lin Feng. He was a source of light for them. He was their leader, their king. Countries like Lai Yun and Tianfeng wouldn't be able to continue threatening them, even if they joined hands. Xueyu had become a powerful country. The Yunhai mountain range was extremely calm. The Yunhai mountain range was already a place to worship the ancestors of the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect looked the same as before, its valleys, its cliffs. Everything looked the same. However, the guards of the Yunhai sect were not feeling well at that moment because it was extremely hot. It was way too hot. The Yunhai sect had turned into a boiling hot pot. But where did that heat come from? Was it turning into a volcano? The guards were suffering from the heat but remained to perform their duty. The forbidden area was especially hot and the mountain was entirely red. It seemed like there were flames coming from the ground. Down the precipice and under the cliff where the drums were, there was a secret cave. It contained a palace and used to be the secret place of the Yunhai sect. Only the protectors of the Yunhai sect knew that it existed. At that moment, the ancient palace was closed but its door was red. Lin Feng had been inside already and learnt the strength of the Haruka. Inside the ancient palace was a painting surrounded by flames. In that painting was a world of mountains, oceans, a desert, jungle, and people that looked very distinct. Under the painting was a Haruka statue. Lin Feng had decided to attack the statue before and now the painting had changed. It had turned into flames which invaded the entire palace, and even the entire Yunhai mountain range. There were also strange and loud sounds emanating from the ancient palace. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on in the Yunhai mountain range. He didn't know what his careless acts had led to. At that moment, he was riding his Tian-level snow eagle back to Yangzhou City. Lin Feng was bringing Lin Hai and Yu Menghe back to Yangzhou City. Everybody knew that people from Tianfeng and Lai Yun had captured his parents. They just didn't know exactly why. When they saw how furious Lin Feng was, and now that he was coming back to Yangzhou City with his beasts, people could easily guess what happened to those people from Lai Yun and Tianfeng. Lin Feng was the king of Xueyu. After he turned into a demon, he must have gotten stronger. He wasn't the talented young man from before, he had matured. He was now majestic and dignified. It only a few days before everyone in Xueyu learned that Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Lai Yun and Tianfeng would fall into chaos now. Lin Feng was too strong. Yu Qingshan felt relieved, but Yu Tianming was in Xingong. Duan Xianyi and Xiaoye were happy. The Qixie troops felt even more combative and regretted they hadn't gone with Lin Feng to kill his enemies. After Lin Feng made it back to Yangzhou City, he needed pills so he confined himself in a room. Yishui and his parents were all badly injured and he had to heal them. And Lin Feng hadn't forgotten about Yunxi. She still needed divine water pills. Divine water pills were extraordinary. At worst, the divine water pills were Shen-level pills. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, they were even more efficient. They could bring the dead back to life. Its ingredients consisted of 9 sun herb, divine fungus, and sanguine soul herb. They were very difficult to obtain. 9 sun herb contained sun chi and could revive people's life energy. Sanguine soul herb could purify people's blood, containing vitality. The divine fungus was used to hold pill together. With those 3 ingredients, it was possible to concoct divine water pills. Not only would they heal Yun Shi, but they could also be used to save Yishue's life and heal Yu Meng He and Lin Hai. Of course, Lin Feng needed to concoct 4 of those pills first. In a secret room, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged with Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi beside him. They had also collected some ingredients for the pills. They had performed their own medical research in order to help Lin Feng concoct the divine water pills. They could still remember Lin Feng when they had met him back in the ancient water city. He was bullied by other clans and they decided to side with him. Now they realized how right they were. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer already, which was their dream. But Lin Feng was so young. Lin Feng was in a special state of mind. In his head, there was a desert, the desert of his spirit. He was holding the dragon cauldron in his hand. It seemed like his spirit could see through it. Maybe by understanding the cauldron better would enable him to use it in a better way. Some marks appeared in the desert of his spirit, making his spirit glow in a strange way. Rays of light were twinkling and flashing. Then they turned into a gigantic cauldron which contained an ancient qi. Lin Feng was just realizing that inside the cauldron was another cosmos, another universe. There were strange patterns and marks that looked dazzling. Those were holy marks. The heavenly 9-dragon cauldron was an ancient cauldron. Unsurprisingly, it was a precious and extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng could sense his ancient cauldron and its holy marks very clearly. With his acute perceptions, Lin Feng could distinguish a dragon shape in the holy marks. Lin Feng released his awareness onto the holy marks. It was as if pure qi was flowing through them. In a flash, the holy marks diffused incredible lights in Lin Feng's spirit. A dragon appeared and opened its mouth, spewing endless qi. Bzzzzzzz. An alarm began blaring in Lin Feng's head as if the dragon was attacking his awareness. His body started shaking violently, but luckily, his awareness was absorbing the shocks. Lin Feng struggled but managed to continue observing the holy marks. He was staring to understand them, but in a few seconds, Lin Feng was covered with cold sweat. His awareness was communicating with the holy marks and it seemed like it could attract the dragon's attacks. Although dragon was in the emptiness, it seemed very real. The heavenly 9-dragon cauldron, whispered Lin Feng. He seemed to be in another world. Something strange to find in an ancient cauldron. As the dragon was spitting out energy, Lin Feng had an incredible sensation. That qi was rotating while the pills were being concocted. Indeed, the cauldron was initially a tool to concoct pills. Of course, the ancient dragon also had an incredible offensive power. Lin Feng, what's going on? Asked Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua, who hadn't started concocting pills yet. They were too concerned by Lin Feng's reaction. How strange. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, I'm fine. I was just about to start. If anything strange happens, please help me and thank you, said Lin Feng. The 2 old men nodded. Even if they didn't say anything, they knew what to do. They had seen Lin Feng concoct pills in the past and found that he was quite talented. With his incredible power of understanding and his powerful soul, Lin Feng had surpassed them in terms of pill concoction. They could only assist him now. Bzzzzzzz. A fire ignited and the entire room was invaded with fire qi and heat. The fire was terrifying and burning all around the cauldron. Although powerful, the fire seemed to contain a level of calmness. They put the ingredients in the cauldron and dazzling lights appeared. The 9 sun herb, the divine fungus, and the sanguine soul herb were such precious medicinal herbs and were terribly expensive. But in the cauldron, they looked like ordinary items. Lin Feng was simply throwing them into the cauldron to mix their qualities. Divine water pills were sun-type pills, holy healing pills, but their price was enormous. It was no surprise that they cost so much in the continent. Even if one was willing to spend money, it wasn't easy to find pills. Divine water pills weren't just healing pills, They could also help cultivators develop their natural abilities and make strengthen people's souls. They could enhance cultivators' flesh and organs. Things were getting hotter in the room. Lin Feng started making gestures with his hands and the cauldron began buzzing. At the same time, Lin Feng's godly awareness was everywhere in the room. Everything that was happening was appearing very clearly in his brain, including what was going on in the cauldron. This time, Lin Feng couldn't fail, he had to succeed. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were watching Lin Feng's moves and were surprised. The fire was so powerful, no to mention his methods. What really surprised the two old men was Lin Feng's control. While practicing mindful consciousness, he could control each and every step of the process. The two old men sighed. What a pity that Lin Feng hadn't become an alchemist, but they knew that it was impossible. Lin Feng had such natural abilities. How could he only focus on pills? Alchemy was only a means to help him on the path of cultivation. If Lin Feng hadn't gone through so many hardships though, maybe alchemy wouldn't have been possible for him. Cultivation was at the roots of the cultivation world. Everybody wanted to be strong and powerful. Time passed slowly. After a very long time, a strange qi invaded the room. There were many sorts of qi mixing together. The qi of the herbs were starting to condense. Lin Feng frowned and focused even more. He couldn't be careless at that moment, otherwise he might lose everything. The fragrance of the medicine was becoming more dense. The entire room was filled with it. Lin Feng could sense that some pills were starting to condense. Very soon, divine water pills would appear. However, after a while, the qi of the ingredients had fused already but the pills hadn't appeared. Lin Feng was wondering what was going on. Almost, thought the two old men. They could sense the energy and everything had to be very precise for the concoction to work. A dazzling light started to appear and it contained a terrifying qi. The strength of the earth and sky was drawn towards the pills which were absorbing it. This was the last step. It's risky. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't working, but with the fire and his technique, there was no reason for it not to work. Maybe he didn't have enough experience. He knew how to concoct the pills thanks to the recipe, but maybe he missed something. His godly awareness entered the cauldron and then the entire cauldron started shaking violently. It seemed like a dragon was waking. Lin Feng poured sun pure qi into the holy marks of the cauldron. The dragon started roaring and spitting out energy. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. A terrifying roar emanated from the cauldron. Lin Feng's awareness shook and 1,000 rays of light appeared. Without hesitating, Lin Feng rose up in the air and broke through the ceiling of the room. A gigantic hole appeared there. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and streaked across the sky as he grabbed everything that flashed out of the cauldron. His hands were hot, it seemed like they were boiling. The blood qi was incredible, but besides blood qi there was some sun qi. Lin Feng was overjoyed by his success. Divine water pills. Lin Feng opened his hands. He had taken great efforts to make those pills. Silhouettes flickered and neared him, attracted by the pills' thick energies. But when they saw Lin Feng, they stopped and they looked surprised. Lin Feng glanced at them and nodded, and then they all smiled in a resplendent way. Lin Feng, those are Tian-level pills. Hurry and give them to those who are hurt, otherwise the soul qi will diminish, said Mr. Hua. Lin Feng nodded at him and condensed some pure qi in his hands to envelope the 5 pills. The lights which were dashing to the skies became less dazzling and the medicinal fragrance also disappeared. I'm off, said Lin Feng, whose silhouette flickered. Lin Feng arrived in a courtyard. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were in a cultivation room trying to see if they still had some pure qi left. Maybe they could cure themselves if they managed to make some pure qi flow. However, their internal organs had been destroyed and their qi was extremely weak, so they couldn't condense pure qi. Xianxia and Xiaoya were watching them nervously. They looked desperate. Xianxia, bring Yi Shui here, someone said suddenly. It was Lin Feng and he was coming down from the sky. All right, said Xianxia while leaving the room. Lin Feng approached his parents and took out 2 pills while saying, Mom, Dad, take these pills. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other. Could those pills help them recover? They didn't believe so, but they still took the pills. Suddenly, a strength started flowing in their bodies. The sensations were particularly intense for Yu Menghe. Her cultivation level wasn't as high as Lin Hai's. She was only a Xian-level cultivator, so it made sense that the pills provided stronger effects for her. Her blood started boiling. Felt like she had died and was reborn. Her blood started flowing everywhere in her body again. Her face, which was looking deathly pale and was gradually becoming red again. Apart from her blood, which started flowing again, her qi was also gradually condensing again. Her soul was also healing, it seemed. What an incredible pill, thought Yu Menghe, surprised. She looked pleasantly surprised. She closed her eyes and started inhaling pure qi to heal herself. The pills had the same effects on Lin Hai. Even though his injuries were more severe than Yu Menghe's, his strength started flowing again. He started focusing so he could recover even faster. Lin Feng had brought incredible pills. Those were holy healing pills. Besides, they could also heal vital organs and the blood system. They could also make a cultivator's soul stronger. When Lin Feng saw that his parents were slowly recovering, he made some pure qi flow and breathed with confidence. He was smiling in a resplendent way. Those pills were really fantastic. Xianxia came back carrying Yishui on her back. She had been attacked by the gloomy master and was almost dead. Lin Feng poured pure qi into Yishui's body to carry her and put a divine water pill in her mouth. Then he made that pure qi revolve to hasten the process. Yishui's cultivation level was extremely low. Tian-level pills could have incredible effects on her. A bright light appeared around her body. She was recovering at an incredible speed. She was recovering faster than either of Lin Feng's parents. After a short time, she opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng. She was stunned but whispered, "Master, am I dreaming? I know I died. How could you be dreaming? Yishui, you're alive and fine. No need to talk too much though. Save your energy and I'll help you recover," said Lin Feng while smiling slightly. In a very short time, Lin Feng helped Yishui recover. After a few days, she would be perfectly fine. Lin Feng then looked at his parents who were still making their energies flow in their body. He smiled then left. Lin Feng arrived in frigid room. In that secret room was a bed with a silhouette calmly lying there. The room was blanketed in ice because she had been frozen by Meng Qing. She might have died, but she looked so pure and innocent. Her smile was still there. "Divine water pill. I hope that you can heal her," whispered Lin Feng. She was such a pure and innocent girl. Those were supposed to be the best years of life, but she wasn't able to enjoy them. Lin Feng put his hand on the ice and released some fire qi to melt it. Lin Feng's fire was very powerful, however. The ice was melting so slowly. Meng Qing's ice was incredibly powerful. No wonder it could halt Meng Qing's death. Finally, the ice melted and Lin Feng took Shi in his arms and left the secret room. Lin Feng had to keep a hand on her body to push pure qi through her. He had to completely melt the ice inside of her. Finally, the qi dispersed completely. Then, Lin Feng made some sun pure qi flow in and put a divine water pill in her mouth. Very quickly, Lin Feng felt relieved. She was as severely injured as Yishui. Finally, the young girl started breathing again thanks to the effects of the pills. Her face became red even. But she hadn't woken up yet. Lin Feng put her on a bed and looked at her pure and innocent face. He then left the room and closed the door. She would heal and live on. She would probably wake up soon. Lin Feng sighed and kept one pill. Those divine water pills were holy healing pills. Their effects were incredible. Lin Feng gazed in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Those pills had healed those for what about Meng Qing? Meng Qing probably needed a much more powerful pill to turn back into a human being again. Sunlight penetrated the room where Shi was resting. She slightly shifted herself and slowly opened her eyes. Eh? She raised her head and was wondering if she was still alive. She just remembered seeing Lin Feng before dying and leaving the world. What happened after that? Maybe she was hallucinating? She even had the feeling that she had died a very long time ago. She slowly sat down and looked around her. It was a simple room. It looked like a hidden room. She had completely recovered already. It seemed like her chi was even stronger than before. What a strange feeling. Was she dreaming? She stood up and took a step. Her body felt extremely heavy. She tried walking faster. She wanted to go outside. Outside was a beautiful courtyard. There was a pavilion, a pond with lotus flowers and a silhouette raising their hands towards the sun. That person was motionless, as if they had been thinking about something. Xianxia calmly looked at that person and was surprised. Was she hallucinating? It seemed like that person was in fusion with the world. Back then, even the elders of the Wuxia sect didn't give her such a feeling. That person must be monstrously strong. That person slowly turned around. He looked handsome and was smiling at her. Xianxia's heart started beating faster. "You're awake," said Lin Feng in a gentle way. "Lin Feng." She pronounced his name slowly. It seemed she hadn't died in the Wuxia sect. "I'm still alive," thought Xianxia, and then smiled in a resplendent way. She hadn't died. The Wuxia sect hadn't killed Lin Feng. "Are you feeling comfortable?" asked Lin Feng. Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm sorry I didn't manage to convince the teachers of the Wuxia sect. How are they now? Did they hurt you?" Lin Feng's lips moved, but then he smiled wryly. Xianxia had been sealed away in ice for a few years. How could she know what happened after? Maybe she thought that she was still in the ancient city. "Xianxia, you've been in a coma for a few years now. We're not in your city anymore. We're in my hometown, Yangzhou City. The Wuxia sect was dismantled many years ago," said Lin Feng. He didn't want to tell her that the Wuxia sect was destroyed. He didn't want Xianxia to feel bad about what had happened. That's why he just told her it had been dismantled. She had sacrificed herself for him after all. "I was in a coma for a few years." Xianxia was starting to make sense of it all. No wonder she felt that she was hallucinating. Lin Feng had changed so much. He was so much stronger than the elders of the Wuxia sect or even than the strong cultivators of Shuiyu. Her sect had been dismantled? "Yes, Xianxia, let's go outside for a walk," said Lin Feng while grabbing Xianxia's hand. She shivered and lowered her head. She could remember Lin Feng's kiss all of a sudden and blushed. While walking in the palace, Xianxia realized that the pure qi was extremely thick and dense. There were also many soldiers walking around. Each time they saw Lin Feng, they would look at him in a respectful way and stop walking. Only after Lin Feng walked farther away would start patrolling again. Xianxia was also surprised because people there all seemed to be very strong. Their qi was so strong that their strength was unfathomable to her. They were all so much stronger than her. What kind of place was that? On top of that, they all respected Lin Feng. What had happened? What was Lin Feng's social status? Lin Feng brought her to the place where his parents were. By now, Yishui had completely recovered. She glanced at Lin Feng and Xianxia. She would have never thought that Lin Feng would be able to save that girl. "Master," said Yishui. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng respectfully way even though they didn't say anything. "Master? Is Lin Feng the disciple of some aristocratic clan? Is that why he went to her city to practice cultivation back then?" thought Xianxia. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai had slowly recovered. They opened their eyes. Not only had they recovered, but their cultivation had improved. They had become even stronger now. "You all recovered. Nice, nice," said Yu Qingshan when he saw that Yu Qingshan and Lin Hai had recovered. He was smiling in a resplendent way. "Brother. Bro Lin Feng." A few silhouettes walked towards him while smiling in a magnificent way. Lin Feng looked back at them. His brain was full of memories. His friends. Han Man, Pajun, Jing Yun, Duan Feng. Lin Feng waved at all his friends. Han Man and Pajun were wearing bronze masks as before, but they looked so much stronger. As far as Duan Feng and Jing Yun were concerned, they didn't look as puerile as in the past. When they had heard that Lin Feng had become the king, they ran back as quickly as they could. They wanted to see him again. "Lin Feng, brother, you're becoming so much stronger," said Han Man while tapping on Lin Feng's back. However, it seemed like he had just tapped iron. His hand felt sore even. "I'm still unable to remove your slave marks. How can you say that I'm strong?" said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Han Man and Pajun still had slave marks on their faces. Hee, we're used to it now, said Han Man while smiling in a free and unrestrained way. Lin Feng shook his head. He was definitely going to find a way to remove those marks and make them appear as normal people again. Jingyun, you've become even more beautiful, said Lin Feng while smiling. She blushed in a shy way. Duan Feng, you've become stronger than Han Man, thought Lin Feng. Back then, Duan Feng was a talented young man with extraordinary abilities. He also possessed an incredible blood spirit. Duan Feng had already broken through to the 5th Xianxia layer. In Shuiyu, that was already exceptional. Lin Feng, you've become monstrously strong, said Han Man. Pajun's cultivation level is even higher than mine now. I'm not even a strong cultivator, said Duan Feng while scratching his head. He looked embarrassed. Even though he had practiced a lot in front of Lin Feng, he was still a weakling. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw someone he knew. That person was motionless, but his facial expression looked as sharp as a blade. Ba Dao, come here, said Lin Feng. Ba Dao walked towards Lin Feng and looked up at him. Lin Feng had saved him from slavery back then, even though he was much weaker than him. Nowadays, Lin Feng had become monstrously strong and possessed the highest social status in Shuiyu. 6th Xianxia layer. Not bad, said Lin Feng while tapping Ba Dao's shoulders. Ba Dao smiled indifferently. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time. He missed Lin Feng. He always felt grateful for the opportunity Lin Feng had given him now. Ba Dao had suffered a lot in the past and experienced many hardships. He was feeling grateful to have such good friends. He wasn't a talkative man, but he enjoyed the feeling of having good friends. Brother, we have to drink a few glasses today, said Pajun, thinking of the hot unit they used to drink together. No problem, said Lin Feng while laughing naturally. He naturally didn't lack alcohol. My son, said Yu Menghe, before asking, do you have more of those pills? I do, said Lin Feng while nodding. Yu Menghe looked surprised. She wanted to say something, but Yu Qingshan interrupted her. Menghe, I'm a century-old man. My cultivation has limits, so there's no need to waste such precious pills on me. Little Feng may need them, said Yu Qingshan, who knew what Yu Menghe meant. He knew that he had made a lot of mistakes in the past. He had even pushed Lin Feng's woman to leave him for Yu Tianming. He had been a bad grandfather, so he understood if Lin Feng didn't want to give him his pills. Lin Feng looked at his mother and grandfather and smiled wryly. He understood what they meant. Mom, don't misunderstand me. Let bygones be bygones. Grandpa got injured because of us. How could I be unwilling to help him? Divine water pills can, indeed, heal him, but I want to give him another kind of pill which is more suitable for his condition, explained Lin Feng. Yu Menghe smiled. No matter what happened in the past, Yu Qingshan was her father, and she knew that Yu Qingshan had always loved her. She also knew that old people could stubborn at times. If Lin Feng had refused to help his grandfather, she would have been angry with him. But it seemed like she had been thinking too much. Her son was kind-hearted. Yu Qingshan was surprised, but he smiled in a warm and gentle way. After seeing that Lin Feng had helped them all recover, if Lin Feng had refused to help him, he would have understood but would have felt frustrated. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, Lin Feng called the two old men. After seeing all those young people who had become stronger than them, they weren't feeling so great themselves. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, have you heard of nature pills? Asked Lin Feng. Nature pills, whispered Mr. Hua. He then frowned and glanced at Mr. Qi. The two old men looked surprised. Lin Feng knew that they had heard about those pills when he saw their reaction. Lin Feng, do you have the recipe for nature pills? Asked Mr. Hua. He was shivering while thinking about what Lin Feng had just told his mother. I do, said Lin Feng while nodding. In the purple golden mountain forbidden territory, the Zun cultivator had transmitted him the recipe. The Zun cultivator particularly liked that pill. Gotcha! Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua clenched their fists. They looked at Lin Feng while smiling. They were speechless. Lin Feng could always surprise them. Nature pills are incredible Tian-level pills. They can make people come back to life, regenerate their vital organs and blood systems, heal their bones and soul, give them the strength of the earth and sky. Cultivators of the Xianxia layer would kill for such pills. They can even help people break through to a new cultivation layer," said Mr. Hua slowly. Everybody was looking at him surprised. What a powerful pill. Divine water pills were holy healing pills and nature pills were holy cultivation pills. They could take vitality from the earth and sky and give it to cultivators. Yu Menghe and Yu Qingshan shivered when they thought of the implications. Yu Qingshan's heart was beating much faster all of a sudden. How nice! Lin Feng had planned everything already. He wanted to give him nature pills which would not only give him back his strength but make him stronger. After all, he had only broken through to the Xianxia layer. At a certain age, he would become weaker again. It made sense that he needed to start a new life to become stronger. It was different for people like Lin Feng who had broken through to the Xianxia layer at such a young age. Such individuals aged slower than others. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, the ingredients are not easy to get. You can first take the required purity stones to purchase the ingredients. Once you have them, we'll be able to make nature pills, then you too and my grandpa will be able to recover," explained Lin Feng while handing a piece of paper to the old men. It was the recipe for the nature pills. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua took it. Of course, they were going to look for those ingredients. Any person able to concoct nature pills, no matter where, was considered an extremely talented alchemist. Lin Feng had been able to find the recipe, and that was incredible already. They could only imagine what he had gone through to find it. "Lin Feng, we're off then," said the two old men. Lin Feng smiled wryly. The two old men were impatient, but he could understand them. Seeing all those young people surpass them wasn't easy, so they hoped to find the ingredients for the nature pills as soon as possible. Yixue and Yunxi were chatting. From what Yixue was saying, Yunxi knew that Lin Feng hadn't fooled her. She really had been in a coma for a few years. The Wuxia sect disappeared for a long time already. Many powerful sects had actually disappeared already. Great wars had taken place even. "Sister, where am I now? In Lin Feng's house? Is Lin Feng the disciple of an aristocratic clan?" asked Yunxi. Yixue smiled and said, "You can say that you're in our master's house. Of course, this is the Imperial Palace of Xueyu." "The Imperial Palace of Xueyu," said Yunxi surprised. "Is Lin Feng a nobleman of Xueyu?" Yixue smiled and shook her head. "He's not a nobleman, he's the king." "The king?" Yunxi was surprised. Lin Feng was a king? Yixue grabbed Yunxi's hand and took her to some bench and told her Lin Feng's story. Yunxi listened carefully as if she was listening to ancient legends. Lin Feng was that extraordinary. On the other side, men were drinking hot unit on the floor. "Brother, you remember when we were in Black Wind Mountain hunting? That was a great time. Nowadays, we can't do that with you anymore because the gap between us is too wide. Of course, I'm really happy for you, but your fate is to reach the clouds. We don't belong in the same world anymore. Brother, sometimes I wish you weren't so strong. Otherwise, we would be able to stay all together, travel around the continent, and even get drunk sometimes," said Han Man while drinking more hot unit. His cheeks were burning. He only said these things because he thought of Lin Feng as a brother. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and remained silent. Han Man was actually right, the gap between them was ever increasing. Jing Yun seemed to sadden about what Han Man was saying. She lowered her head and also remained silent. "Han Man, you silly boy, why are you saying such pessimistic things? Let's get drunk today and be happy," said Pajun, which made Han Man smile. "All right, Lin Feng, bro, let's drink." Han Man and Lin Feng raised their glasses, but deep in their heart, they weren't feeling as comfortable anymore. The sun was gradually setting. Things were dark and a fresh wind had started blowing. Han Man and the others were already so drunk that they had collapsed on the ground. Their hearts were pounding and were quite warm. They didn't really know what was going on anymore. The hot unit alcohol was very strong but so good. Getting drunk was normal. Lin Feng was lying down and watching the sunset with a smile. If he was able to get drunk like that every day, then he could live the rest of his life carefree. However, living in the cultivation world wasn't so easy. Meng Qing was still in Black Wind Mountain. Gong would continue to send people to kill him. The East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven were looking for him, and Tianxian's future was in Lin Feng's hands. He had to be strong, brave, and face all those things head-on. He had no choice but to become stronger. He had to reach the clouds, and someday he would look down upon everything. He had no choice anymore. He had already reached a point of no return. The sun was gradually setting and the moon was gaining significance. Stars were gradually appearing. The Great Bear looked wonderful. What a mysterious world. From anywhere in the world, the sky was always the same. Were there people living on those stars? Han Man was lying next to Lin Feng and was snoring. Ba Dao and Pajun were sleeping in a defensive position. As if they were ready to attack even while sleeping, Duan Feng was sleeping like a child and Jing Yun had a smile on her face, as if she was having a beautiful dream. Yi Shui and Jing Yun were leaning against each other and were sound asleep in a small pavilion not far from Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng's parents had already left a while ago, deciding to leave the young people by themselves. Xianxia had joined and was calmly sitting next to Lin Feng. She was looking at the sky too. She didn't talk. Lin Feng was lost in thought, so she didn't want to bother him. Lin Feng wanted to enjoy the beauty of the scenery, but after a while his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Everything was like a beautiful painting. Very early in the morning, the dew had wet their clothes. Lin Feng opened his eyes and felt quite cold. Xianxia was also very cold and hugging him tight. Lin Feng gently carried her in his arms and looked at his friends before he left. After he left, everybody else progressively woke up as well. After Lin Feng brought Xianxia to bed, he went to a courtyard. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were there as well. They hadn't asked Lin Feng what happened during his journey, but they were actually very curious. They also wanted to know what happened to Meng Qing. Lin Feng sat on a stone chair and, without hiding anything from his parents, told them everything. Some other people wondered over and listened to him. There were other regions apart from Xueyu. Regions were only small part of the continent. Ganyu was a small region, but there were extremely strong cultivators there already. Even an empire of average quality possessed many cultivators of the Tianqi layer, and even Zun cultivators. People in Xueyu were surprised to hear about such strength. Apart from Lin Feng, who had broken through to the Tianqi layer, many of them had only broken through to the Xianxia layer. But in some places, even the Tianqi layer was a low level. They felt like the Xianxia layer was great in Xueyu, but it was actually quite low. Lin Feng went to the mysterious world and received the instructions of an emperor. He had seen the emperor's statue and had sensed his intent. The outside world was extremely dangerous, but it was a part of the game. You had to struggle to gain opportunities. Emperors were incredible. They could destroy mountains only by stepping on them if they wished. But Lin Feng didn't talk about obtaining the Jade Emperor's palace. Not because he didn't trust those people, but because if they talked about it with the wrong people, it would have terrible consequences. It would be quite dangerous for them as well. Lin Feng explained how he went back to Tianqi and became the master of Tianxian. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai already knew about that but were still surprised. The others were extremely surprised though. Their hearts were pounding. Lin Feng had become a young master in a great and powerful influential group. He would become an authentic leader and his teachers were Zun cultivators. He also had Tian-level cultivators under his control. Han Man and the others couldn't believe it. They couldn't imagine how big the continent was. With Xueyu being so small, even the Xueyu region was small. Back in the mysterious world, I found some intent crystals which can be used to practice cultivation. Back then, I had broken through to the Xianxia layer. When I was at the top of the Xianxia layer, I was already able to fight against cultivators of the Tianqi layer. When I didn't use special weapons, I had to rely on intent, for example sword intent. You all have to understand intent, otherwise you will not be able to defeat strong cultivators of the same level. Explained Lin Feng. From his hands, many small dazzling crystals appeared and which contained intent. You should use these intent crystals to practice cultivation, said Lin Feng. He wasn't going to keep those useful crystals to himself. He had to help his friends with such things. Besides, someday he would be able to destroy those people inside the Jade Emperor's palace and then, intent crystals would become ordinary stones for him. Everybody took some crystals and left to study intent. A lot of the intent crystals were taken, but a few remained on the floor. Those intent crystals are useful for Tian-level cultivators as well. Intent crystals are precious treasures, so don't show them to everyone outside. Otherwise, people will attack you to steal them. I should also note that besides cultivation purposes, intent crystals can be traded for precious items. Everybody nodded and took some more intent crystals. Lin Feng's parents, Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua, also needed some intent crystals. Lin Feng also put some in the Imperial Palace. They would help make the entire town more powerful. When Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua come back, I will give them some pill recipes. When people here become stronger and when we have better pills, people from the Imperial City will also benefit from them, thought Lin Feng. He then gazed into the distance and stood up. He rose up in the air and flew with incredible speed. The crowd then heard Lin Feng say, "I'm going to Black Wind Mountain." Everybody knew what Lin Feng was going to do there. Black Wind Mountain and the Yunhai mountain range shared a border. They were both quite vast territories, so nobody in Shui you didn't really know anything about the Black Wind Mountains. Nobody had ever traveled into the depths of the Black Wind Mountain, and those who had dared had never come back out alive. All that was known was the presence of the ferocious beasts. At the border between Black Wind Mountain and Yunhai was a terrifying storm. Contained a monstrous qi. Black clouds were in the sky that were filled with bestial qi. It had huge wings which could create hurricanes. Many beasts in Black Wind Mountain were raising their heads to look up at that qi. The rock wasn't a Shen-level beast, it was a Tian-level beast. There's a human being. At that moment, the beasts also realized that there was a human being on the rock. That human seemed unfazed by the strong winds created by the rock. That person was Lin Feng. At that moment, he was looking down at Yunhai, the place where everything started. Eh? Lin Feng frowned. How hot! There was a scorching qi emerging out of Yunhai. However, Lin Feng was 1 kilometer high in the air, so he shouldn't sense such anything. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He frowned but relaxed again. He wanted to go to Black Wind Mountain first to see Meng Qing. After that, he would come back to check out what was happening. Lin Feng couldn't recognize where Meng Qing lived, but the rock could. That's why Lin Feng decided to ride his rock there. The qi of the rock was terrifying, so the small beasts of Black Wind Mountain were all crouching and crawling to avoid him. Lin Feng remained calm as he finally arrived at the Black Wind Mountain. He was wondering where that middle-aged woman was. Was Meng Qing with her? Back when she took Meng Qing, she told Lin Feng that only after breaking through to the Tianqi layer could he go and look for her. There were vast grass fields, forests and beasts in Lin Feng's line of vision. Only now was he realizing how large the Black Wind Mountain was. There were fewer beasts in the depths of Black Wind Mountain, but they were more powerful than the beasts he had come across up until then. There were strong Xian-level beasts which possessed their own territories. Stronger beasts had broader territories, and it wasn't so easy to steal a territory from them. The beast tides that Lin Feng had experienced in the past as a disciple of the Yunhai sect were actually nothing. Those tides actually happened because Xian-level beasts scared the small beasts away. If the strong beasts from Black Wind Mountain had come out back then, a small sect like the Yunhai sect wouldn't have been able to compete with them. Finally, after a long time, things started feeling cold. Lin Feng looked in front of him and saw a snowy territory. Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet but could sense how cold it was. That coldness wasn't the same as other places, that kind of coldness was bestial and could chill the bones. Bzzzzz. The Tian-level rock arrived in front of that vast snowy area. This was a forbidden area in the Black Wind Mountain, a territory reserved to high-tier beasts. There were terrifying Tian-level beasts there. If Mother Master was willing, she could take Tian-level beasts into the forbidden territory, or she could expel them. In the distance, an ox glanced at the rock with its big eyes and looked surprised. There was a human riding a rock and was entering the forbidden territory. Last time, the ox had seen a terrifying energy inside the forbidden area when it couldn't help curb the curiosity. It wanted to see Tian-level beasts. Lin Feng landed on the ground and stepped on the ice. Coldness immediately invaded his legs. There was bestial qi in the snow. It had some of Meng Qing's bestial qi. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards into the middle of that white immensity, and the rock was following Lin Feng. Although they left footprints behind them, those footprints disappeared quickly because it was snowing so much. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng arrived in front of a gigantic snowy field. It seemed like an incredible beast was curled up there. If it stood up, it would be as tall and aloof as a palace or a mountain. Snow fox. Lin Feng looked at that gigantic beast. It had a white tail and appeared to be in symbiosis with the snow. She sensed Lin Feng and opened her eyes. Lin Feng's heart started beating faster. It's her. Lin Feng recognized the middle-aged woman. Ah! At that moment, a small white silhouette appeared. It looked at Lin Feng with tears in the corners of its eyes. She ran towards Lin Feng as fast as she could. Meng Qing. Lin Feng ran towards her using his Xianxia agility technique. Bzzzzz. The ground shook as the gigantic snow fox turned into a middle-aged woman wearing a white robe. She looked like a queen. Lin Feng kept running towards Meng Qing, and Meng Qing kept running towards him. However, it seemed like the distance between them wasn't changing. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He stopped running, but Meng Qing didn't. Even then, she wasn't getting any closer. A path appeared as the lady shook her hand. Trees lined the sides of that path. Not only were Meng Qing and Lin Feng not getting any closer to each other, but the distance between them was increasing. So close yet worlds apart, that was the feeling Lin Feng had, and it was a horrible feeling. Mother Master was separating them. You said that I could come back after breaking through to the Tianqi layer, and I did, said Lin Feng while looking at the beautiful mother. He knew the woman was way too strong for him. If she didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to see Meng Qing. I only said, after breaking through to the Tianqi layer, that you can come and look for me. That's all, said the middle-aged woman looking proud. Even though Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer, the woman didn't look proud of him or anything. If it hadn't been because of Ling Long, she would have killed him a long time ago. Shui Ling Long perfectly understood what it meant. Ling Long's blood was pure. She had the blood of a queen. What do I need to do? Asked Lin Feng. From here is a snowy path. If you want to take Ling Long with you, you must walk to the end of that path, said the middle-aged woman. She then shook her hand again, and Lin Feng lost all the sounds of world. As if he was in another world, a world made of snow. The middle-aged woman and Meng Qing were at the end of that path, and he could see them clearly. Lin Feng knew that simply walking the path wasn't enough to reach the other side. The middle-aged woman had condensed abstruse energy and infused that path. How long would it take to walk that path? Lin Feng wasn't sure, but he had no choice. He had to find a solution, so he started walking slowly. Just as he guessed, after walking a while, the distance between them remained the same. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. That path seemed like its goal was to make people lose hope. Lin Feng took a few steps and felt ice penetrating into his body. I can surprisingly feel the cold? Thought Lin Feng. He couldn't believe it. He had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. He could of course tell whether it was hot or cold, but that feeling of having coldness penetrate his body like daggers. That coldness was extremely potent. After stopping for a few seconds, Lin Feng started walking again, but it was useless. The coldness was also becoming more intense. The more he walked, the more the ice penetrated into his body. After so many steps, the distance between them was still the same. It seemed like Lin Feng would never reach the other end. Meng Qing was watching him with tears in her eyes. Lin Feng was already shivering and shaking because of the cold. Woo! Woo! Meng Qing was crying while looking back at the middle-aged woman. However, the middle-aged woman looked indifferent about Lin Feng's suffering. Meng Qing couldn't do anything, so she looked back at Lin Feng again. He wasn't stopping. Lin Feng had to stop if he wanted to live, but couldn't because he couldn't give up Meng Qing. No matter what, he had to reach the other end. The only way he would stop is if he died. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng was now surrounded by a layer of ice. He was still breathing, but it was slowing. For each step he took, he had to take incredible efforts. That snowy path was called the so close yet so far path. No matter what Lin Feng did, he couldn't reach the other end. Lin Feng understood that, but he didn't want to give, so kept walking. He had a strange feeling though, like he could actually make it to Meng Qing. Gotcha! His legs couldn't support his body anymore because they were frozen. Lin Feng fell down, but he smiled at Meng Qing. It seemed like his strength was infinite. He stood up again and started walking. As long as he was alive, he would continue. Woo woo woo. Meng Qing kept crying and looking at the middle-aged woman, but she seemed determined to let Lin Feng die. Ling Long, do you know why you, as a celestial fox, are called Xue Ling Long? Asked the middle-aged woman. We are snow foxes, and there is a legend that says that Ling Long is not an animal but a deity. The earth was pregnant and gave birth to a snow fox. Then, the snow fox and Ling Long had a child who was called Xue Ling Long. Xue Ling Long was a fox emperor and transmitted its blood spirit from generation to generation. However, very few descendants had a pure and unadulterated blood spirit. Many of them are just like me, they have inherited only a part of the blood spirit. Very rarely, someone with a pure and unadulterated blood spirit appears like you. Such people are kings or queens, and you, Xue Ling Long, are a queen. Your blood is pure. You are a direct offspring of this lineage, you have the same blood as those ancestors in the legends," said the middle-aged woman. It was difficult to distinguish those who had a pure blood from those who didn't, but the middle-aged woman never doubted Xue Ling Long. She was a celestial fox, a queen, a direct descendant of the ancient emperors. Her future could only be extraordinary. Ling Long, you have to understand that your holy celestial qi is extremely important. Yet, you surprisingly chose to be with a human. You gave your pure and celestial qi to a human being," said the middle-aged woman, who sounded furious. Fury had appeared on her beautiful and noble face, just like the last time when she had seen that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were together. She wanted to kill Lin Feng, but she couldn't. Ling Long had offered her purity to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't die. Unfortunately, she couldn't handle Ling Long easily. Otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't cherish her as much as he would if he had fought for her. A celestial being, a king, should have taken Meng Qing's virginity. Woo! Meng Qing was sad, which made the middle-aged woman shake her head and sigh. Meng Qing wasn't worried about her celestial qi. She was worried about Lin Feng. I want to kill him, but I can't because he took your virginity. What can I do? Asked the middle-aged woman. But he's just an ordinary human being. How could he be with a celestial snow fox? Therefore, you shouldn't worry, Ling Long. I won't kill him, said the middle-aged woman in a cold way. But at least Meng Qing could relax. She knew that Lin Feng was safe. However, seeing Lin Feng suffer like that was horrible. She wished she could replace Lin Feng on that snowy path. The one who wants to be the lover of a snow fox queen has to be extraordinary, said the middle-aged woman while looking at Lin Feng. The ice qi was becoming even more intense, and it was enveloping Lin Feng's body. He had the feeling that his feet and legs weighed millions of tons. That ice qi was terrifying, and Lin Feng couldn't stop it. He didn't know how many more steps he would be able to make. The ice was hurting Lin Feng's internal organs, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of ice. Even though he wasn't showing it, Lin Feng knew that his body was close to failing. It was just like in the past when Meng Qing used to suffer from her ice. Lin Feng wanted to curl up on the path and sleep, but he couldn't give up. He raised his head, looked at the middle-aged woman, then continued walking. Each of his steps took more of his vitality away. Meng Qing was crying and emitting sounds as if she was trying to talk to Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng couldn't understand, he could guess that she was telling him to give up. Since I put you on that road, it means that you can reach the other end. If you give up, it will prove that you are a loser, and I will never let you see Ling Long again. Even if I don't kill you. The middle-aged woman's voice drifted into Lin Feng's ears. She looked a little bit more friendly only when she looked at Meng Qing. She was extremely unfriendly to Lin Feng and even looked emotionless when she looked at him. I can reach the other side, whispered Lin Feng. He was wondering if it was true or not. He didn't know how, but the middle-aged woman was right. Giving up would mean that he was powerless, and then he would never see Meng Qing ever again. Lin Feng walked slower. Not only did he need strength, but he needed determination and perseverance as well. His hands seemed frozen, he could barely move them at this point. Lin Feng condensed pure qi and condensed the strength of the Haruka in his feet. Even then his veins were all freezing and his blood was flowing slower. Lin Feng seemed like he was dying. Perseverance, his brain was still functioning, his feet were still moving. The middle-aged woman's facial expression changed for a second but quickly became normal again. That human being really loved Ling Long. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his life like this. His willpower was incredible. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was just an ordinary human being and was a weak cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. Ling Long was a queen and possessed an aristocratic blood. She had kept Ling Long in Black Wind Mountain her entire life to protect her. Besides, nobody knew about the Snow Fox legends in the Xueyu region. Outside of the Xueyu region things were different. Last time during the Xueyu War, some people had actually recognized Xue Ling Long but didn't know that she was a queen, that's all. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, it was another story. They perfectly knew the story of that aristocratic family. Very far away, there was a snow palace where many people like Ling Long existed. Would they be nice to her? Maybe if they learnt that Xue Ling Long was there, a war would start. Therefore, Ling Long deserved someone better than Lin Feng because he couldn't protect her. Unfortunately, Ling Long had spoilt her virginity and given it to him. She hadn't cherished her purity and her celestial qi. Otherwise she wouldn't have turned into a beast again on that day in Xueyu. Ah! Ling Long started running towards Ling Long, and the middle-aged woman shook her head and sighed. Was love real? Making Ling Long risk her life for him? Giving her purity to him? Lin Feng was ready to die for her. Unfortunately, he was only a human being. It would have been so nice if he was an emperor's son. She didn't understand Lin Feng and Meng Qing's love. From the first day, both had had a very deep connection and they had always stuck together. Lin Feng taught her how to ride a horse. She listened to his stories. For him, she was ready to kill. Each time she suffered from the ice qi, Lin Feng would use his sun qi to alleviate her pains. Maybe only Meng Qing and Lin Feng knew that kind of deep love. Meng Qing could do anything for Lin Feng as long as they were together. Lin Feng was the same. He even turned into a demon for her, and as a demon, he could still recognize her. Finally, Lin Feng stopped as both his legs were frozen. His energy and intent were frozen too. It seemed like his eyes were going to stay frozen shut. Xue Ling Long was crying and shaking. She was trying to run towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't want to close his eyes, but everything was frozen. Determination and strength were limited. Lin Feng's eyes closed themselves, but his awareness was still there. It was as if he had died. Time stopped, but it was at this moment that his consciousness could sense a certain light in his body. Some of his qi hadn't frozen. What's that? Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. Was it his qi? He had never sensed that kind of qi. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to understand that Meng Qing had given it to him. Back on that day, when he made love with Meng Qing, he felt that she had given him some of her own qi. He had even found it strange. However, after that, he hadn't sensed that qi again. Lin Feng assumed that it had dispersed in his body. What kind of qi is that? Thought Lin Feng. While all the other kinds of qi in his body had frozen, this qi was still there. It proved that that qi was extraordinary. Lin Feng tried to control that qi and make it flow, but he couldn't. He tried to make his intent communicate with that qi, and it seemed like it could work, but making that qi come out seemed impossible. Lin Feng wasn't giving up though. He would try to use everything he could. He tried many times and finally he managed to some of the qi flow. Lin Feng was ecstatic. His qi, which had been frozen until then, was slowly flowing again. Ling Long didn't know what kind of qi that was, but it was actually the holy celestial qi which had been transmitted to Snow Fox monarchs. Lin Feng had hope again. He was trying to use his intent and awareness to make that qi move more. However, it was very difficult. That qi didn't completely obey him. No matter how he tried, it was too difficult. But Lin Feng didn't give up. Besides, the middle-aged woman told him that it was possible to reach the other end of that path. Did she mean that he could only with that qi? Did the middle-aged woman know that Meng Qing had given him that qi? Lin Feng was thinking and trying to make it move at the same time. Meng Qing appeared in his thoughts, which made him even more persistent. As long as he had hope, he couldn't give up. Finally, the chi started moving a little bit again. Some parts of his vitality started recovering. Some pure chi, some Haruka strength, but they couldn't break through the ice. The amounts were still not enough. If he couldn't combine all his energies and strengths, it was all useless. Lin Feng's vitality was progressively recovering. His pure chi and his strength of the Haruka were also moving in a more fluent way. He was trying to mix them with that strange chi in order to control it. Lin Feng was progressively taking control over it. That chi kept flowing and reaching all the corners of his body. His strength was coming back to normal. He didn't feel cold anymore. It was as if the ice had no effect on him anymore. Bzzzzz. At that moment, a dazzling light surrounded Lin Feng's body. Some chi emerged and turned into strength. Lin Feng was enveloped by a halo which contained some holy celestial chi. His long hair, his face, the lights around his body, everything about him seemed strange and perhaps a little bit bestial as well. Apart from human chi, Lin Feng's chi was also bestial. Was he turning into a beast? Lin Feng took a step forwards and started running towards Meng Qing. At that moment, he was bathing in a bestial light. He used his Xianxia agility technique, but the abstruse energy of the endless path still prevented him. It seems that speed wasn't necessary to get near Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was observing Ling Long and noticed that Lin Feng's body was surrounded by Ling Long's holy celestial chi. It was as if Lin Feng had changed and transformed into a handsome beast. With such an incredible chi, any being looked beautiful, men, women, everyone. With such a chi, a living creature would be surrounded by a beautiful light and looked like a deity. Even human beings who possessed such a chi looked beautiful, just like Lin Feng at that moment. As handsome as he was, many female animals would even be attracted by him. "Why are you still preventing me from approaching?" asked Lin Feng to the middle-aged woman. The road wasn't becoming normal, so Lin Feng couldn't get near. "That chi belongs to Shui Ling Long. It is the chi of my snow fox ancestors. It can envelop anything and it contains abstruse energy. But the path is endless. It's not a normal space," said the middle-aged woman slowly. Her voice resonated like drums in Lin Feng's brain. Ling Long slowly closed his eyes and sensed the atmosphere. The holy celestial chi was shining on the snow. Lin Feng was trying to fuse with the snow. Meng Qing stopped running and looked at Lin Feng. Then she looked at the middle-aged woman. There were no tears in her eyes anymore. She was even smiling. "Woo woo!" she groaned happily. She felt touched, even moved. She looked at her mother. She knew that her mother had transmitted a bestial skill to Lin Feng. Her mother had initially never intended to make things difficult for Lin Feng. She just wanted Lin Feng to activate his bestial chi. Of course, if Lin Feng's determination hadn't sufficed, it wouldn't have worked and he would have frozen to death. Concerning the bestial skill, it was an extremely powerful skill which human beings couldn't practice, but because Lin Feng possessed bestial chi, he could use it to practice such bestial skills. That chi was going to help Lin Feng level up very quickly. Finally, the middle-aged woman penetrated Lin Feng's brain and inspected his memories. She then looked at Ling Long and sighed. Since Lin Feng had learnt the skill, what else could she do to help Ling Long and Lin Feng? Lin Feng had already obtained Ling Long's chi. Besides, Ling Long was ready to die out of love for Lin Feng. Her mother could only help them and help Lin Feng become stronger. That way he could protect her daughter. Lin Feng was standing there. Everything seemed to look like an illusion. Surprisingly, everything turned into emptiness as the holy celestial chi enveloped him. Snowflakes were floating around as Lin Feng suddenly disappeared as if he had never existed. If other people had seen that, they would have been terrified. A living human had disappeared, and Lin Feng was only a Tian-level cultivator. That boy's power of understanding is not bad, thought the middle-aged woman. A short while after, Lin Feng slowly appeared again in that mysterious world. Then he disappeared again. He could do that as he wished. After a few more times, Lin Feng stopped and studied the skill again. He shook his hand and disappeared again, fusing with the void. Then he appeared again all of a sudden, but this time somewhere else. next to Meng Qing. In a flash, he could go back and forth from the endless path. Phew! Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the endless path. Around him was a vast and boundless snowy area. In front of him was Meng Qing. He could stretch out his hand and touch her. That snowy path was part of the void. I couldn't have walked inside no matter how much I tried. Thought Lin Feng. The endless path wasn't a physical location. It was emptiness made of abstruse energies. It was another world. A world of emptiness. Such a strong abstruse energy made Lin Feng speechless. A moment before, the middle-aged woman had transmitted the bestial skill to him, and it was related to that world of emptiness. Lin Feng had to use holy celestial qi to control that space. Meng Qing, said Lin Feng lovingly. Shui Long emitted a small sound and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng hugged her tightly and caressed her snowy white hair. The middle-aged woman looked at her silently, then slowly turned around. She flew off into the distance as a myriad of snowflakes followed her. However, Meng Qing and Lin Feng seemingly didn't notice that she left. From the distance, a terrifying bestial qi dashed to the skies and invaded the atmosphere. Meng Qing shivered and turned her head around and gazed into the distance. There was an incredible bestial qi. Mother! Tears appeared in Meng Qing's eyes. Even though she knew that the middle-aged woman wasn't her mother, she was still sad to see her leave. Before meeting Lin Feng, she had always stayed with that woman. Now, Lin Feng was there for Meng Qing, so the middle-aged woman left them alone. Lin Feng would take care of her now. Leave this place. Before Ling Long turns into a human being again, don't go to the holy city, said a nostalgic voice from the distance. The earth and sky then turned back to normal. Meng Qing remained motionless. She knew that her mother had only stayed there to protect her. Lin Feng sensed the bestial qi getting farther away, so he sighed. He felt grateful. He didn't hate her at all. Everything she did was for Meng Qing, so he had no reason to hate her. Meng Qing, don't think too much about it. I will never leave you again, said Lin Feng while wiping off her tears. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng while nodding. She then snuggled into his arms. Lin Feng held her tightly and slowly turned around. He gazed into the distance and looked at the mountains. The middle-aged woman told him to leave that place, so could it be that there were other treasures there? Rock! Shouted Lin Feng. The rock came to him in an instant. He was surprised to see that Mother Master had agreed to let Meng Qing stay with him. Lin Feng jumped onto the back of the rock and started flying. Mother Master had already left, so the rock wasn't scared anymore. He was flying carefree and in an unrestrained way. After a while flying, Lin Feng realized that Meng Qing's mother changed the mountain, so they couldn't leave. The rock was surprised as well. In normal circumstances, they should have been out a while ago already. Land? Whispered Lin Feng to the rock. The gigantic rock then flew down and Lin Feng jumped onto the snow. The middle-aged woman wanted Lin Feng to understand the bestial void skill even more, it seemed. Now he had no time to waste. A few days before, Lin Feng had fought against some powerful groups in Shuiyu, and people from their countries were probably mounting a counterstrike now. Lin Feng had to get back before those countries sent stronger cultivators to Shuiyu. After thinking about it, Lin Feng instantly released a strange bestial qi and snowflakes surrounded Lin Feng. Another world appeared. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared in and out of the new world. Lin Feng started running. That world was his. A terrifying hot qi was blowing outside of the Black Wind Mountain. Most people couldn't stand it anymore and moved away. The protectors of the Yunhai sect gathered together and discussed going back to Yangzhou City. It was way too hot, and the constant fires in the mountain range was becoming too difficult to manage. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody turned around and saw a silhouette being devoured by some flames and then disappearing. Everybody's face turned deathly pale. They watched as their friend burned alive because they couldn't do anything themselves. He wasn't the first one to die in this way either. What should we do? Someone said. They looked to be at their wits' end. Let's leave. I think that our patriarch will not blame us. Instead, he will send the strong cultivators of our sect over here to figure out what's going on. Someone else said. Everybody was talking at the same time. Soon everyone nodded and left. Let's go. Let's go. The crowd gradually left the Yunhai mountain range. Boom! At that moment, an earthquake started. The crowd around and saw something come out of the mountain where the Yunhai sect used to organize their exams. It seemed like the mountain had turned into a volcano. What's going on? What is that fire and why is it so powerful? Thought the crowd. Another extremely loud sound resonated as the volcano erupted again. This time, a gigantic silhouette appeared. It was some kind of fire creature and it had two bestial-looking eyes. A fire beast. Thought the Yunhai sect looking desperate. It seemed like a catastrophe would befall them. Many more fire creatures were appearing as well. Ha ha ha! King Fire, we finally escaped! The small creatures kept laughing evilly. Another silhouette appeared, but this time it wasn't a fire creature. It was a human being wearing a black robe. He was laughing like a madman. Finally, I came out. Li Shang has finally made it out. That silhouette released an oppressive energy at the sky. Back then, he had found out that human beings were coming into their world. He helped one and taught him how to use soul flags. Then he chased him to the exit. Using his flag, he was able to sense the outside world. Similarly to humans who were able to go to their world using a time and space distortion in the desert, they were also able to go to the world of the humans. King Fire told his army to break the distortion immediately, and it wasn't until now that they had broke through to the new world. Li Shang closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. He opened his eyes and looked at the weak human beings in the distance. He couldn't help but look a bit hopeless. Those human beings were so weak. Die! Said Li Shang at that moment furiously. He released a terrifying chi and attacked the Yunhai sect disciples. Explosions sounded. The crowd looked desperate. They collapsed one after the other and died. Their deaths were sudden that their eyes were still open. Who is the beast here? You or me? Said King Fire to Li Shang. Li Shang came out and a few seconds later and was already slaughtering people. We're in a new world. Of course I'm excited and want to have fun, said Li Shang while smiling evilly. He then immediately left. In the ancient palace, the painting contained a terrifying amount of fire. And at that moment there was a hole in it. In front of that painting was a beast that looked like a wolf. Its pupils were piercingly cold. Its evil chi was extremely dense, but it wasn't that strong. Fire twinkled and the wolf left the palace. It hid in a dark place and absorbed some pure chi from the earth and sky. Their chi was boiling and turning into a vortex. Fire wolves like this one were continuously escaping from the palace. They would then cross Yunhai and enter the Black Wind Mountain. It was an entirely new world for them. When Yangzhou City heard about what was happening, the government reacted immediately. They sent Xianxia troops to combat the fire wolves. Amongst the fire wolves, there were very powerful Shen-level wolves. Wherever they stepped, the ground sizzled. Villages were left flattened by their rampage. Some people were leaving their cities in Shuiyu just to avoid those beasts. Xianxia troops were looking around. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were floating in the air and staring at the fire wolves. Those fire wolves were from that world they had teleported to before. Back in the Lovesickness Forest was a tunnel which led to that world. Had they come through the tunnel in the Lovesickness Forest? But the fire wolves appeared in the Yunhai mountain range, which meant that there was another tunnel to the other world. After the calm, the storm, whispered Yu Menghe. She looked sad. This time, so many people had died. One day later, some news spread. A terrifying Tian-level beast had appeared. People heard that apart from beasts, people had appeared in the Yunhai mountain range as well, and those people were fighting the wolves. Even though they weren't from Shuiyu, they were still humans after all. Although most of the new people were fighting the wolves, some were cruel and fighting other humans, they were killing mercilessly. There was also a rumor that a middle-aged man wearing a dark robe had appeared. It was said that he was extremely strong and despised everyone. His passion was to kill, especially young and beautiful women. In his eyes, it almost seemed like Shuiyu's people were nothing more than toys. He enjoyed playing with humans and using his full strength to slaughter them. Apart from that, people didn't know that there was a fire wolf which possessed monstrously powerful chi. It was devouring other fire wolves to strengthen itself. The massacre lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, all the while, Shuiyu was still on fire. Then, a few Tian-level beasts appeared in the imperial palace of Yangzhou City and started attacking. All those fire wolves seemed unstoppable. At the same time, in the depths of the Black Wind Mountain, a young man with a magnificent snowy white beast appeared. Of course, it was Lin Feng. Finally, we made it out. There was less snow around them now because Lin Feng wasn't using Ling Long's holy celestial qi anymore. However, when Lin Feng appeared high up in the sky, he realized that outside of the Black Wind Mountain was an infinite number of flames. The Black Wind Mountain seemed to be burning. Lin Feng also noticed the cruel-looking fire wolves. Fire wolves? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had gone to another world before, through the tunnel of the Lovesickness Forest. It was there that he had seen those fire wolves before. Yunhai Mountain Range. Lin Feng suddenly thought about the fire he noticed before going to the Black Wind Mountain. The rock then immediately flew towards the Yunhai Mountain Range. Lin Feng noticed the Yunhai Mountain Range already looked like a sea of fire. The fire wolves and humans seemed to be giving it their all. But when they saw Lin Feng and his Tian-level rock, they practically wet themselves. Where did that extremely strong cultivator come from? Bzzz. A terrifying chi emerged as the rock flapped its wings and crushed all those fire wolves. Lin Feng then walked to those people. "Where are you from?" asked Lin Feng. "We are from Tianyahage," said one of them. Lin Feng became upset. They really were from Tianyahage. "If you do anything suspicious, I'll make sure you all die," said Lin Feng coldly. Those people looked scared and kept nodding. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he disappeared. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived on the mountain where the exams of the Yunhai sect used to occur. The door of the ancient palace was already broken open and burning. The inside of the ancient palace contained a sea of flames. The painting itself contained some mysterious marks which were twinkling at that moment. It represented another world, and the tiny hole in it was how everyone was escaping. A painting had become a space, its own world. It wasn't the first time that Lin Feng saw such a mysterious and marvelous object. Shinggong had its own world, one that needed special skills to get there. There was also the Jade Emperor's Palace, although it was a smaller world. Then, there was the world created by Meng Qing's mother, the Endless World. One had to understand the void bestial skill to get out of it. All of this was proving to Lin Feng that strong cultivators were not only capable of destroying things, they could also create other worlds. Who created that small world? What was its meaning? Were the writings back then on the Haruka statue true? Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. The gigantic statue was still there, but now it was on fire. Lin Feng could still see the warning written in small letters on the statue. It said that no one should attack the statue, but Lin Feng attacked it anyways. Lin Feng felt a little guilty now. He had acted carelessly and Shuiyu had to pay for his carelessness. The one who had written that warning knew everything. Perhaps he was the author of the painting as well? Lin Feng couldn't figure that out right now. He grabbed the painting and took out a demon seal stone. He slammed the stone into the hole. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng had to use 3 stones to seal the hole. The fire outside suddenly became much weaker now that the hole on the painting was firmly sealed. The world was slowly becoming normal again. Who would have thought that that painting contained another world? Lin Feng took the painting and the demon seal stones and left the palace. He rose up in the air and looked at the desolate fields, sighing. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, now on the back of his rock. They were going to go hunt fire wolves. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of a group of fire wolves. He took out his soul flag and swallowed all the wolves in a flash. The flag twinkled with bestial lights as it ate them. "What's that?" thought Lin Feng suddenly. He was surprised to see a seal on his soul flag. Lin Feng never realized it before. That soul seal, needless to say, had been left by Li Shang. Li Shang was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer and had rushed to that world on purpose. At the same time, in a city, Li Shang had confined a beautiful girl to a room. She looked like she was in pain as she was being raped by Li Shang. At that moment, Li Shang could sense something, so he looked into the distance. He noticed Lin Feng and smiled coldly. Without Lin Feng, he wouldn't have been able to find a way out. He was now completely free. He could enjoy women and other pleasures as much as he wanted. Nothing was impossible. "Little boy, when I'm done playing around, I'll come and find you," thought Li Shang with an evil smile on his face. He then continued raping the girl. At that moment, Lin Feng released a terrifying sword chi and annihilated all the fire wolves. Then his rock flew towards Li Shang. That place was a beautiful city in Xueyu. It was called Sky Cloud City. There were rivers, mountains, and beautiful clouds. The girls in that city were known to be beautiful. It used to be much richer and more powerful than Yangzhou City. But now the city was a bloodbath. Not such a long time before, a man wearing a black cape came to Sky Cloud City. He started killing people like insects and raping women. He truly was a psychopath. However, nobody could stop him in Sky Cloud City. Cultivators at the Xianxia layer were the strongest in Xueyu. Some people who couldn't stand being powerless tried resisting but failed and were killed instantly. For Li Shang, killing was a passion, a pleasure, a game. Boom! In that beautiful room, some chi exploded and a few shouts spread in the air. The family members of the girl who was being raped by Li Shang found them in the room and went insane. However, they died soon after. Back when Lin Feng had seen Li Shang in the other world, Li Shang was a good-looking man. However, his eyes had become particularly evil after all those years. At that moment, Li Shang was surprised. He realized that his soul flag was marked with his own seal, but it was now getting closer to him at an incredible speed. He was surprised. Back then, Lin Feng used to be a tiny cultivator. Could it be that Lin Feng discovered his soul seal? Was it only a coincidence? Li Shang frowned and guessed that it wasn't a coincidence. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Even though he couldn't see Lin Feng yet, he could sense the soul seal, and he knew that that speed could only be maintained by a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. The little boy from back then had turned into a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. Interesting. Li Shang smiled indifferently and looked at the crowd while shouting aggressively. "From now on, nobody moves. If someone moves, I'll kill them." Everyone was shaking with fear. 2 people tried to escape, but Li Shang noticed them and immediately killed them. No one else tried to make a break for it. Li Shang looked extremely satisfied when he saw the crowd. He even smiled. He then looked in the distance and said, "Someone is coming to save you. We're gonna play a game which starts now. Every 10 minutes or the time needed for an incense to burn, I will kill one of you until that person arrives." The crowd was both stunned and terrified. They couldn't do anything but pray. Finally, an incense has burnt. It really does burn slowly. Li Shang smiled, shook his hand, and someone died. The person standing next to the one who was killed was also affected by the attack, and their cultivation was crippled. Li Shang looked satisfied and smiled evilly. Of course, he had crippled that person's cultivation on purpose. "Don't move. If you try, you'll die," said Li Shang when he saw that some people started looking antsy. Everybody remained motionless. 2 were terrified to move. Time was passing slowly and several people were killed by Li Shang. Very quickly, it seemed, a dozen people had already died. The crowd looked desperate while staring at Li Shang. He loved that feeling. Everything was a game to him. "He's almost here. I can feel it," whispered Li Shang. The crowd looked at Li Shang, who was gazing into the distance. They suddenly had hope again. Was that person really able to deal with Li Shang? Boom, boom. Li Shang killed 2 other people and laughed. He then released an incredible energy which oppressed the whole crowd. Finally, he has arrived. Li Shang's facial expression looked sharp. He couldn't wait. How strong had Li Feng become? Bzzz. In the distance, a strong wind appeared and a bestial chi was dashing to the skies. A beast. At that moment, Li Shang looked surprised. There was a beast? On top of that, it was a Tian-level beast. No wonder it was traveling so fast. Not to mention that bestial chi was terrifying. Li Shang frowned. That bestial chi was much more powerful than he had expected. Li Shang was actually a little scared. "Let's go." Li Shang then immediately started to leave. In a flash, he disappeared. He was retreating as fast as he could. Very quickly, they saw a gigantic and terrifying Tian-level beast, the rock. On the rock was a silhouette wearing white clothes. They looked handsome, natural, and unrestrained. That young man was holding a beautiful small beast in his arms. There was a beautiful legend in Shuiyu. Back when the king of Shuiyu, Lin Feng, was about to be married with Duan Xianyi, he discovered a conspiracy. The imperial family invited Lin Feng, his family, and his friends because they wanted to kill them all. After that, the woman whom Lin Feng loved the most used her full strength of the Tianqi layer to defend against Duan Renhuang. She defeated Duan Renhuang, but in the end, she turned into a beautiful celestial beast, Xueling Long. After watching that, Lin Feng became furious and turned into a demon. He then killed Duan Renhuang and a few others. Since their king had come back, they had heard rumors that he was able to kill Tian-level cultivators with one punch. A moment before, Li Shang had sensed how powerful Lin Feng was and guessed that he wouldn't be able to fight, so he left. "What's going on?" asked Lin Feng when he saw all those corpses and the terrified crowd. "King Lin Feng, a slayer, came here. At the beginning, he said he would wait for you to arrive and meanwhile, kill a person each time an incense finished burning. He raped lots of women and killed many others." Lin Feng was furious. Since he visited Tianyahage, Lin Feng knew that Li Shang was disturbed and that he was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, but he wouldn't have thought that he was so psychotic. The crowd was obviously furious and hated Li Shang. "What a bastard," said Lin Feng. He then continued flying with his rock. He was flying with incredible speed, creating strong winds all around them. The speed of Tian-level beast was incredible. Very quickly, Lin Feng could see his enemy in the distance. Li Shang's heart was pounding. He regretted everything. What had made Lin Feng become so strong? He thought that even if Lin Feng was strong, he had just broken through to the Tianqi layer and would definitely be unable to defeat him. "Running away is useless," said Lin Feng coldly. Li Shang knew that he wasn't faster than the rock, so he stopped and turned around to face Lin Feng and his rock. Lin Feng's face was filled with murder. As expected, first Tianqi layer, thought Li Shang. Even though Lin Feng had become quite strong, he had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer. That damn rock was a bigger problem. "Lin Feng, I wouldn't have thought that we would meet again. Since you left Tianyahage, you became so much stronger. You even broke through to the Tianqi layer. Congratulations," said Li Shang while smiling, but Lin Feng ignored him. "Lin Feng, there's no need to act like that. Even though I came to your world, aren't we both similar? Why fight and harm ourselves because of a bunch of nobodies?" said Li Shang when he sensed Lin Feng's terrifying energies. He was also slightly smiling. "If I don't kill you today, I don't deserve to be called the king of Shuiyu," said Lin Feng. "Rock, don't kill him." The rock threw himself at Li Shang and Lin Feng stayed in the air watching. Boom! Whirlwinds appeared around the rock, who quickly approached Li Shang. Tried to grab Li Shang with its claws. Li Shang shook his hands and at the same time he dodged back. Li Shang could barely breathe in front of the rock. Slash! The rock's claws cut through the air. Li Shang moved in the other direction but then heard a sound. The rock had bombarded Li Shang with his other wing. Li Shang looked deathly pale as he coughed up some blood. He shook his hand and his soul flag appeared. It seemed to contain some potent death chi. "Die!" shouted Li Shang furiously. It seemed like many dead souls were attacking the rock. Their dead chi was extremely dense. The rock's facial expression was sharp. It released some chi which turned into a golden sword, a bestial sword of sorts. Zurr, zurr. The sword was extremely sharp and capable of crushing the dead in a flash. At the same time, the rock threw itself at Li Shang again. It streaked across the sky and the soul flag seemed to be getting dimmer. Li Shang could barely resist the rock as it crashed onto him. This time it grabbed him with its claws. Li Shang gave a horrible shriek as blood splashed. The rock's claws were extremely sharp and immediately tore open his arm. If Lin Feng hadn't told it not to kill him, then it would have beheaded him right there. Bzzz. The rock brought Li Shang back to Lin Feng as blood kept spilling out of his arm. Lin Feng was staring at Li Shang with complete disdain. Li Shang felt a million blades cutting him to pieces. Dying outright would have been easier than suffering like that. Li Shang couldn't bear the pain anymore. He looked at Lin Feng and tried to throw himself at him. He released some qi and yelled, "You think that you're so powerful, but you're just a tiny cultivator at the first Xianxia layer. You shall die." Sararr. Arrarr. Arrarr. A sword appeared and Li Shang released his evil qi into the sword, feeding it. A vortex appeared and surrounded the sword. After that, Li Shang turned to Lin Feng and punched the air with his other hand in Lin Feng's direction. Boom! Lin Feng's fist also launched out, making everything around them shake. His punch was terrifying. Li Shang had broken through to the third Xianxia layer, so if Lin Feng wanted to fight him, he had to possess a similar strength. But Lin Feng's muscles were extremely strong thanks to his Haruka strength. Kaboom! An explosion sounded in the air. Not only was Lin Feng's punch extremely powerful, it also contained sword qi. Li Shang gave a horrible shriek again as his arm was completely torn to shreds. Even if he wanted to run away, he couldn't do it anymore. Now, his arm was completely cut off and his blood splashed everywhere. Li Shang was propelled backwards as Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique to continue his assault. "For a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, you're quite pathetic," said Lin Feng in a humiliating way. Boom boom! A gigantic fist crashed onto Li Shang's head, making his entire soul shake violently. A little bit more strength and his soul would have been completely destroyed. He then crashed onto the ground. Slash! Pain made Li Shang regain consciousness. His leg was cut off by Lin Feng's sword qi. "I said it before, if I don't kill you, I don't deserve to be king," said Lin Feng as he cut off Li Shang's other leg. "Kill me then," said Li Shang, who couldn't bear the pain anymore. Li Shang was begging Lin Feng to kill him. He was shaking violently from the pain. He had lived in a confined world for so many years. Now that he had finally found a way out, he loved that new world where he could have as much fun as he wanted. But in the end, a nightmare started so quickly. He never thought that he would die like this. He hated himself for his recklessness. Lin Feng condensed more energy in his sword while staring at Li Shang and said, "Don't you think that killing you would be too easy?" Lin Feng's voice sounded ice-cold as his sword then streaked across the sky. "Ah!" Li Shang shouted painfully. His entire body was twitching. Lin Feng then cut off his penis. Lin Feng was merciless. That man was a cruel and dirty animal. Torturing wasn't even enough. Poof! At that moment, a dazzling light appeared between Li Shang's eyes and flew towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. Slash! The light immediately penetrated into Lin Feng's head and buzzing sounds started resonating. That light was attacking Lin Feng's awareness bell, making his entire body slightly shake. Lin Feng frowned and closed his eyes. He released his awareness. His bronze bell resonated and attacked that light. Lin Feng then realized that the light was a small person. It was tiny and its qi was completely evil. If Lin Feng didn't possess a powerful awareness, his soul would have been crushed by that light. Bzzz. Bzzz. That small person continued attacking Lin Feng's awareness bells. Lin Feng released his broken souls into his awareness bells to strengthen them. They then attacked the small person, pushing them back. Slash! The small person could sense Lin Feng's awareness, so they immediately came out of Lin Feng's head and ran off into the distance. At that moment, Li Shang felt hopeless. He was dying. That small person wasn't Li Shang's awareness, and he didn't know when he had fused together with that creature. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shang but decided he needed to follow the small person. Li Shang was already dying after all. That small person attacked and had failed, now it thought it could escape? Impossible. The tiny golden person was extremely fast. Coupled with his size, it was difficult to catch up. However, Lin Feng had already oppressed him with his awareness. Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique and flew in the sky gracefully. Lin Feng gradually got closer to the small person. He released his awareness bell, which emitted buzzing sounds as it bombarded the small person. His tiny body was shaking. The bell kept resonating as it then fell from the sky and surrounded the tiny creature. Boom, boom, boom. The bell kept assaulting the tiny golden person who was resisting. Lin Feng raised his hands and small black flames appeared. Bzzz. The bell opened itself and flew back into Lin Feng's head. The tiny golden creature wanted to escape, but Lin Feng was faster than him. Lin Feng ran while condensing energies. Soon a black hole appeared in his hands. "Where are you going?" asked Lin Feng while grabbing the tiny creature. He was now unable to escape. "So, initially you were the evil one. Now I really want to destroy you," Lin Feng said angrily. The tiny golden creature kept moving around, but it was useless. His tiny body was slowly becoming black. "Let me off," said a voice in Lin Feng's brain, surprising him. Lin Feng stared at the tiny golden creature and shouted furiously, "What the hell are you?" Lin Feng had never seen such a creature. His evil qi was extremely dense and he had possessed Li Shang's body. "I'm an evil spirit," said a voice in Lin Feng's brain. "An evil spirit." Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. Surprisingly, there were such things in the world. "Did you control Li Shang's body before? And if you had managed to attack my awareness, would you have been able to use my body as a host and control me?" asked Lin Feng. In the future, he would have to be careful when encountering such creatures. Without paying attention, it was probably easy for them to take control of a body. "I'm not strong enough yet. I cannot control cultivators of the Tianqi layer. I can only influence them in the best case." "Okay, how do creatures like you come to life?" asked Lin Feng. The creature remained silent. "Humph." Lin Feng groaned and increased the pressure in his hand, making the evil spirit give a horrible shriek. I'll talk. I'll talk." Many years before, a terrifying emperor chased the flame emperor Yen Di and destroyed his soul. However, after his soul broke, he didn't die. The emperor put them in a painting and sealed it, preventing some of the people inside from becoming too strong. The flame emperor Yen Di was also sealed inside. He then raised us using his consciousness. So that's what we are, evil spirits. Lin Feng was thinking about all of this and shivering. What a terrifying emperor. After fighting, he could seal people inside a painting. On top of that, the flame emperor Yen Di's soul was broken into many pieces, so the emperor had been worried about recovering his soul, so he turned it into so many small evil spirits. Why was it impossible to break the flame emperor Yen Di's soul though? Lin Feng couldn't understand such things yet. In other words, there are other creatures like you? Lin Feng was a bit worried. If any other creatures like this came out, then Shuiyu would plunge into chaos. No, the flame emperor Yen Di's soul was broken into pieces. Pieces which can turn into broken souls are very rare. Those which can turn into evil spirits are even rarer. There can't be too many like me. I don't know how many there are of us, but there can't be too many. I also don't know how many have come to this world. Lin Feng felt a bit reassured. To a small country like Shuiyu, it could have been catastrophic. "You don't know anything. Keeping you is useless," said Lin Feng as he readied to destroy the evil spirit. "Wait," said the evil spirit hastily, obviously fearing death. "I will tell you an incredible secret, but only if you don't destroy me." "What secret?" Lin Feng was curious. Back then, maybe the flame emperor Yen Di hadn't died. Maybe he still had a little bit of vitality and is still in this world, said the evil spirit. "You can't kill me because if we encounter the flame emperor Yen Di, only I will be able to tell you who he is. Without me, you wouldn't be able to recognize him. Besides, if you want to control people in the future, I can help you," said the evil spirit to Lin Feng, trying to convince him. Lin Feng remained silent. No matter if what he was saying was true or not, Lin Feng couldn't kill him. If the flame emperor Yen Di really did exist and could destroy people's consciousness, Lin Feng would need to be vigilant. The best thing he could do was to know what kind of creature the flame emperor Yen Di became after getting destroyed back then. "Didn't you just say that you were unable to control people?" asked Lin Feng coldly, squeezing the evil spirit tighter and making him shout with pain. "I cannot control cultivators of the Tianqi layer, but I can control people who are weaker than that," said the evil spirit. Weaker people. Mph. Groaned Lin Feng. Alright, if we manage to destroy a Tian-level cultivator's soul, I can control their body. But as far as I'm concerned, a body by itself is useless. I prefer acting as a parasite in their body while slowly consuming their vitality until my strength becomes stronger than theirs. If I manage to do that, I wouldn't be an evil spirit anymore but a real human being," said the evil spirit. Lin Feng was too smart, it was impossible to cheat him. "I see," thought Lin Feng. The evil spirit had slowly been consuming Li Shang's vitality and intent to strengthen his own vitality. "Tell me how I can control you," demanded Lin Feng. He was still firmly holding the evil spirit in his black fire. If he couldn't control the evil spirit, he would have no choice but to kill him. He might try to take control over Lin Feng when we was most vulnerable. The evil spirit's tiny eyes twinkled. Boom! The terrifying black fire burnt even more intensely. Ah! The evil spirit gave a horrible shriek from the pain and turned completely black. Evil spirits are made from one broken soul which becomes bigger. After absorbing different energies, it turns into a body and then finally turns into an evil spirit. You can extract my soul, which was originally a broken soul, and take over it. Then my life will be in your hands," said the evil spirit, which made Lin Feng smile. "Take your soul out." "All right, just stop attacking me," said the evil spirit. Lin Feng stopped burning his body, and the tiny creature released a gray thread from its stomach, which moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng firmly oppressed the creature with his godly awareness and strengthened his fire. Slash, slash. The little gray thread was immediately destroyed by Lin Feng's fire, terrifying the tiny golden creature. "So you want to die?" said Lin Feng coldly. His black fire ignited again as he released a terrifying amount of strength. It seemed like the tiny black creature could die at any time. "Give me another chance. I made a mistake," begged the tiny golden creature while shaking with fear. However, Lin Feng didn't stop and was progressively destroying him. The little creature was already completely back. It seemed like he really was going to die. "I beg you, please, one last chance," begged the evil spirit. However, Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice-cold and he didn't stop attacking. Only after the evil spirit became extremely weak did he stop. He then said, "Let's try this again." If that evil spirit was useless, Lin Feng would have destroyed it already. "All right," said the little and weak creature. A golden light appeared as well as a tiny golden soul. After releasing it, it seemed like the tiny creature was going to die. Bzzz! A fire immediately enveloped the golden soul. Ah! The little creature couldn't bear the pain anymore. It looked almost dead as it was staring at Lin Feng's cold smile. It had managed to become an evil spirit. Dying would be such a pity. Lin Feng released his broken souls and enveloped the evil spirit and absorbed it. Lin Feng grabbed the evil spirit firmly and said menacingly, "In the future, if you try to fool me again, I will definitely kill you." Then Lin Feng put the evil spirit away. "Rock!" shouted Lin Feng. The rock flew next to Lin Feng and they left. Half a day later, in Luoyu City, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer appeared. He was extremely powerful and stronger than everyone else there. However, he didn't have time to act recklessly. A young man flying on a rock was hunting him. It was said that the young man was the king of Shuiyu. At the same time, 7 snow eagles had appeared and were patrolling Shuiyu. Each time fire wolves appeared, the snow eagles immediately appeared and killed them. Apart from the snow eagles, there was also Lin Feng's rock, which was extremely powerful. Lin Feng found that he could use fire wolf souls to heal the evil spirit's soul. Even though the evil spirit was not trustworthy, if Lin Feng controlled him, it was no problem. Besides, the evil spirit was also taking advantage of Lin Feng's speed. The fire wolves progressively simmered down. Many people had lost their lives during the war against the wolves. Of course, many others had taken advantage of the war and became stronger. In divine waters, a gigantic Tian-level rock was flying in the sky. Lin Feng had already patrolled the country once with the snow eagles. The fire wolves had completely disappeared, but some people claimed to have seen the king of the fire wolves. But Lin Feng hadn't found him yet. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. The snow eagles had also encircled the ancient city of divine waters. Lin Hai and Xianxia were patrolling the ancient city as well. They heard that the king of the fire wolves was spotted in the ancient city, so they had all rushed over. They needed to kill him so Xueyu's people could relax. Concerning the humans who came to Xueyu, they hadn't caused trouble. The king of Xueyu had ordered his people to report any Tian-level cultivators who caused trouble as well. Even if there were Tian-level cultivators, they weren't too fearful because they heard that Lin Feng could kill them. At that moment, outside of divine waters, Lin Hai was riding Xianxia. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped and remained motionless. Grr! Xianxia groaned as if he feared something. Lin Hai was a bit surprised, sensing a strange qi all around him. Xianxia was an ancient beast. Not only was it strong, but its senses were very acute. Although Lin Hai didn't understand what it was worried about, it couldn't be good. At that moment, on the other side of divine waters, Lin Feng sensed those energies and flew towards Lin Hai. Let's go. Lin Hai pushed Xianxia to continue moving, but it wouldn't obey. It remained in the air, motionless. It was groaning and looked like it was scared of something. Lin Hai thought about how the Fire Wolf King was a Tian-level beast. It made sense that Xianxia would be scared if the beast was there. He jumped up in the air and released his awareness. Even though Lin Hai had broken through to the Tianqi layer for some time now, he hadn't been able to practice cultivation very much. He still only possessed the strength of the first Tianqi layer. Considering that he didn't know how strong the Fire Wolf King was, he couldn't afford to act carelessly. Roar! Xianxia groaned again and retreated. Lin Hai saw a light that possessed bestial qi. It was extremely strong. Lin Hai frowned. Apparently it really was the Fire Wolf King. Lin Hai released a punch which dashed to the skies. He was hoping to signal anyone strong nearby. Lin Hai was not a fool. He immediately started running away. He had to wait for the snow eagles to come. Lin Hai didn't want to worry his son again, especially if that Fire Wolf King was brutal. Roar! Xianxia groaned and became terrified as a light surrounded it. But just as quickly, it became calm again. But now its eyes were twinkling with evil lights and looked extremely cruel. And then they looked normal again. Then Xianxia threw itself at a fire wolf in the distance and immediately destroyed it. Roar! A fire-red light dashed to the skies. Lin Hai saw some beasts escape in front of him, and behind him was a gigantic fire wolf chasing him. That beast was gigantic and its qi was terrifying. Let's go, said Lin Hai to Xianxia. They didn't have time to hesitate. Xianxia quickly turned around and followed Lin Hai. In the distance, the earth and sky were emitting whistling sounds as the rock created whirlwinds with each flap of his wings. Lin Feng immediately sensed that Xianxia needed help, so he was already rushing over there. Rock! Lin Feng jumped off the back of the rock, and the Tian-level rock threw hurricanes at the Fire Wolf King. The wind and flames collided as the earth and sky seemed to be enraged. The rock and the Fire Wolf King had a similar strength. Although it was a close tie, the Fire Wolf King sensed that it couldn't win, so it wanted to leave. However, it couldn't escape because the snow eagles had arrived. Roar! The Fire Wolf King roared. Came to that world, but it didn't belong to him. It had followed Li Shang here, and only now was he realizing his mistake. Die, said Lin Feng coldly. The snow eagles started flapping their wings with incredible strength, creating hurricanes with ice as sharp as blades. They were all directed at the Fire Wolf King. Boom! The Fire Wolf King released an incredible amount of fire which lit everything around him on fire. Surprisingly, the ice hurricanes were destroyed by the fire. Bzzz! Terrifying sounds could be heard. The 7 snow eagles were extremely fast and quickly arrived in front of the Fire Wolf King. Their wings turned into sharp blades as they threw themselves at the king. Their wings were dazzling as the fire was reflecting off them. Slash! The 7 snow eagles' wings attacked the Fire Wolf King at the same time. It released fire but couldn't resist the attack this time. Its body was lacerated and flames were splashing around chaotically in the atmosphere. The Fire King turned into a fireball as it attempted to run away, but the Tian-level rock's wings turned into golden swords and an explosion sounded. Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique and pulled out a demon seal stone. As the fire dispersed, fire crystals appeared. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and a black fire appeared. He then destroyed the awareness contained in those fire crystals. A gigantic fire crystal then appeared. It was dazzling and seemed to possess a fire beast inside. It was the Fire Wolf King's heart. Finally it died, thought Lin Feng while breathing slowly. He took the heart and stashed it away. Lin Feng arrived in front of Xianxia and glanced at him. Xianxia lowered its head and meowed. Lin Feng looked at him for a while and then looked at his father. Dad, let's go back. All right. Lin Hai nodded and jumped onto Xianxia. They all went back to Yangzhou City. The situation had calmed down, but people in Shuiyu clearly understood how important strength really was. They were all motivated to practice cultivation now. They wished to make their king proud and even become as strong as him. At the same time, Lin Feng ordered the Yunhai sect to go back to their former location in the Yunhai mountain range. He even appointed a new patriarch. It was rumored that Lin Feng had given the Yunhai sect lots of extremely powerful skills and techniques, including Tian-level ones. Many young people traveled Shuiyu to the Yunhai mountain range. They wanted to join the Yunhai sect. Everyone understood that Lin Feng was standing behind it, even though he wasn't the patriarch anymore. Each Lin Feng visited the Yunhai sect, it would have a great impact on the sect and its disciples. With Lin Feng, the Yunhai sect could become the strongest sect in Shuiyu. However, the Yunhai sect couldn't house everyone. With that in mind, King Lin Feng also created a few new sects and gave them techniques and skills. People admired him. In the past, the imperial family of Shuiyu wanted to control the entire country and held all the power. However, Lin Feng was different. Everything he did was for the country. But the people from Shuiyu didn't know that outside of the country, there was a great danger awaiting their king. In Yangzhou City, Shuiyu, in a secret room in the palace. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in Yangzhou City. His eyes were closed and he was practicing cultivation. There was a small light on a page of his book Spirit. There was a gigantic seal word as well. That gigantic word was extremely distinct. Lin Feng could sense the strength contained in each letter. That page could pull out the full strength of an item by absorbing its particular powers. This way, Lin Feng could understand the powers of demon seal stones much more easily. However, he still couldn't understand where its strength came from. After that page appeared, the demon seal stone became similar to a skill for Lin Feng. In the air was a little creature staring at that incredible seal word. He could sense the demon seal strength it contained. Lin Feng used his awareness to create the small man. After having broken through to the Tianqi layer, Lin Feng was capable of using the strength of his soul better. His soul was extremely powerful, coupled with the 3 Lives Demon Emperor's godly awareness skill. Lin Feng could use his soul to create the little man easily. Lin Feng could sense power even more distinctly with the little man. He could bathe in it and even touch it. In the hand of the small man, there was even some demon seal strength. 3 days passed and nobody bothered Lin Feng except for the beautiful little beast calmly sitting next to him. Ling Long. She was staring at the young man with his closed eyes. She felt safe and relaxed. She felt like she could look at him forever. There was a strong wind outside of Yangzhou City. People raised their heads and saw a white silhouette. It was a snow eagle. Each time the snow eagles appeared, people could feel their oppressive energies. The snow eagle quickly arrived in the palace where the 6 others were standing. The snow eagle turned into a human and nodded at the others. In a flash, they all went to the courtyard where Lin Feng's secret room was situated. Lin Feng was aware that Shinggong may come, so he hadn't left Shuiyu. Instead, he decided to practice cultivation. The snow eagles were surprised by his willingness to confront the approaching storm. But Lin Feng was their young master and they couldn't challenge his decisions, even if they were concerned for his safety. Lin Feng stepped out of the room looking calm and unrestrained as if the Shinggong's threat didn't exist at all. "Brothers, you came?" said Lin Feng as he saw all of the snow eagles standing there. They will be in Yangzhou City soon, said one of the snow eagles. Lin Feng nodded but didn't immediately say anything. Let's get ready to welcome our guests, said Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared. The snow eagles glanced at each other and immediately followed Lin Feng. At that moment, dozens of kilometers away from Yangzhou City, there was a group of people riding beasts. There were many strong cultivators, but it seemed like they were all trying to conceal their real cultivation levels. They actually didn't know that Lin Feng had come back. Xueyu was in Xueyu and was extremely far away from Xingong. News couldn't spread that quickly in the region. Only those who knew Lin Feng the best could know if he was there or not. Therefore, this time they were coming to Xueyu with not too many people. They were just coming to check how things were going. Amongst those people there was the leader of Xingong West, Zhu Tian. He could easily destroy a trivial country like Xueyu and could easily capture Lin Feng as well. The leaders of the 4 Xingong palaces were the strongest cultivators right after the Zun cultivators. The leader of Xingong North, Bei Ming, and the leader of Xingong East were missing after the mysterious world. This time, he was coming personally to settle accounts. He wanted to capture Lin Feng and bring him back to Xingong. Apart from Zhu Tian, there were also a dozen Tian-level cultivators. There were no Xian-level cultivators who joined them. There was no reason to believe it would be difficult to capture Lin Feng. A dozen kilometers away, in Yangzhou City, people noticed a bestial qi roll in waves at the main gate. Many people raised their heads with surprise. What was going on? Lin Feng's snow eagles had just come back. How come new Tian-level beasts with strong cultivators were appearing again? What had happened? The new imperial city of Xueyu wasn't safe anymore, it seemed. In the past, seeing Tian-level cultivators was a rarity. Duan Renhuang used to be the only Tian-level cultivator and he never showed his face. However, those days, Tian-level cultivators had become normal guests in Xueyu. The Xianxia forces retreated back into the palace. They wanted to inform the government about the newcomers. They didn't know if they were friends or enemies. All in all, the most logical thing to do was ask the stronger cultivators. However, they weren't fast enough. Tian-level beasts were extremely fast and those people had already arrived. Many people were unable to remain calm. They were both scared and worried. Lin Feng, the leader of Xingong West, has come personally. How come you're not coming out to greet him? Said an extremely loud voice. Everybody in the imperial palace heard that voice. That person wanted them to greet them respectfully and apparently, they knew Lin Feng too. An insignificant cultivator like Lin Feng attracts strong cultivators like the leader of Xingong West? How funny. Someone said at that moment. Then, some silhouettes rose up in the sky. Lin Feng and his snow eagles. Xingong's people had come personally to see Lin Feng. If Xingong has anything to tell me, you could have sent me a message. Coming personally wasn't necessary, said Lin Feng while rising high up in the sky. Surprisingly, he was rising to the same level as them. Xingong people raised their heads as Lin Feng rose up even higher in the air than them. Did that guy wanted to die? He was extremely conceited and obviously despised them. Lin Feng was belittling himself, but in reality, it was sarcasm. He was making fun of them. What an arrogant boy. Could it be that he thinks that those snow eagles are enough to protect him? People from Xingong were angry now. Zhu Tian narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Back then, at the great competition of Xueyu, Lin Feng's personality was the same. However, back then, Lin Feng had the right to do so because he won. But now, what made him feel so confident to act that arrogantly? Leader, I'm going to sort this out, said a young man. He had broken through to the second Tianqi layer a few days before and wanted to prove himself by capturing Lin Feng. Okay, said Zhu Tian while nodding. He just wanted to see how strong Lin Feng was. The young man jumped forwards and rose up in the air using a wind agility technique. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. Get the hell down from here, shouted that young man furiously. On that young man's hand, a golden print appeared. It seemed to contain thunders and strange marks. It then assaulted Lin Feng, surrounding him by golden lights. Wind, thought Lin Feng. He used the same agility technique as his opponent, and it looked like he understood the technique better than his opponent. He looked far more graceful and was faster. Slash, slash. The golden was shining upon Lin Feng's body, and it seemed like it would hit him each time. That young man really wanted to cripple Lin Feng. "Hurry up and retreat back!" shouted someone behind Zhu Tian. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng was too fast. His wind intent was already level 5. The young man's facial expression changed. He kept shouting furiously while releasing golden lights at Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng was unaffectedly bathing in those lights and looked like a war god. Boom! No matter how many golden lights the young man released, Lin Feng's body was like iron. A loud sounded as the young man's internal organs were crushed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had punched him and damaged his vitality. "Get lost," said Lin Feng while kicking the young man's body back at Shin Gong's people. The one who had just warned the young man caught his friend's body. But when he caught it, he found that the young man was already dead. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng just glanced back at him indifferently. Then he said, "In the past, when I participated to the great competition of Shuiyu, I used to think that people from Xingong were so powerful. I almost joined Xingong, but luckily I didn't. A cultivator at the second Tianqi layer from Xingong is just a piece of trash. He couldn't even withstand a single attack. Xingong has an undeserved reputation. Can you find someone of the same level to fight against me, please?" Lin Feng said mockingly. Xingong's people were pulling a long face, especially some of the younger people who wanted to fight Lin Feng. They had even started walking towards him. However, Zhu Tian raised his hand and prevented them from going. Back then, at the great competition of Shuiyu, an incredible genius had risen, and now he was even stronger. His muscles and bones were extremely powerful. He could punch a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer and easily kill him. It really was a pity not to have such a cultivator in Xingong. At that moment, Zhu Tian was angry at Bei Ming. Back then, Bei Ming hadn't attached enough importance to Lin Feng. If they had better known his potential, they would have protected his family and friends. Maybe Lin Feng would have joined them then. "Lin Feng, I came here personally. You must understand the consequences. However, I want you to remember Xingong is a nice place and give you one more chance to join Xingong. Let bygones be bygones. I will not treat you unfairly," said Zhu Tian. He really hoped that Lin Feng would join Xingong. Sooner or later, Lin Feng would become his personal assistant if he joined Xingong. "If you want me to join Xingong, shouldn't you first take the treasures I found in the mysterious world?" said Lin Feng mockingly. "Of course, there are some powerful tools which you can't use, and it would be better if Xingong used them, but you can keep some. It's nothing against you. Try not to bring about your own destruction," said Zhu Tian indifferently. "What do you mean, bring about my own destruction? Do you think I'm doomed? Okay, I will give you one chance. Bring those pieces of trash from Xingong, those who have broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer or under. If one of them can defeat me, I will join Xingong. I promise you," said Lin Feng while pointing at the young men from Xingong. Everybody was furious. What an arrogant guy. Surprisingly, he called cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer pieces of trash. Cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer were already in the middle of the Tianqi layer. They were 3 layers stronger than those of the 1st Tianqi layer. Almost all of them could already condense their awareness and use it to attack people. If they used their awareness, Lin Feng would die. Didn't Lin Feng understand that? Apart from the cultivator that Lin Feng had just killed, there were 5 more cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer and below. There were 2 cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer and 3 of the 3rd Tianqi layer. The others were cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. In order to capture Lin Feng, they had brought some of their strongest cultivators. Many people from Shuiyu were on the ground and staring at those people in the sky. None of them needed pure qi to fly in the sky, so they were all cultivators of the Tianqi layer. That was incredible. Their king was even standing higher than those people and was facing them fearlessly. He looked like a hero. People were feeling proud and their hearts were filled with ardor and ambition, but they also felt the pressure. They were worried for Lin Feng. Those were strong cultivators from Xingong after all. The leader of a palace had even come personally. "Just talking big," said the man who was carrying the body of the young man who had just died. He then looked at Zhu Tian and said, "Leader, I'll fight." That person had broken through to the third Tianqi layer. "All right," said Zhu Tian while nodding. How strong was Lin Feng's body, really? That person put the young man down and threw himself at Lin Feng aggressively. "I will show you how ignorant you are. It seems that you don't understand cultivation levels," said the middle-aged man while surfing on a razor-blade-like wind. In a flash, many silhouettes appeared. They were all clones. The higher the cultivation level of a Tian-level cultivator was, the deeper their understanding of the earth and sky was. Their intent was usually higher, and they could use the strength and the force of the earth and sky in a more efficient way. At that moment, the wind was whistling violently and turned into a vortex. All the clones became blurry. The crowd on the ground started shaking as they watched. How scary! They couldn't see clearly what was going on. But those clones looked like real people. How could you fight against such a skill? However, Lin Feng remained standing there and didn't look scared in the slightest. He didn't understand cultivation levels? Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and observed the scene using his awareness. Lin Feng was observing the surroundings in his world of darkness. There was a gray wind blowing unceasingly, and he could see each and every single movement of the wind. He could also see some dark silhouettes flickering. However, there was one silhouette which appeared brighter than the others. That silhouette kept flickering too, but each time it flickered, many other shadows appeared around Lin Feng's head. It looked like a dancing buffoon. Lin Feng smiled coldly as the wind was blowing against his body aggressively. However, Lin Feng was calmly standing there in the middle of that deadly storm. His body was like a stone, motionless, and unaffected by the world. Back in his dark world, the light moved a little. The silhouette jumped into the gray wind and borrowed some force from it. At the same time, a hurricane appeared in his hand. That person understood wind intent quite well. His wind was almost invisible, and yet extremely powerful. That wind was strong enough to crush trees. That cultivator saw how easy it was for Lin Feng to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer and decided to act cautiously. He didn't want to underestimate Lin Feng and wind as up like his friend. However, Lin Feng's eyes were, as before, closed, and that cultivator misunderstood this for overconfidence. Because of this storm, Lin Feng wouldn't know when his opponent attacked. Wind was a light and invisible kind of strength. Lin Feng's opponent was moving and thinking like the wind. At the same time, he released the hurricane in his hand to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. However, as soon as the hurricane left his hand, Lin Feng moved as well and moved with similar grace. It seemed like he had hollow bones, like birds did. Lin Feng left a shadow behind him as the wind crashed onto that shadow. At the same time, two hands that contained an incredible amount of wind energy seemed like they were grabbing at his throat. How is that possible? Thought that cultivator whose heart started pounding violently. Now Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He looked expressionless, yet one could see that he found the situation amusing. "I understand cultivation levels better than you," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, fire appeared in his hand and began cooking the cultivator. Boom! Lin Feng then punched him and destroyed his burnt body, which flew towards Xingong's people. "Save me!" shouted that cultivator furiously. At the same time, a sound spread in the air. A black blade penetrated his heart. He turned his head around and looked at his comrade. Despair appeared in his eyes. "Even if you live on, you'll be a useless piece of trash." "I'll avenge you," said his comrade angrily. Then, the cultivator closed his eyes and disappeared in the fire. The one with the blade released an ice-cold energy, and at the same time, another person came out. That person held a spear which diffused ice-cold lights. They both looked extremely aggressive. "I will kill him," said the one with the blade. Surprisingly, two cultivators of the Tianqi layer had been killed by Lin Feng. What a humiliation for them. Lin Feng had only broken through to the Tianqi layer. "No, I will," said the one with the spear. Come together, fighting one-on-one each time is going to take too long, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Lin Feng was happy. Shingong had sent people to him. Now he could practice his cultivation. He had obtained so many treasures recently and learnt so many new skills. Learning more about these things through fighting was invaluable. The two's eyes twinkled with sharp lights. They looked like two lions in front of a sheep. Go ahead together, said Zhu Tian. He also felt humiliated. However, Lin Feng's self-confidence and arrogance made him act cautious. Even though cultivators of the third Tianqi layer were considered average cultivators in Xingong, all in all they belonged to Xingong and they couldn't afford losing too many of them. Zhu Tian had told them that it was all right, so they didn't hesitate and both jumped forwards. 2 against 1, a spear and a blade against Lin Feng. Your intent levels are too low, said Lin Feng mockingly. Then he released his level 7 sword intent. The earth and sky were whistling as everything seemingly became a world made of swords. Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower than his opponent's, but his intent level was higher. His terrifying sword intent placed a monumental pressure on his opponents. If one could compare intent and a forest, the intent of Lin Feng's opponents represented a few trees and Lin Feng's was a vast and boundless jungle. His intent enveloped his opponents. How could they still fight like that? The two opponents pulled a long face. Those who had seen Lin Feng in the mysterious world knew how strong he was. However, they either died or were now trapped in the Emperor's palace. How strong was Lin Feng? His blood sword appeared and it was twinkling with blood-red lights. Millions of swords appeared around Lin Feng and the sky was whistling. The million swords condensed and fused together with the blood sword. Its bright blood-red color was becoming more dazzling. Million sword fusion, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword then streaked across the sky. Roaring dragons appeared and were directed at his opponents. The swords turned into 2 beams of light and then 2 gigantic swords appeared, each capable of cutting the vault of heaven. Die! The 2 cultivators of the third Tianqi layer didn't flinch. A gigantic blade diffused a dazzling blade light. Then, on the other side, there was a spear that separated the sky as well. In a flash, 1,000 spears appeared. Boom! The blade and the sword collided. The spear and the sword collided as well, and a hurricane formed from these confronting energies. Be careful! Shouted someone furiously. But again it was too late. Lin Feng had learnt the ancient Xiaoyao agility technique. The blood sword streaked across the sky. Blood appeared on the throat of the blade cultivator and splashed violently. Lin Feng's blood sword picked up that blood and absorbed it. Lin Feng didn't stop though. He then used his agility technique again and threw himself at the spear cultivator. The opponent ran backwards with his fastest speed. However, a sword light appeared as Lin Feng disappeared and turned into a sword. Some slashing sounds spread in the air. The enemy was terrified as Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind him. 1 sword strike, 1 death. Lin Feng slaughtered 2 cultivators of the third Tianqi layer and his speed was astonishing. The Xingong's people looked astonished as well as humiliated. 2 more of their people had died. Even though they were only of the third Tianqi layer, their level was still higher than Lin Feng's. Xingong's cultivators are crappy. With some more time, I could kill you all like worthless dogs, said Lin Feng while pointing at Xingong's people. Someday, when I reach the clouds, I'll come to your territory and annihilate you. Phew! The crowd sighed, how brave. Saying that he would go and destroy Xingong was extremely audacious. Zhu Tian's expression changed drastically. For Xingong, Lin Feng had to die. Unfortunately, you will never reach the clouds. There was murder in Zhu Tian's eyes. He didn't want to recruit Lin Feng anymore, he wanted to cripple his cultivation. He wanted to see Lin Feng on the ground, unable to stand up ever again. You're not the one who can decide if I will reach the clouds or not. I killed cultivators of the third Tianqi layer. You can even send cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer to fight me. You guys can all come at once. I will still kill every single one of you. Lin Feng was pointing at 2 cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer in an arrogant way. Those cultivators of the Xianxia layer found it difficult to remain calm. Boom! Energies rolled through the sky. An old man with white eyebrows released some energies towards Lin Feng. His eyebrows resembled swords and he himself looked like a sword, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Good. If Mr. Bai gets involved, Lin Feng is doomed. Xingong's people seemed to relax. Mr. Bai was old but very talented. His level wasn't high but he understood swords very well. He had broken through to the 4th Xianxia layer and possessed level 6 sword intent. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's but Lin Feng could already use level 7 sword intent. Lin Feng remained motionless in the sky. He had a cold smile in the corner of his mouth. "Little boy, you're going to die now," said Mr. Bai. In the blink of an eye, sword energy appeared around Mr. Bai's fingertip shot out towards Lin Feng. As Mr. Bai was getting closer to Lin Feng, a demonic sealing strength appeared. Lin Feng smiled at the old man as a gigantic piece of stone appeared above his hand. Boom! When Mr. Bai's fingers touched the gigantic piece of stone, his bones broke and he gave a horrible shriek. "Don't engage in close combat," said someone from behind him. An extremely loud sound followed as the stone ruthlessly crashed onto the old man's body. Boom! A terrifying energy rolled in the air towards Lin Feng. Another cultivator of the 4th Xianxia layer attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand which was holding the gigantic piece of stone to deal with that cultivator. At the same time, he used his other hand to attack the old man. This time, a subtle sound spread in the air, as if a needle had pierced through the old man's chest. However, that sound was masked by the sounds of the stone attacking the other cultivator. "You are already old, so I won't kill you," said Lin Feng, sending the old man flying. The stone came back into Lin Feng's hands and someone in front of him shouted, "What an arrogant little boy! You dared to use precious items." "Arrogant? He is 3 levels stronger than me. Why wouldn't I use precious items? What should I say about a group of Xingong's people coming to attack me? You are such weak cowards." Lin Feng shouted back. "Invisible hand of destruction," shouted that person furiously. With a flash, a gigantic hand appeared and flew through the air. Lin Feng used his stone as massive waves of energy rolled in the air and crashed onto that terrifying hand. Everything disappeared instantly. A demon seal stone. What a surprising treasure. Go and capture him. Shi Ju Tian's long sleeves fluttered in the wind. He didn't care about Xingong's honor anymore. He just wanted to capture Lin Feng. "Die," said Lin Feng coldly. The 7 snow eagles released a terrifying amount of bestial qi. Lin Feng's hands moved and he released his Tian-level beasts from his animal tower. Clouds of bestial qi rolled in the air. People on the ground were shaking. What a terrifying amount bestial qi. All those beasts were Tian-level beasts. Roar! Lin Feng used his demon seal stone to push the cultivator of the 4th Xianxia layer in front of the bear. The bear roared and crushed the cultivator easily. How fierce! The Tian-level cultivator was crushed alive. West Xingong had a dozen cultivators of the Xianxia layer and Lin Feng had a dozen Tian-level beasts. Their battle made the ground and sky shake. The atmosphere seemed like it was breaking apart, and terrifying energies were rolling. A golden hand appeared in front of Lin Feng and contained enough strength to crush Lin Feng easily. Lin Feng stared at his opponent. The person with that golden hand was a cultivator of the 7th Xianxia layer. Even though Lin Feng had many ways to kill his opponents, he wasn't able to handle such powerful cultivators. Demonic sealing strength emerged from the demon seal stone. The seal character was flashing. Boom, boom, boom. The hand crashed onto the stone. Lin Feng's hand felt numb. It seemed the stone alone wasn't enough to block the attack. Lin Feng was propelled backwards. As expected, Lin Feng couldn't fight high-leveled cultivators. "You should just surrender. Did you really think that because you killed a few people you were able to win?" said that cultivator. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as he jumped forwards and attacked Lin Feng again. Humph! Lin Feng groaned and used his stone again. At the same time, a golden bell appeared in front of his eyebrows and shot towards his opponent. Godly awareness attack. The cultivator with the golden hands was quite surprised. Lin Feng's cultivation was impressive. Not only had he broken through to the first Xianxia layer, but he could use the godly awareness attack already. "You're about to bring about your own destruction," said the golden hand cultivator. He attacked the stone again. At the same time, a godly awareness golden sword appeared. However, the golden hand cultivator looked at Lin Feng and saw that he was smiling in a bestial kind of way, so he pulled back his awareness. Almost at the same time, the golden hand cultivator turned around and saw a sword sneaking behind him. "Try and dare!" The golden hand cultivator released an incredible amount of chi and launched a hand attack. A golden light appeared between his eyebrows and drowned into his skin between his eyebrows. He was shaking. He wanted to kick out Lin Feng's awareness, but it was already too late. That godly awareness was extremely dangerous. The godly awareness sword was recalled, but Lin Feng was running towards him now. Lin Feng's sword suddenly crashed between his eyebrows, crushing him violently. Roar! The golden hand cultivator roared violently. His facial expression looked ferocious. A terrifying godly awareness sword headed for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique and his demon seal stone. Boom! The godly awareness and the stone collided as a terrifying golden light appeared. The godly awareness was barely visible, but at the same time, new golden lights appeared between the golden hand cultivator's eyebrows. "Evil spirit, arg!" The cultivator screamed when he saw the little golden spirit. His forehead was bleeding, but he really wanted to capture Lin Feng. He suddenly stopped moving in the middle of the sky. He was staring at Lin Feng with the utmost hatred as a drop of blood fell from his forehead, and suddenly, he died. Lin Feng called his spirit back and glanced at the cultivator with the golden sleeves. As expected, he couldn't fight against a cultivator of the 7th chi layer. It was from the very beginning that he had used the evil spirit to control the old man. Even though he couldn't control his strength, he could at least use him to prevent the Tian-level cultivator from killing him. After that, Lin Feng made his godly awareness come back out again and killed his opponent. Lin Feng looked at his opponent's eyes and could almost see the fury in them. Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Tian-chi layer, had killed him with the help of his evil spirit. A whirlwind started around Shiju Tian and protected him. Cultivators of the 3rd and 4th Tian-chi layers had died. Even though he wasn't happy about it, he didn't care much. However, seeing the dead bodies infuriated him. West Shinggong had sent people to capture Lin Feng, and in the end, even a cultivator of the 7th Tian-chi layer couldn't suffice. What a humiliation! If other people in Shinggong knew about that, he would lose face. Even the others who had fought against the Tian-level beasts hadn't been able to resist a single attack. Those beasts were extremely powerful. They were at least level 4 Tian-level beasts. Shinggong had no chance. "I swear, after we capture and torture you, I will kill you in a tragic way," Shiju Tian threatened Lin Feng. "You're still quite confident," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "If you are not afraid of losing your consciousness and decide to turn into a demon again, I will help you kill your family and friends, all of them, one after the other. You will kill them with your own hands," said Shiju Tian while smiling coldly. He had known about Lin Feng's demon sword from last time. He also knew that when Lin Feng used it, he was unable to discern friends from enemies, killing anyone in front of him. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed. Shinggong's people were extremely strong, but they were shameless. In the world of strong cultivators, sometimes there were no principles. Bei Ming of North Shinggong, as well as another Shinggong leader, have disappeared. It seems like today, another leader along with many strong cultivators will disappear as well, said Lin Feng while staring back at Shiju Tian. He sounded as arrogant as always. Strangely, Lin Feng seemed confident about defeating Zhu Tian. Shiju Tian's pupils narrowed. He seemed intrigued. How could Lin Feng be so confident? Concerning the strong cultivator's disappearance, the only person who knew about that was Duan Wuya. However, it was said that Lin Feng had followed Duan Wuya into the East Sea Dragon Palace and killed him there. Therefore, nobody knew about the mysterious disappearances in the mysterious world. Did Lin Feng have a secret weapon to deal with him? Otherwise, why would Lin Feng be so confident? Not only was Lin Feng unafraid, but he was goading him to fight. After thinking those things through, Shi Jutian couldn't help but re-examine Lin Feng. He felt like he had to be even more vigilant. A moment before, the cultivator with the golden clothes had died by Lin Feng because of carelessness. Jutian, as a leader, had great plans, so dying there would be a pity. Rumbling sounds were unceasing as the Tian-level beasts and cultivators were fighting. There were so many people fighting that the sky had darkened. The Tian-level beasts had a stable advantage, having killed 2 cultivators of the Tian-Chi layer. Shi Jutian and Lin Feng were staring each other down. In the middle of the chaos, they alone were motionless. Jutian was a bit scared that Lin Feng might possess an incredible weapon or treasures. Maybe he had the treasures of the great emperor. You all from Xingong will die. Against all expectations, you're not even attacking first. Honestly, you are all trash. A leader, you won't even fight me, a cultivator of the first Tian-Chi layer. If other people saw that, they would burst into laughter, said Lin Feng mockingly. Jutian remained calm. Since the beginning, you have humiliated and insulted us, even killing us. What is your motive? Asked Shi Jutian. Lin Feng just laughed. A leader who is afraid to attack. I, Lin Feng, am honored. Lin Feng looked at the battle between the beasts and the group with amusement. He wasn't even looking at Shi Jutian anymore. However, Jutian remained calm still, his expression didn't change. The crowd on the ground was enjoying the battle. Some people were whispering about how wonderful their leader, Lin Feng, was. With a few sentences, he had managed to terrify a leader of Xingong. Ah! Another shriek sounded. A member of Xingong had been cut by a snow eagle. Tian-level beasts were fierce and very brutal. Xingong's people were terrified. At that pace, they were all going to die. They had no hope anymore, especially since their leader was still facing Lin Feng without doing anything. West Xingong had sent 12 cultivators of the Tian-Chi layer and thought that they would be enough to crush Lin Feng. In the end, they were humiliated. Leader, attack with us, someone shouted furiously. At the same time, another member of Xingong fell down from the sky, dead. The great rock had cut him as well. Shi Jutian's eyes were twinkling with murder. As if Lin Feng had sensed those murderous intentions, a bestial aura started twinkling around his body. Snowflakes started floating around and they contained bestial chi. Eh? Shi Jutian was surprised by the snowflakes. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands and condensed strength in them. A whirlwind of bestial pure chi flowed in his hands and white lights were twinkling around them. You finally can't hold back anymore. Lin Feng's eyes looked cold. He moved his hands and a piece of demon seal stone appeared. That was the stone Lin Feng used to seal his demon sword. Shi Jutian yelled at Lin Feng, "Do you really want to use your demon sword? You don't care about killing your own people. If you don't die, you'll see," said Lin Feng. Then, he shouted furiously, "Come out!" Boom, boom, boom. He unsheathed his demon sword. The earth and the sky seemed to collapse as a terrifying demonic cloud appeared. Immediately, the earth and sky seemed to turn upside down. The crowd was crouching on the ground as they were oppressed by the energies in the sky. Xingong's people were all shivering. What kind of sword was that? Whatever it was terrifying. Back then, Lei Mang had told some others about Lin Feng's terrifying demon sword. However, hearing about it and facing it gave 2 different perspectives. They were all discovering how terrifying that sword really was. Zhu Tian's hands were frozen cold. Lin Feng was willing to use his demon sword. Was he not turning into a demon, though? Did Lin Feng not fear harming the crowd on the below? How demoniac! Zhu Tian was speechless. That demon sword was incredibly powerful. The initial owner of the demon sword must have been at least a Zun cultivator. Even though he eventually died, his demonic power remained. You're crazy. Do you actually think I will not kill everyone on the ground anyway? Shouted Shi Jutian furiously. That demonic power was terrifying and Zhu Tian was afraid that he couldn't fight it. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhu Tian with a bestial expression in his eyes. Even his mouth resembled that of an animal. He then said, "I will not give you any chances to do so. Demon seal." Suddenly, a terrifying black light appeared in Lin Feng's hands with strange markings in that light. Lin Feng closed his eyes and visualized the demonic sealing strength so he could better control his demon power. He was finally able to use it. He rose up in the air. His head reached the black clouds. There were mysterious marking on the demon's sword now which contained a terrifying power. At the same time, bright lights twinkled around Lin Feng's body as if he were condensing this strength. This strength was very subtle and barely visible. The crowd on the ground could see a huge word, seal. Lin Feng was visualizing the demon's sealing strength while preventing the demon's sword intent from corroding his body. That? Shi Tian was astonished. Lin Feng's body had turned into a gigantic word, seal. He was sealing his own body. How was that possible? How could Lin Feng use the power of the demon seal stones to this extent? Couldn't be a part of his powers. Lin Feng was in the sky surrounded by rolling black clouds and floating snowflakes. He was dominating the skies with his demon sword. Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes made Shi Tian shiver. Was that Lin Feng's true power? No wonder that he acted so arrogantly. Even in such circumstances, do you think you can stop me? Shi Tian's didn't back down. He jumped forwards and a whirlwind followed him. However, he wasn't jumping in Lin Feng's direction. He was flying down towards the crowd on the ground. He wanted to kill Lin Feng's people to humiliate him. Lin Feng's pupils were still ice-cold. He moved his demon sword around as if he were writing something. It seemed like he was moving his hand really slowly, but at the same time each strike gave birth to insane hurricanes. Each trail left by his sword in the sky seemed to contain sword intent. Eh? Shi Tian, who was flying downwards but raised his head. Cold sweat was dripping down his neck. How is that possible? Thought Shi Tian. The trails left by Lin Feng in the sky seemed to contain a special energy, the real strength of the earth and sky. Those were the mysterious markings. Even someone like Shi Tian had only heard of such mysterious markings. They were mysterious, subtle, and extremely powerful. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Xianxia layer. Being defeated by him at his cultivation level would be an incredible tragedy. Lin Feng had probably learnt how to use those mysterious marks in the mysterious world. He couldn't have learnt them in the outside world. Shi Tian was right. Those mysterious marks came from the mysterious world. Back then, there were 81 mysterious sword marks in that sword room. The mysterious marks Lin Feng was using were some of them. He had spent lots of time studying them and had focused on a particular part only. Finally, he was able to understand some of the marks related to the way of the sword. Lin Feng had prepared himself for the fight against Gong. The demonic clouds were wailing. Shi Tian suddenly stopped from the surprise. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Xianxia layer, but with the help of the demon sword, how strong could he get? Shi Tian didn't want to think about that. At that moment, the Tian-level beasts and the group of people stopped fighting. They were all staring at Lin Feng. Shouldn't a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer possessing such power violate the rules of the universe? Let's go, said Shi Tian. His energies dispersed as he started running. He wanted to escape and come back with reinforcements. Lin Feng seemingly ignored Shi Tian escaping. He continued condensing the strength of the mysterious marks. Snowflakes were still falling in the air. Despite his speed, Shi Tian was still surrounded by these snowflakes. Boom! Shi Tian barely had time to react. His head felt like it was exploding. He groaned and blood splashed out of his mouth. What kind of power was that? I told you that you wouldn't have a chance. But surprisingly, you still came. Now you will stay here forever. At that moment, a trail appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and the whole sky became white. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A trail was left behind by the demon's sword as a gigantic word appeared in the sky. Die! That word seemed to contain an infinite amount of sword energy. People couldn't look at it. It was so bright that they were forced to close their eyes. Shi Tian's facial expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth and moaned. The die word penetrated into his body. Shi Tian's mouth remained open. On his body, the word die appeared and carved into his skin. His body started falling apart as that die word was continuously assaulting his body. Shi Ju Tian of West Shandong was dead and Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer, had killed him. The crowd shivered. Lin Feng had unsheathed his demon sword and killed Shi Ju Tian with one strike. Nobody would forget that move, ever. Crrrr. Lin Feng's demon seal strength was quickly diminishing. Even though he had sealed his body, it would never be as strong as the demon seal stone. Because of this, he couldn't prevent the demon sword from corroding his intent forever. He put back his demon sword in the demon seal stone and the clouds dispersed. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as the demon seal strength vanished. The snowflakes gradually disappeared as well. Even after the clouds and snow disappeared, people could still imagine that they were there. The battle between the Tian-level beasts and the remaining Shandong people wasn't over. Lin Feng had only killed Shi Ju Tian. There was still another leader and their Zun cultivators. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining Shandong people. This time, nobody looked at him despisingly. He was too scary. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, but was able to kill people at the top of the Tianqi layer. The 7 snow eagles' silhouettes kept flickering. Lin Feng had ordered them to fight, so they obeyed. Actually, they didn't know what kind of power Lin Feng had. It wasn't until now that they were starting to understand how scary their master was. Lin Feng was a young master in Tianxian. In the future, he would become an authentic leader and Tianxian could only benefit. Even after the snow and clouds dispersed, the crowd on the ground couldn't calm down. In the past, people from Shui had never seen cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Seeing such battles, the incredible powers and skills, was beyond words for them. What kind of power did Lin Feng use to write the word die with his demon sword? And when Shi Ju Tian tried to escape, why couldn't he get out of the snowstorm? Ordinary Shui people couldn't understand that. Ordinary people couldn't understand, but even Shandong cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't. How could Lin Feng have such powers? How could he kill Shi Ju Tian in one strike? Apart from Zun cultivators, could other cultivators defeat Lin Feng? They couldn't grasp the power of the demon sword. The mysterious marks Lin Feng had used were left by the Jade Emperor, an incredibly powerful Zun cultivator. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't imagine how strong he was. The demon sword coupled with the strength of the mysterious marks was the only way to finish Shi Ju Tian. Lin Feng's bestial qi dispersed and he coldly glanced at the remaining Shandong people. He then spat out one word, "Die!" The beasts roared and slaughtered their enemies. Corpses fell down from the sky one after the other. Some people tried to escape, but could they escape from Tian-level beasts? Of course not, they were all doomed to die. Who would have thought that their campaign would turn into such a tragedy? Lin Feng was just a nobody, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. When the last cultivator of the Tianqi layer was killed by the Tian-level beasts, those beasts gathered together. It seemed like their bloodlust hadn't faded at all. They were ferocious wild beasts that loved to kill. The great rock looked majestic in the sky. The metallic sounds of its claws could still be heard. "That's enough," said Lin Feng. The beasts calmed down as Lin Feng looked at them. "Great rock, you've been with me a lot recently and have made great efforts. You are free now, I won't put you in the animal tower again. However, if you ever do something against me, I will put you back inside forever." The great rock transformed into a human. His eyes were twinkling. "Thank you, master." The rock regarded Lin Feng in the same way as the snow eagles. He was extremely happy not to be imprisoned in the animal tower anymore. The other animals looked at the rock in a respectful way. He was free. "You will all have such opportunities too," said Lin Feng to the other beasts. Lin Feng then shook his hand and the animal tower appeared again. But the beasts went into it voluntarily. They had to show the best of themselves to be free someday too. The 7 snow eagles turned back into humans and gathered around Lin Feng. "Master, this time we killed Shandong's people, but when Shandong learns about it, stronger cultivators will come. I fear that they will send Zun cultivators. Shouldn't we head back to Tianqi?" said one snow eagle. Lin Feng was an incredible cultivator. but they were still worried about him. Lin Feng needed time to become stronger and shouldn't take large risks. It will take time before Shengong realizes that the group isn't coming back. Let's wait a few more days and I will think about what we can do, replied Lin Feng. The Snow Eagle's worries were not unfounded. With the loss of West Shengong, there was only one Shengong district left. They would definitely send a Zun cultivator to deal with Lin Feng, and the demon sword wouldn't be enough then. Even though he had sealed it, it still had its corrosive power. The demon seal stone couldn't entirely seal its demon intent, so if he kept using it, the demon sword would turn him into a demon again. Lin Feng couldn't take that risk, but he didn't have many solutions. Nobody can talk about what happened today. It could be dangerous to us all. You've seen how dangerous Shengong can be, so don't act carelessly, said Lin Feng loudly so that everyone could hear. Everybody nodded in agreement. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and left for the governmental buildings. Many people in the palace had seen the great battle and were impressed. Xiaoya. Lin Feng called Xiaoya, who was next to the pond. Brother, you're becoming so amazing, said Xiaoya with a sweet smile. Xiaoya, when I was in danger outside, I saw your grandfather. He saved me. I found out that he is incredibly strong. Following him, you must have seen incredible things. So I will show you something. Xiaoya smiled. She knew that her grandfather left a protection for Lin Feng and for her too. If she faced dangers, it could be beneficial for her even if she couldn't use that protection herself. Lin Feng shook his hand. A small man appeared in front of him. That's an evil spirit. Xiaoya was surprised. She never imagined that Lin Feng would show her an evil spirit. It must have once been an extremely strong cultivator who couldn't die. Indeed, it's an evil spirit that can eat people's godly awareness and turn it into a body, said Lin Feng, nodding. Xiaoya nodded. There is an extremely strong technique called body capture. When a cultivator who understands godly awareness is injured physically and have practiced the body capture technique, they can steal other people's bodies. It's the same as the evil spirit's power. Body capture. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He asked the evil spirit, if you use somebody else's body, will you be able to change? Are your powers different from the body capture technique? Of course they're not the same. We steal bodies and can immediately eradicate the other godly awareness, but the way we control bodies is not complete. Therefore, we need to consume the godly awareness slowly. The body capture technique is different because it's more powerful. You can immediately eradicate the godly awareness when you use it, and then you can slowly corrode the person's body. If evil spirits choose to invade a body using the first method, they have to change bodies all the time. If they use the second method or the body capture technique, then they don't need to change anymore. Lin Feng nodded. According to the evil spirit, they corroded bodies or could steal a body using the body capture technique. Of course, the strength of the godly awareness had to be inferior to that of the attacking cultivator. When an extremely strong cultivator dies, their soul remains, so they can rise again. In order to do that, they need to find a body. Once the soul is strong enough again, they can steal a body, is that right? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, but it is not the only scenario. If an ordinary person uses the body capture technique, once they become strong enough, they'll want a better body to increase their own strength. If I know someone I want to use the body capture technique on, but I don't want to destroy their godly awareness, is that possible? Asked Lin Feng. The little person looked surprised and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya. She had followed her grandfather to many places and had seen and knew a lot. Xiaoya, is there any medicine which could allow such things? Asked Lin Feng. Brother, what you're talking about has a name. It's the spirit sealing technique, replied Xiaoya. The body capture technique and the spirit sealing technique were often used together. That wasn't a secret. People who could use the body capture technique also knew about the spirit sealing technique. Indeed, there is such a technique. With it, you could do what you said the evil spirit in a trembling voice. He didn't want to upset Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng could seal him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, said Lin Feng as if he could read the evil spirit's thoughts. The evil spirit felt vexed because Lin Feng despised him, but at the same time he felt relieved. The body capture. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He could really do what he said, using the body capture of the godly awareness or fusing with people's bodies using the evil spirit sealing. The spirit sealing technique is a sort of deployment technique, but practicing that kind of technique is extremely difficult. Only cultivators with an extremely powerful godly awareness can use the body capture technique. At the moment when the cultivator fuses with the body, their soul can die if they're not strong enough. You should at least be a Zun cultivator to use the body capture technique. Therefore, cultivators rarely learn the technique because Zun cultivators don't need it, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was delighted to hear such information and kept nodding. Brother, do you want to learn the sealing technique? You won't find this technique in the Shuiyu region, said Xianxia while shaking her head. Very few people who weren't Zun cultivators could use that technique. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. He pet Xiaoya's head. Little girl, it seems like you understand things better than I do. Hi, if you want to know anything, you can ask me. Even though I am not as strong as you, I know a lot of things, said Xiaoya while smiling. Brother, I'm off. I want to go and have fun with Xianxia and Yunxi, said Xiaoya as if she knew that Lin Feng had other things to do. She then turned around and left. Silly girl. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng shook his hand and pulled back the evil spirit. He then left and went to the snow eagles. Master, said the snow eagles politely. Their esteem for Lin Feng was ever increasing. In the past, they respected him because he was a young leader in Xianxia, but now they admired his strength as well. Brothers, can you contact Tianqi? Lin Feng asked while opening the door and looking out at the mountains. The snow eagles' pupils shrunk. Their eyes twinkled as they remained silent. Lin Feng smiled when he saw their reaction and said, It seems like I'm right. You can contact Tianqi, right? Master, we can, but only in case of real danger. We don't want you to waste that opportunity, so please think it through, said one of the snow eagles. Lin Feng was a leader in Tianxia, so Tianqi had to protect Lin Feng. I need to contact Tianqi now, said Lin Feng seriously. Master. One of the snow eagles wanted to say something, but Lin Feng immediately interrupted him. Right now means immediately. It's extremely important. I must contact Tianqi right now. The 7 snow eagles glanced at each other and finally nodded. All right, we'll establish a communication portal. The snow eagles positioned themselves in different positions like a 7-star constellation. In the middle, an ancient portal appeared. The snow eagles held hands and bestial chi flowed in the atmosphere. At the same time, the portal was becoming more and more distinct with mysterious marks appearing on it. Zrrrr. RRR. Golden marks appeared. The 7 snow eagles used their godly awareness to condense the portal. It seemed like 7 stars were appearing and a mysterious strength radiated from the portal. Godly awareness turn into a portal, shouted the 7 snow eagles. Their strength fused together and a drawing appeared. An old man appeared in that portal. It was almost as if he were next to Lin Feng. That person was the leader of Tianxia, the Snow Zun cultivator. Lin Feng, did anything happen? What a terrifying strength, thought Lin Feng. The snow eagle's eyes were closed and it seemed like they were making great efforts. Teacher, I want to practice the spirit sealing technique. Do you have it? Asked Lin Feng. You encountered a cultivator who can use body capture? The old man was surprised. When hearing about the spirit sealing technique, he immediately thought of the body capture technique. We could put it that way, so now I need the spirit sealing technique, said Lin Feng nodding. I have never practiced it. But hold on, said the old man. He then disappeared from the portal and a snowy mountain appeared instead. Lin Feng waited, but not too long. Another old man appeared instead. His teacher left and asked the leader of Tianqi to come instead. Mr. Tianji. Lin Feng, don't talk, said Mr. Tianji when he saw that Lin Feng was about to talk. The 7 snow eagles opened the portal and it's difficult for them. They can't hold on too much longer. I will transmit you the spirit sealing technique. Pay attention. The old man opened his hands and started drawing in the air. Each stroke contained an incredible amount of strength. Those weren't mysterious marks but deployment technique strength. At the same time, his voice kept flowing into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng switched to study mode and listened carefully and calmly. He activated his human and earth fusion. He carefully watched the old man's movements and studied the strokes assiduously. The old man's movements were very slow but necessary for Lin Feng to study them properly. After a long time, he stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, study properly. Gotcha! The portal dispersed and disappeared. The 7 snow eagles recalled their godly awareness and sat down cross-legged. They needed to recover after that. Lin Feng closed his eyes and studied what the old man transmitted him. He had to perfectly understand the concepts. Lin Feng seemed to disappear as he entered a deep meditative state. That's what he had always done, and that's why he has made so much progress. He didn't study particularly fast, but he was very focused, so he learned faster. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The 7 snow eagles were, as before, sitting cross-legged and recovering. Opening the communication portal must have been exhausting. Lin Feng thought back about the portal. He didn't need to say much. His teacher hadn't hesitated and immediately called the leader of Tianqi, Mr. Tianji, to help him. Besides, Mr. Tianji didn't hesitate either. The old man helped him without second-guessing Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng was always impressed with Tianqi. Even though Tianshu wasn't his favorite, every group has some outliers. Lin Feng stayed seated for a long time and waited for the 7 snow eagles to recover before leaving. In the imperial palace, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were sitting in a pavilion, calmly talking about something. The fact that Lin Feng was so strong and powerful made his parents delighted. It seemed that if his enemies weren't at least Zun cultivators, nobody could defeat him. However, they hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't always have to fight that way. After all, the demon sword was extremely dangerous. Even Lin Hai, who was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, was oppressed by the power of the demon sword. So there was no need to talk about Lin Feng who was using it. Lin Feng and his father had broken through to the same Tianqi layer, the first one. Lin Hai knew that he still wasn't strong enough. He didn't want Lin Feng to use the demon sword all the time. Far away from them, Xianxia was on the ground with his eyes were closed. It seemed like it was resting. Ever since its last battle, it was calm. It lied down for days and nights, motionless. It was abnormal. Sometimes, they went to see him. However, Xianxia always remained silent and motionless. They didn't know how to react concerning Xianxia's state. Mom, Dad. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe smiled at their son. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? We have to do something, said Lin Feng while smiling. Mom, Dad, come with me. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other. Lin Feng was so mysterious. Did he have a secret mission for them? They were curious, so they followed Lin Feng to a secret room. Lin Feng said, Mom, Dad, do you still remember the hole in the lovesickness forest? The one which leads to another world. Of course we remember. I used to send people to train there, replied Yu Menghe. The fire monster that came out a few days ago came out from that parallel world. The Fire Wolf King and its group of monsters came from there, said Lin Feng. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were surprised. The hole in the lovesickness forest is just one portal. There is another one and they used that one to get out, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a picture scroll out that was sealed by a demon seal stone. That world is the world of the picture scroll. It's a parallel world, said Lin Feng while pointing at the picture scroll. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were surprised again. That picture scroll was a parallel world? That's just a picture scroll. How could it be connected to the lovesickness forest? Asked Yu Menghe. I don't understand everything clearly either. Just trust me. Keep that picture scroll hidden carefully and seal the other exit. If the situation ever worsens for the palace, then you can open the seal and bring Xianxia and the others into the picture scroll. Lin Feng didn't explain the situation very clearly. The evil spirit had explained to Lin Feng that the world was a battlefield for 2 very powerful monarchs. After the emperor killed the flame emperor Yendi, That parallel world had turned into a picture scroll. In the past, perhaps the lovesickness forest belonged to that world, but Lin Feng didn't know for sure at that moment. He could only guess some of the mysteries of this world. "All right, but if we go in, what about you?" asked Yu Menghe. "Don't worry. It's not that easy to defeat me. Besides, I am just being careful. I also hope that we won't need to use the picture scroll," said Lin Feng while smiling. "Dad, you're the stronger one. Keep the picture scroll carefully." Lin Hai nodded and put the picture scroll and a piece of demon seal stone in his ring. Lin Feng now felt reassured. "Mom, Dad, don't tell anyone about that picture scroll, unless it turns out to be necessary because of a dangerous situation," said Lin Feng. If other people knew about the picture scroll, it would attract all sorts of people. They left the secret room. Lin Feng glanced around and saw Xianxia. Lin Feng went to him, but it was almost as if Xianxia didn't know that Lin Feng was there. Its eyes were closed and it was lying down. "Get up," said Lin Feng coldly. Xianxia heard Lin Feng and opened its eyes, but it looked uninterested. "Come with me," said Lin Feng coldly and started leaving. However, Xianxia didn't move. Lin Feng stopped and turned around. He looked angry. "I told you to come with me? Didn't you hear me?" Xianxia's gigantic eyes twinkled and it slowly stood up. Lin Feng brought Xianxia to a wonderful and resplendent palace. They arrived in a beautiful room with marvelous decorations. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. He looked cold and surprised. "Do you know why I brought you here?" asked Lin Feng coldly. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and shook its head. "In the past, Xianxia was always with me. Its soul and mine could fuse together. I controlled it entirely," said Lin Feng slowly. This for some reason surprised Xianxia. Lin Feng ignored its reaction and continued talking. "However, not long ago, we stopped being so close. What I am saying is that Xianxia's soul was damaged." Xianxia was staring at Lin Feng. Its eyes almost looked human. Lin Feng said coldly, "Yan Di surprisingly took a human form to fool me." When Xianxia heard Lin Feng, it stood up and flames appeared around its body. Lin Feng raised a hand and in a flash, a little golden person appeared. Lin Feng asked, "Evil spirit, tell me if that is Yan Di or not." The little golden person frowned and looked terrified. It was indeed a part of Yan Di's broken soul, and on top of that, it seemed like it had inherited everything Yan Di previously possessed. Possessed everything Yan Di had and even more. "Indeed," said the evil spirit in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng nodded coldly. When Lin Feng had fought in divine waters, Xianxia helped him as a lookout. After Lin Feng killed the Fire Wolf King, Xianxia stopped reacting and wasn't as close to him anymore. Lin Feng knew from that moment that Xianxia wasn't Xianxia anymore. There were only two possibilities. It was either an evil spirit or it was what the evil spirit confirmed, Yan Di. Initially, Lin Feng hadn't said anything to let the evil spirit think about it. "Since you know it's me, the Flame Emperor, what do you want to do?" said Xianxia, seemingly proud. Qi suddenly looked luxuriant. "Emperor." Lin Feng laughed. "All right, I wouldn't have thought I'd ever have to say that, but today, I will seal you." Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards. With a flash, bright lights illuminated the room. Mysterious marks appeared and flowed everywhere in the room. An infinite number of black marks also appeared. Spirit sealing technique. Yan Di was horrified. It stood up suddenly and loud sounds spread in the room. Black lights surrounded Yan Di's body, wrapping him up like a mummy. "You dare use the spirit sealing technique on me?" roared Yan Di furiously. It looked so furious that it would have scared anyone. Even though Yan Di was a broken spirit and had used the body capture on an animal, it still looked powerful. It was part of his nature. Even though Lin Feng was much stronger than Xianxia, it was still difficult for Lin Feng to control him. "Humph!" Lin Feng's facial expression looked cold as he said, "You're not an emperor. You're just a worthless animal, nothing more." "How dare you?" Xianxia roared. Fire appeared and it started tearing apart the black marks. It opened its gigantic mouth and started spitting out fire. Xianxia was an ancient animal. Its fire was extremely strong, let alone Yan Di's fire. Lin Feng jumped and used his cosmos-burning sun technique. Incredible flames appeared and destroyed Xianxia's flames. In the past, Yendi was incredibly strong, but now he was just a Shen-level beast. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng raised his hands and released his demon sword strength, slapping Xianxia with it. An explosion sounded as the demon seal strength crashed into Xianxia's body, crushing it onto the ground. "You dare! An emperor!" Xianxia was furious. The demon seal strength made it tremble. Back in the day, it was an emperor, but it hadn't gotten used to being a feudal beast now. "Maybe you were an emperor, but now you're my pet," said Lin Feng. Lights were twinkling in his hands. Xianxia couldn't move because of the black lights, so it was just staring at Lin Feng. Its expression was hideous. Roar. A human being wanted to use the spirit sealing technique on him, and now it had become a mere pet. A once great emperor had taken the form of a mere pet. The emperor had left the parallel world because he wanted to find a better body. That's why he had chosen Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was an ancient, ferocious animal which possessed incredible strength. But in the end, it was just an animal. The emperor made a mistake in choosing Xianxia's body. "Roaring is useless," said Lin Feng cheerfully. Bright lights appeared in his hands and his lips were moving. It seemed like he was chanting something. The spirit sealing chant. The sealing power in his hand was becoming stronger. The lights turned into a mysterious pattern. "Spirit seal!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He moved both his hands towards Xianxia. It looked like it was struck by lightning and was electrocuted. Xianxia lost its ability to move. "Roar!" But Xianxia couldn't roar, it just shook. Lin Feng punched it again. The spirit sealing strength entered its brain and oppressed its qi. Because of the spirit sealing strength, the emperor's godly awareness would remain imprisoned in Xianxia's body forever. It was almost the same as dying, unless someday, Xianxia became strong enough to expel Yendi. Until that day, Yendi was Xianxia. "I hope you die." Xianxia looked furious while glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shivered but still looked cold. "You're just a stupid pet," said Lin Feng as he punched Xianxia with sealing strength, forcing it to crouch down again. Roar! The sealing technique had succeeded. Xianxia ran towards Lin Feng with its open mouth. "Piss off!" said Lin Feng as he violently kicked Xianxia, making it fly away. Lin Feng released an ice-cold qi. Yendi still thought of himself as an emperor. Lin Feng had to teach it a lesson. It ran towards Lin Feng again. It felt humiliated and it hated Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched its mouth, almost knocking out Xianxia. Lin Feng ran towards him and kicked it again. Xianxia moaned with pain and crashed onto a wall, shaking violently. Lin Feng released more demon sealing strength and punched it again. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng continued punching it violently. His qi was weakening as it eventually crouched down. It hated Lin Feng, but he couldn't contest. "Emperor, come, try and kill me," said Lin Feng while punching it unceasingly. He showed no mercy. In the distance, some people heard the sounds and figured that Lin Feng was beating up Xianxia. They walked even farther away, wondering what Xianxia did to infuriate Lin Feng. Poor Xianxia, it was just a pet. After a long time, the sounds stopped. Xianxia was crouching and its qi was very weak. It seemed like it had no strength left at all. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Emperor? First, I'll put you away." Lin Feng shook his hand and the animal tower appeared. Fortunately, he could put his animals in the snowy animal tower. Xianxia looked at the animal tower and its body turned rigid. This bloody human wanted to imprison him in that tower. Lin Feng shook his animal tower, which slowly released energies that moved towards Xianxia and surrounded its body. "You'll stay in there for a few days," said Lin Feng. In a flash, the animal tower became bright and started swallowing Xianxia. It didn't want to go. It was an emperor, not an animal. But the animal tower was an incredible treasure. If it was sucked in, it would definitely become an animal. Xianxia started struggling, but its qi was too weak. Lin Feng had tortured it, so it didn't have strength to struggle anymore. Lights enveloped its body was swallowed by the tower. The tower became small again and Lin Feng put it away. The tower was an incredible treasure, capable of containing Tian-level beasts. Later, Lin Feng released Xianxia. Roar! Xianxia roared loudly. Boom! Lin Feng punched it and crushed it onto the ground. Xianxia stood up again and stared at Lin Feng coldly. He wanted Lin Feng to die. Don't look at me like that. You will stay with me for a long time, maybe forever, said Lin Feng while smiling. I will definitely kill you someday, said Xianxia. It would kill Lin Feng somehow. Well, let's wait and see. Right now you're not strong enough for that, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yan Di, Xianxia is an ancient, ferocious, wild beast and you chose to live in its body. But it's my pet. I should kill you but I won't because you once were an emperor. Basically, I gave you my pet's body. You're not suffering that much, so you should be grateful. Boom! Xianxia spat out flames. That damn human being was telling it to be grateful. How sly was Lin Feng. I now consider you an emperor. Let's forget that you're stuck in an animal's body, said Lin Feng. He counterattacked with his own fire attack which extinguished Xianxia's flames instantly. Lin Feng's qi was too powerful. Xianxia remained cold with Lin Feng. Don't look at me that way. Don't worry. If you cooperate I will treat you as an emperor. We can grow strong together and I won't put you in the animal tower again, said Lin Feng in a gentle way. He then added, since we'll be together all the time, let's be friends. Emperor, teach me Tian-level skills first. If I become stronger, I will be able to help you even more. I could help you become a strong emperor again. You're dreaming, said Xianxia coldly. How shameless. Lin Feng wanted it to teach him skills. How could he be so shameless? It seems like he really hates me, thought Lin Feng. Even though the emperor was in Xianxia's body, he had been an emperor. At this time, he only had the memories of an emperor though. Let's progress together. Imagine if someday we were both so strong, we would be invincible, said Lin Feng gently. Xianxia didn't say anything. It just stared at Lin Feng. Did Lin Feng want it to become stronger while controlling it still? Impossible. Lin Feng saw that Xianxia wasn't easing any, so he said, come on, you don't need to teach me skills. But I'm sure that you used to have incredibly powerful ones and that you used to understand the mysterious marks extremely well. I have powerful enemies and they could come any time to get their revenge. You must have solutions to defend us, said Lin Feng. Xianxia looked surprised. His purpose was to protect himself from Shingon. If the emperor didn't help, it would be a pity. Of course I have solutions. Mysterious marks are no mystery to me. But I don't want to help you, said Xianxia coldly. It hated Lin Feng. Shut the hell up, shouted Lin Feng furiously, which scared Xianxia. His body suddenly became rigid. Lin Feng released a terrifying qi which enveloped its body. I gave you face and regarded you as an emperor. Don't make me regret that now. In the past, you used to despise even some of the strongest cultivators in the world. How can you be so ungrateful? Sure, I sealed your spirit to keep you by my side. But if you don't mind, I'd like to make you happy. If you keep acting hostile, I will have no choice but to kill you. I'm merciful enough, I think. However, I think killing you would be a pity. I wish you will become a great emperor again, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng's voice penetrated into the emperor's brain deeply. He was still staring at Lin Feng and hated him, but he had to admit that Lin Feng was right. Lin Feng considered him as an emperor, but he had sealed his spirit to keep him by his side. Lin Feng let Yan Di think for a while and then said, all right, don't worry. You're an emperor. If you stay with me, you won't waste your powers. We will grow strong together. Of course, I can prevent you from escaping, so it's in your best interest to help me. If I am strong, you're strong too. Yan Di remained silent for a long time before saying, how strong are your enemies? A Zun cultivator, maybe even a high-level Zun cultivator, said Lin Feng. It seemed like Yan Di understood Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, he would die too. Even though I know about mysterious marks and deployment technique strength, I can't use them with my current strength. If you want to fight against Zune-level cultivators, I need powerful abstruse crystals to defend you. Abstruse crystals. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, let me think. The vast desert seemed endless. Lin Feng was standing in the desert, observing his surroundings as he released the emperor's palace. It looked majestic and contained incredible imperial qi. Lin Feng was in the parallel world which he had sealed because he couldn't take the risk of someone seeing palace in the outside world. Lin Feng disappeared from the desert and jumped into the palace. Many people were waiting for Lin Feng in there. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! They were all furious. So many Tian-level and Shen-level cultivators staring down Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying qi appeared. You wanna die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. His voice resonated like thunder. Bzzz. Silhouettes were flickering. They surrounded Lin Feng and someone said, Lin Feng, you dare come here after what you did to us. If you don't let us out, we'll kill you. Lei Mang. Lin Feng looked at him. He remembered that person was a cultivator from North Shingang. You know Shi Ju Tian? Asked Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Lei Mang looked confused. Of course, he knew Ju Tian. He was the leader of West Shingang. Shi Ju Tian came with a group of people from West Shingang to capture me, so I killed them all, said Lin Feng. Lei Mang looked astonished. He didn't believe Lin Feng and said, Humph, impossible. You already broke through to the Tianqi layer, but you couldn't possibly have killed the leader of West Shingang. I killed him in one sword strike, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and releasing some demon sealing strength. I control this palace and everything in here. The fact that I'm not killing you doesn't mean that I can't. I am keeping you in here because you can still be useful, said Lin Feng while smiling. He was domineering like an emperor. When the crowd dispersed when they sensed Lin Feng's terrifying demon energy, allowing him to pass. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. Using his Xiao Yao agility technique, he instantly disappeared from their field of vision. We have to follow him, shouted someone. Then everybody ran in Lin Feng's direction. They couldn't stay in that place forever. Lin Feng's demon energy was indeed extremely powerful. Even Lei Mang had witnessed it back when Lin Feng was still a Xian-level cultivator. Now, he had broken through to the Tianqi layer. If he unsheathed his demon sword again, the consequences would probably be even more terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in a room with countless abstruse crystals all containing an incredible power. Lin Feng, let us go, someone shouted behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and released his demon-sealing strength. Boom! Lin Feng unsheathed his demon sword and demon qi rolled in waves in the atmosphere. Everybody was stopped in their tracks. What a terrifying sword. How could Lin Feng have such a powerful sword? Bei Ming, the leader of North Shingang, arrived too with Lei Mang next to him. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could use the demon sword without turning into a demon now. Had Lin Feng really killed Shi Ju Tian using his demon sword? Lin Feng turned around and coldly glanced at them. He raised his demon sword and cut the abstruse crystals, causing many crystals to rise up in the air. Then, Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique and grabbed them all, quickly putting them in his ring. Lin Feng turned around and shouted, Piss off, everyone! His demon sword lacerated the space, pushing everybody back. Nobody was willing to block that attack. They could only watch as Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique to run away. Don't let him run. Otherwise, we'll die in here, shouted someone furiously. Everybody chased Lin Feng, but it was too late. Lin Feng quickly left. The crowd in the palace, the Dragon King, Duan Wu Dao, Bei Ming, they all hated Lin Feng. Hating him was all they could do now because they were still his prisoners. Lin Feng didn't think about how the people in the palace felt. He breathed in a big mouthful of air once he arrived in the desert. The Jade Emperor's palace turned into a heart again and Lin Feng put it away. He probably had enough abstruse crystals for Yen Di. Lin Feng left the parallel world and sealed it again. He went back to Xianxia and said, Here are your abstruse crystals. Which ones do you want? Give me all of them. I can use any of them. I will be able to deploy a great strength with any of them, said Xianxia, sounding self-confident. Lin Feng just had to give him the proper ingredients and he would be able to work out something with them. But Lin Feng didn't give him the crystals immediately. He stared at Xianxia with uncertainty, infuriating Xianxia. You don't believe me. It's not that, it's just that you used to be an emperor. You have many powers. If you use those crystals to practice cultivation, what could I do to stop you? Said Lin Feng. The emperor probably knew many tricks. If he used the crystals to fight against him, he would probably lose. Well then, don't ask me anything anymore, said Xianxia furiously. Don't be angry. Hehe. Lin Feng smiled. I will be next to you when you use your techniques. This way I can watch you if you try to sneak away with some crystals and I will be able to learn your technique. Of course, if you agree to teach me some things directly, it's even better and I will be very grateful. Xianxia remained silent. He stared at Lin Feng and said, Teach you? Dream on. Xianxia was using its claws to carve something into the ground. Even though it wasn't using any strength, Lin Feng felt delighted. It seemed like those carvings contained something mystical. They looked like mysterious marks but didn't contain any strength yet. Xianxia kept moving and carving. From time to time, it looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said confidently, Back in the day, I could carve those marks with an incredible strength in them. If I recovered my full strength, I'd crush Zune cultivators without batting an eye. Now you, a little piece of trash, a nobody, makes me carve these marks one by one. It's for your safety. If we manage to secure the palace, even if a Zune cultivator comes, we'll be able to kill him in one strike, said Lin Feng while smiling. Yendi was cooperating, so Lin Feng had to give him face. In the past, Yendi's temper must have been really bad. He was proud. Of course, different circumstances required different reactions. If Yendi recovered his initial cultivation level, he'd be insanely dangerous again. Don't worry. When I finish protecting the palace, a trivial and feudal Zune cultivator will never be able to get in. Instead, they will be killed instantly, said Xianxia. At that moment, he looked solemn. He wasn't acting aggressively with Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and observed Xianxia's movements carefully, but he couldn't understand anything. Those mysterious marks contained the absolute strength of the earth and the sky, and explosive strength. Xianxia hadn't put the abstruse crystals in the marks yet. Lin Feng was delighted. Protecting the whole palace would put him at ease in the future. He had never seen so many mysterious marks at once. How powerful must this protection be? It only took Yendi a few hours to carve marks into the entire palace. Xianxia stood up and waved, almost like a human being. Lin Feng was surprised. You finished that quickly? Said Lin Feng in a febrile voice. Quickly? Back in the day, I could do that in the blink of an eye. It took me so much effort and time that I'm actually quite upset, said Xianxia while stretching its claws. Give me the abstruse crystals, I need to put them in the marks. Lin Feng unwillingly handed him over his ring. Xianxia released bestial qi and in a flash, the marks started shining brightly. His bestial qi started flowing through the marks, making the entire palace shine. Xianxia took out an abstruse crystal and put its energy in the marks, and the lights instantly disappeared as if nothing had happened. That's fine too. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Abstruse crystals contained an incredible amount of energy, abstruse strength. The lights in the marks kept appearing and disappearing. Then, the marks disappeared completely as if they never existed in the first place. Lin Feng inspected them with his godly awareness but couldn't see anything either. No need to try. I carved the marks in a way that even Zune cultivators wouldn't be able to see them, said Xianxia. You finished so quickly? Said Lin Feng again, smiling heartily. Bullshit. You're making fun of me, but I'm telling you, if a Zune cultivator comes, he'll die instantly. I wouldn't dare make fun of you, said Lin Feng while laughing. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pet Xianxia's head. What the hell do you think you're doing? Said Xianxia angrily. Give me back the ring with the crystals, said Lin Feng. Xianxia looked furious and said, You bastard! Give it to me at once, said Lin Feng. Xianxia wasn't happy. You need to relax, my friend, said Lin Feng gently and then giggled. The marks I carved can only kill Zun cultivators. If cultivators of the Tianqi layer come, you'll have to be here to fend them off yourself, said Xianxia furiously, and he then threw the ring at Lin Feng. Eh? Lin Feng was speechless. Could only kill Zun cultivators? How did it make sense that they could kill Zun cultivators but not Tian level ones? Xianxia started leaving, but Lin Feng chased him, laughed and said in a gentle way, Yendi, you're a great emperor. If Tian level cultivators come, I bet you could easily defeat them. Piss off, said Xianxia proudly. Yendi, if Tian level cultivators come here and threaten you, wouldn't that insulting to your title? You'd certainly have to kill them, right? Yendi. Lin Feng's voice spread far away into the distance. He was a bit annoyed, but Xianxia ignored him. Yendi, if people came here to get their revenge, I hope that you will take care of them. If you make a mistake— Bastard! Shouted Xianxia furiously. Its voice spread far away. How shameless! That bastard was threatening him again. Lin Feng was lying on a stone, looking at Xianxia with a big smile on his face. It seemed like he was busy doing something. A great emperor. If a Zun cultivator came, he'd certainly died. Yendi was scary. Maybe Yendi could create a nice environment practicing cultivation. Then all of Shuyu would benefit. But Yendi's temper was too much. It was difficult to get him to do anything without him threatening Lin Feng. He wanted to learn a few skills from him, but that seemed impossible. He would definitely find a way to learn things from him in the future. Poor Xianxia, he was busy carving marks and creating deployment skills, and Lin Feng was just lying down without a care in the world. After a short while, Xianxia glanced at Lin Feng. Is it all right? Asked Lin Feng while smiling. Yes. Xianxia nodded. That's— Lin Feng looked delighted and pet Xianxia's head, making him grind his teeth. He gave back the ring once more to Lin Feng and said, I don't give a damn about your abstruse crystals. To me, they're just normal stones. Of course, you were a great emperor and you've seen incredible treasures, said Lin Feng while laughing. You've worked hard, you should have a rest now. Indeed, said Xianxia and then disappeared. Very quickly, Xianxia disappeared to another place, opened its mouth and spat out a few abstruse crystals. The poor emperor, surprisingly, had taken a few abstruse crystals.